Hello and welcome to the County Ground in Beckenham for today's live coverage of the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2 fixture. It's going to be an exciting match coming your way where Kent take on Glamorgan. So an update is Kent have won the toss and have elected to bat on what is a slightly overcast day, and I'm sure that Sun is hoping to make an appearance at some point. We'll run you through today's teams as you'll be able to see the batters and umpires are making their way out to the middle. So the Kent lineup is as follows. Your captain today is Coco Streets. Taking the gloves is Jemima Spence, Ella Darlington, Megan Sturge, Amy Gordon, Elsa Barnfather, Sophie Singer, Laura Bailey, Zena Bilal, Isabella James and Sydney Gorham. And the visitors, Glamorgan's lineup is their captain, Lauren Parfitt, Abby Freeborn, Bethan Gammon, Emily Burke, Charlotte Scarborough, Gemma Porter, Georgia Parfitt takes the gloves, Ellie Anderson, Sarah Phillips, Poppy Walker and Katie Cobb. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Liam Knight. Hello Liam.
Hello Molly, lovely to be here. I'd like to say thank you to Cluberly for their support of our live stream today. And yeah, like you say, it's a slightly overcast, but Glamorgan are lighting up Beckenham with their bright yellow kits. Kent obviously in sky blue. And is it... who's taking first strike there?
It looks like it's going to be... is that going to be Spence?
Yeah. So Jemima Spence has joined the club back on loan, obviously a Kent Talent Pathway graduate. Now applying her trade professionally with Surrey. She's come back on loan to Kent for the rest of the season. Good wicket keeper batter. And now she will take the first delivery of the game.
She will indeed. So we have opening up from the city end.
It's Porter.
So as Porter just gets herself ready to bowl the first ball of the game to Spence.
Lots of encouragement in the field from Glamorgan.
Spence just works that one off the hip to the short 45. No run.
Now Molly, are you a fan of these pastel blue gloves that the Glamorgan wicketkeeper's wearing?
I quite like it. It's a jazzy kit, so I feel you have to go with a jazzy pair of gloves. This one again is just turned off the hip of Spence, but there'll be no run as the Glamorgan fielder does the work.
Yeah, slightly chillier today, isn't it? We might have to get jumpers on.
Yeah, it was lovely last week. The sun was sort of beating down the ground. A bit of a different vibe today. Again, this time rock back on the back foot, but just places that out to mid-wicket. Again, a quick first over we spoke about last week. Getting through and in sort of out your overs pretty quick. And again, this time strongly defended on the up slightly, but in no trouble there. Yeah, it's slightly chillier here today. You can sort of feel the wind coming through the media tent. So definitely some jumpers. Again, rocked off the back foot this time, but just played into the leg side for no run. And that is the... it's not the end of the over. One to come. We always speak about my counting. Lack of it. In again, off the back foot. That sort of jumps off the pitch a little bit into the keeper's gloves.
So it's a good over to start off with. It's a maiden from Porter opening up with spin. My name's Liam. I'm here with Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis from the County Ground Beckenham. You may notice that our stream is slightly more stable this week. We do apologise for the streaming that we had here at Beckenham last week, but our IT engineers have been here a couple of days over the week, and hopefully you can see us a little bit clearer and you can hear us nice and loud and clear. If you are listening in, you can get in touch with us on X, that's at Kent Cricket. Just let us know where you're listening from if you want any questions that Molly can answer you. Or, of course, you can email in at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk, and we do thank Cluberly for all their support of our streaming. This year, we've been able to bring you every single men's and women's home match, thanks to Cluberly. So Ellie Anderson then will open up from the Beckenham end. Shirt numberless.
Yeah, the wind coming across as well, so you might see some shirts moving in the wind.
Yeah, this was the end where spin really was the king in Kent Women's game against Northamptonshire last week. So in comes Anderson then, past the umpire, bowls. It's good of a length and just played down to third. That's nicely done, and Kent will get off the mark.
Yeah, it's a good way to get off the mark, that, isn't it? Just run it down.
So this is more of Ella Darlington's natural position, isn't it? Opening up. She has been lower down the order in some matches this year, but opening up today.
Yeah, it's where I've known her to bat for her most of her career. So it's probably nice for her to have the opportunity to do that today.
So Spence takes strike for the second ball of the over. Anderson, and that's left alone. Wanted nothing to do with that. It was slightly wider, and the field was set for that cut trap, wasn't it, Molly?
It was indeed. She wasn't tempted this time. I do enjoy the bright pink batting grip that Jemima Spence has on her bat there.
Yeah, there's a few people coming in. There's a few people by the Academy building and a couple of hardy fans in that main stand that will be getting all the wind that's here at Beckenham today. You might be able to hear the wind on our effects mics as Anderson comes in. Third ball of the over comes in. Oh, that's wide again, and Spencer's chosen to play at that one. It's missed the edge.
She was tempted into that one slightly, wasn't she? But again,
Kept a little bit low.
I think potentially keeper took that down by her ankles, so it would sort of indicate that didn't get up as much. But sort of some promising signs from Glamorgan early up.
Listen again then. Comes in by arm over, and that's the same sort of line and length, but this time Spence plays it off her hip into the onside. They're going to look for two. They will get back for two. That's good running. Kent are up to 3 without loss inside the second over. Now,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, Molly. This is the same track as last week, isn't it?
I believe
For
so.
the women's
yes.
match.
Yes, there was it looks like a little bit less green this week compared to last week.
Yeah, Josh and the grounds team here have been working on both decks this week. Anderson comes in from the Beckenham end, bowls. Oh, it misses the edge again. The Glamorgan fielders are up for that one. They thought they might have taken the edge, but
Yeah.
I think Spencer's maybe feeling how it's coming on.
Indeed, the sort of sound effects there from the Glamorgan fielders would lead you to believe that was slightly close.
So Anderson then top of a mark. Comes in slightly longish run up here. Comes in. Bowls. That's Fuller. And that's missed everything again. It's a good over from Anderson. Only 3 off it. Kent are 3 without loss after 2.
It has Kent building their foundation, but from a Glamorgan perspective, they've beaten the bat a few times here in that second over. You will assume it will be the same as last. Looks like it's going to be. It'll be Porter. As again, encouragement goes around the ground for the Glamorgan fielders.
Worth mentioning today that we might not get sprinklered on by the Crystal Palace training ground behind us.
It's a bit quieter, isn't it, behind us today
Yeah,
compared to
last week they were training ahead of the Community Shield, and lots of shouts of Eze, Eze, Eze. So they were all getting ready for that one.
as Porter starts their run. Again, that one bounce into the keeper's glove, misses the outside edge of Darlington. Sort of that loopier, flighted style of bowling. It's sort of kicking a bit. In again this time. Swept, connected, straight to the fielder, but a slight misfield allows them to get free for the single.
A few spots of rain.
Yeah, my laptop in front of me is getting slightly wet, so I might need to take guard there. As Porter back in. Again, rocked off the back hip from Spence, and there'll be no run.
It's a good start with this from Glamorgan. There's been no gimmies yet. Beaten the edge a few times.
No, they've bolted our field well. We've had a couple of, I don't say opportunities, but they've beaten the bat, which is a good sign if you're a Glamorgan fan. Short pull. Again, beats the fielder. I got a hand to it, so that will mean it will just be the one as the boundary fielder does the work.
Do you think revenge would be on Glamorgan's minds after Kent beat him in the Vitality Blast? You played, of course, in that game, Molly. Were they seething after that one?
It was a good game of cricket, and yeah, I think it's always nice to come away with a win.
Oof.
Again, that one beats the outside edge straight into the gloves. Yeah, it was a tough game. All results were on the table, I think, last ball. So, yeah, Kent come away with the victory. So I'm sure Glamorgan will be looking to take victory today. Driven on the up, and that is straight back to the bowler and caught. So Ella Darlington departs for 2, caught and bowled by Porter.
Bit of a gimme that one, wasn't it, from Ellie Darlington? I think she was trying to hit out after soaking up some pressure, and unfortunately she's basically chipped it back to the bowler. She'll be disappointed with that one. She's made some bright scores so far this year, so Darlington moves back up the order, and unfortunately that new ball spell, that pressure has undone her a little bit there.
Indeed, I think it slightly flighted, tried to get up and over it, but couldn't beat the bowler. It's gone straight back to them. So what this does now is this brings the new batter to
Megan
the crease.
Sturge, yeah. So both of Kent's lone players for this match are now in the middle. Megan Sturge on loan from Hampshire, and Jemima Spence on loan from Surrey. Both, of course, are Kent Talent Pathway graduates. They came through the system here, and they've earned their professional deals at Tier 1 counties, but they have been released back to play for Kent for the rest of, well, for the foreseeable future, really. Megan Sturge more on a match-by-match basis, but Jemima Spence very much indications from Surrey is that she will be available for the rest of the season for Kent.
Yeah, 2 age group pathway players for Kent. So it's
Did
nice
you coach
to see
both of them?
I think they're both too old when I took the age groups. But Ella Darlington and Dina Bilal, just to name a couple in the squad.
Clang. So Anderson's in again then, and that's flashed at by Spence. That trap is on. I think they've done their homework on Jemima Spence, and they're trying to get her to cut at it. There is a backwards point, third, and lots of fielders on the offside that are in catching positions as well. She could loft it over them, but that's going to take a bit of muscle, isn't it?
It is indeed, and you can see sort of standing at first slip for Glamorgan, Abby Freeborn on loan from Warwickshire.
Very close from our angle. As Anderson comes in again, then past the umpire bowls. That's fuller but wider. Left alone.
Obviously, Abby Freeborn is a keeper herself, so standing behind the bat, she's very familiar. Not with the gloves today, but I'm sure she doesn't need them gloves, does she?
Yeah, keepers, multiple keepers in both teams, and a wicket keeper and commentary. So that proud Kent tradition of wicket keeping is alive and well, I think.
That keepers union is going to continue throughout the day, I think.
So here comes Anderson again then. 2 dots so far. That's wide again, and it's just beaten the fielder. That trap was sprung, and Spence will be lucky there that diving fielder there couldn't quite get 2 hands on it. It was a 2-handed dive in front of her, and luckily for Kent it's bounced just in front and not much damage either. There was good backing up, so that will only be 1 run.
Yeah, I think the 2 things I've noticed this year from playing and commentating on quite a few games is the step up of fielding standards this year has just been huge, and the amount of homework bowling units and sides have done on oppo batters. It's been really nice to see, and the challenge just gets up every game.
Anderson again then. That's left alone this time. That's even wider still. I think they are trying to get the Kent batters out rather than bowling at the stumps at the moment with the new ball. It could be swinging slightly.
Yeah, I think it's just a new direction it's sort of going in, and the time and the prep that these players take away from sort of training time and match time to put in the additional work, and so far you can see it from the Glamorgan bowlers.
Anderson comes in again then. That's left alone again. That's jumped up a tiny bit at Sturge, but there's no danger there. And it is worth saying as well that Glamorgan will be professional in the next couple of years. So I'm sure they've already got in place the backroom staff and the academy. I know Glamorgan Academy have played against other Tier 1 academies, so they're in the position to take that step up to professional level.
Yeah, in a slightly different position than Kent are, so slightly different approaches. But I know Kent, again, are very keen on making sure that everyone's supported as much as they can be on and off the field. And the analyst here, Erin, is brilliant. Is she going to give these bowlers lots of packs as well to do their homework with?
Anderson then comes in to complete her over, and that's full again, but defended well. Nicely behind that was Megan Sturgis. Spits into the offside, but tied it up. There'll be no run. So at the end of the over, only one off it. Kent are 6 for 1.
And again, bit of rain in the air. I can sort of feel a little bit come down.
Yeah, a few spits are going onto the laptop and the sound mixer, so I'm keeping an eye on that.
Might have to take cover for that. But hopefully it all passes and we manage to get a full game of cricket in today. As we've mentioned, it's a Beckenham weekend again with the men back here tomorrow. Be exciting, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it will be exciting. We had a couple of days here at Beckenham to let you behind the curtain a little bit. A few of us stayed up in Bromley on the Saturday night. So we'll be doing that again this week as we've got 2 matches over 2 days.
And Porter is going to continue from the City end. With figures for 1 for 2. I'm surprised if she wouldn't be. In again. Again, driven hard. That's gone flying past the bowler, and it will go all the way out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, first boundary of the day for Kent in the 5th over. So
There was maybe a bit of a chance there that the bowler might have thought they could have got a hand to it, but I think it was hit too hard and maybe just too much of the right of her. So it will be 4 more. It's a lovely shot.
yeah, good intent from Jemima Spence, who's come back here to Kent from Surrey on loan.
In again, driven high up in the air. It's gone high. There's a fielder under it.
The umpire was nearly in the way then, and it dropped safe.
See that? That's difficult, isn't it? The umpire was trying her best to get out of the way of it, but there might have been some confusion to which way the umpire was going,
Yeah,
to
no,
which way.
A white ball in the white clouds as well. I did not envy the fielder there at all.
See what happens here again, though, from Glamorgan's perspective. That's another opportunity and a chance. As she's into Sturge this time. Rocks off the back foot, but that goes straight into the keeper's gloves. It's obviously doing a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
A couple have gone through from what we can see. Again, this one driven on the up. Straight back to the bowler. That's caught and bowled.
Carbon copy of the first wicket.
It is. So that is 2 for Porter. Megan Sturge departs for no score today. But it is important to mention that she's had some very big contributions over the season for Kent. So she'll be disappointed. You can probably see the frustration. So it will be Amy Gordon that strides out to join Jemima Spence out in the middle for Kent.
Yeah, Spence isn't Megan Sturge isn't happy with that one. She's hit her bat against her pad as she's walked off. And now it's down to Amy Gordon to come in and steady the ship a little bit with Kent 11 for 2 inside the 5th over.
You kind of get the impression here, don't you, that the 2 wickets that have fallen, caught and bowled, that it might be sticking in the pitch a little bit, not coming through. Both batters just pressing back up here to Porter. And 2 simple catches in the end. But as Jemima Spence is joined by Amy Gordon, there's a lot of experience now in the middle. A lot of cricket play between both of these two players. So I'm sure they'll be looking to steady the ship here for Kent and look to build a big partnership.
Yeah, Amy Gordon was Surrey's captain before she joined Kent in the new look world of the tier system in women's cricket.
As she just takes her guard.
Porter on 2 for 7 at the minute.
It's good figures again. Again, noise level from encouragement is high from Glamorgan. As Porter comes in, rocked off the back foot this time, but straight through to the keeper.
So what would you do here if you were Amy Gordon, Molly?
I think you've got to steady the ship here. Just look to take your ones and nothing silly. Again, that one big defender's shot there by Amy Gordon, but just takes the inside edge, I think. Or maybe her glove as she's wafted away.
Yeah, I think she's tried to take spin out of the equation there by coming down at it a little bit more.
Indeed. And that is the end of the over. I think we will keep you updated with the other 2 games that are going on in the League 2 today.
Slightly ironic choice from Rob Howard, the DJ today. Mungo Jerry's in the summertime.
And maybe willing the sun to peek through the clouds. But we will keep you updated on the Leicestershire women versus Middlesex, and we will keep you updated with Gloucester taking on Yorkshire as well throughout the day.
Like I say, you can get in touch with us at Kent Cricket on X or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Tell us where you're listening in from.
Yeah, fire your questions our way. Hopefully we can answer them.
And thanks again to Cluberly for their support of our live stream this year. We've heard back that the sound and the pictures are much more stable this week, so that bodes well for the men's match tomorrow.
And it will be Anderson to continue, as we're not shocked by that one.
Yeah, Anderson has only conceded 4 runs in her 2 overs so far. She comes in. Bowls that's Fuller, quite loopy that one. Spencer's behind it, and there's no run.
I feel as well, finding yourself in these positions does have to, as we've just mentioned, adjust how you play your cricket. I've seen a lot of Amy Gordon back this year in that aggressive, positive style, and I know she'll be looking to implement that today. Maybe with a touch of less risky play, as Kent do find themselves 11 for 2.
So Anderson comes in again, then continuing to Spence, who tries to cut that one as she took the edge. The umpire raises a finger very theatrically. Spence has to go for 9, and Kent are 11 for 3 in the 6 over, and they're going to need to really rebuild here to put on a competitive score. We saw against Northamptonshire last time that there was that slight collapse at the end, and today it's come at the higher end of the order. We saw last week that the 163 that they posted wasn't enough, so they're going to want to really dig in here and get through the overs.
Yeah, I think as well, I think what's important probably to mention here, and credit to Glamorgan, is they've bowled to a plan. You mentioned it earlier, that looking to push it a bit back of a length, trying to get Spence to cut, and their plan worked out, and she got a feather of an outside edge, and that went through to the keeper. So obviously Kent do find themselves in a position where they probably need to sort of dig deep here, but credit to Glamorgan for their opening spell of overs here. And Elsa Barnfather is joining Amy Gordon. She's been brilliant this year, hasn't she?
Yeah, joined Kent from one of them. We can't call them minor counties anymore, can we? National counties in the off season. So this is her first year as a Kent player. 55 on the back of her shirt, known as Ice. And she will want to be ice cool under a bit of pressure, won't she?
Indeed. I'm sure she'll take this opportunity. She always tries to, as we all do, put big efforts in for our team, and she always wants to be one of the biggest contributors.
Yeah, Glamorgan are bowling well here though, so from a Kent perspective you just want to see off this bit of pressure and try and rebuild slightly, and the 2 in the middle now can do that. They've done it a couple of times this year for Kent. So Anderson then, with no squad number on the back of her shirt, comes in. That's wide again. There's an appeal. Not given this time. Barnfather survives her first delivery. That's how it feels at the moment with this Glamorgan pressure, relentless pressure. They're geeing each other up in the field as well.
Yeah, it's not the ball you want when coming to the crease for the first time, is it?
No. Do you think there was a little bit of playfulness there from Glamorgan, where try and get her under pressure straight away with an appeal?
I think so. It's the theatrics that I do tend to lead into and enjoy.
Yeah, we've heard about the dark arts that you employ, Molly. Anderson comes in again, then that's edge, thick edge, down to 3rd. It's run safely, they'll get 1 for it.
Yeah, that was too wide of Abby Freeborn there at first slip. So, Elsa Barnfather, also known as Ice, is off the mark.
Yeah, instead of letting that one go, she's edged it down. She's got a run for it. But Anderson is bowling well here. There's 2 openers have done really well for Glamorgan. She'll come in again then, past the umpire, bowls. That's quite slightly quicker, that one, and I think it took Amy Gordon a little bit by surprise. Sort of moved her head away from that one as if it was spitting back up at her.
Yeah, you get the impression that something's happening out there slightly, don't you? Obviously,
Yeah.
the spinner having 2 caught and bowled, and yeah, the seamer here getting a caught behind, but maybe doing a little bit more.
And that's what you want to see really in cricket, isn't it? We don't like the 400 plays 400 really. We like a bit of spice in the pitch, and a bit of good skill rewarded from the bowlers, and Glamorgan have done well here at the start. A few changes in the field there. Second slip comes in, just off the camera on your streams as Anderson comes in again then. And finds the edge, straight to that new slip, but it doesn't quite carry, so that's good captaincy from Glamorgan. Good field placings. They nearly got another award there.
Yeah, a good bit of bowling from the Glamorgan openers and a good bit of captaincy as well from the Glamorgan skipper. You kind of feel that they're on top. It's all Glamorgan at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, they are fully on top here. It's great to see some competitive cricket at Beckenham. Obviously, from a Kent perspective, we'd like a few less in that wickets column, but it's good to see good play in what's considered our amateur level in Tier 2.
No, indeed. All of these players out there today have played a lot of cricket this season.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? With all of Kent women's matches at the Spitfire ground of Beckenham, it feels like they've played a lot more this year. I'm sure they haven't. Gone are the days of playing at Polo Farm and places like that.
Again, this time in, driven, finds the gap this time, so they're going to get a couple for it. It might go all the way. And it does. Rolls over the boundary rope in the end. And that's 4 more.
Megan Bout walks around the boundary with Andrew Tutton, one of the bowling coaches, gives a thumbs up.
Are they walking the right way for runs?
Oh, I never know about this. I get told different things by different people.
So do I.
They're about to come into the shot on the live stream.
As Porter is in this time. That one's Fuller again, worked off the hip from Barnfather. But again, that is collected by the short 45.
Yes, the sun is threatening now.
You never know, it might come out.
I think we need it. Slightly cold in shorts and t-shirt.
Again, this one off the back foot of Barnfather.
As I'm handed a jumper by my co-commentator.
Again, Barnfather takes strike. This one, big stride forward to defend, but I think hits her glove. Now is Megan Bout is doing a lap here with a couple of the coaches with a hot drink. I reckon that's going to be a hot chocolate, as I know she's not favourable with coffee or tea, so I'll get that confirmed later.
She's got enough energy.
Again, rocked off the back foot this time, but straight to point. Yeah, I think Megan Bout might be joining us a bit later. Bit of commentating, add it to her CV.
You can see as well on the live stream, Darren Scott standing like a general, taking everything in.
This one again, big shout for her, caught behind. Umpire unmoved. There was a noise, could have been a bat on pad, but that's another ball that beats the bat here. So at the end of the over, Kent at 16 for 3.
Yeah, Gemma Porter's bowled really well from that city end. And will they stick with Anderson again? Looks like they are. So this pressure from Glamorgan continues to build. As you see on there on the stream, Kent skipper Megan Bout taking a couple of weeks away from playing, but very much still here as part of the coaching setup. She helped them warm up as well and gave the team a captain's talk before the game, with Coco Streets taking on captaincy as vice captain. That's a lot of captains in one sentence.
Can you get some more in there? Yeah, no, obviously Megan Bout spoke last week on commentary to why she's taken a couple of weeks out. So if you didn't tune in, I'm sure when she comes back on later, she'll sort of enlighten everyone again. But it was good to have her on comms last week, sort of reminiscing about the old times and the future of Kent.
Yeah, you two were going on, weren't you, about your debut at the Oval?
It did come up. I'd like to mention I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, you just bring it up most days. Yeah. And Anderson comes in, starts a new over then. Found the edge, and it hasn't carried again. That's another time that the edge has been found. It's gone to second slip, and it's just fallen short.
This is very, very good bowling from Anderson. And I must say, we've just been brought a coffee.
With steam very much coming out the top. That's how chilly it is here today at Beckenham. But of course, the forecast is much better for tomorrow, and we do say the stream will be more stable tomorrow, but nothing beats being here live. Anderson comes in again, and that's tried to be cut away by Gordon, hits it into the ground, there'll be no run. Lovely little diving stop there in the covers. Yeah, Kent men are in action here tomorrow against Lancashire, so if you are in the metropolitan Kent area, as we like to call it, or even a little bit further afield, why don't you head on up? It's going to be sunny, it's going to be about 24 degrees, so not too hot, and it should be a lovely day's cricket. Anderson comes in again then, and she bowls it. Could that be out the back of the hand or a little bit of a shake up? That was a slower ball.
Potentially, it seems like she has it all today, and this morning especially.
Yeah. Yeah, nice tidy action. This is a very good start from Glamorgan. We said it would be Barnfather and Gordon that could provide that resistance, and they've done all right so far. There's been a couple of chances, a couple of edges that have fallen short, but they'll be looking to solidify their time in the middle a bit more. As Gordon's right behind that one from Anderson, there is no run again. So 4 dots in the over so far from Anderson. Could be Jimmy Anderson, couldn't it? How well she's bowled.
No, indeed. I feel this is a different approach than Amy Gordon would usually take to her batting.
Yeah, I think the match situation has dictated a slight change in temperament with the bat from Amy Gordon. She usually tries to hit the boundary every ball. So Anderson's in again then. So another slightly slower delivery, but Gordon's timed that very nicely in the cut shot, and that will hit the rope, and that will go for 4.
Yeah, I think the definition here of Amy Gordon is see ball, hit ball usually. So like I said, taking a bit of a different approach, but I think what's nice is Alsa Barnfather will look to steady the ship, I think, with her wise words.
A few shrugs in the middle there of what we meant to do with this. But I'm sure the pair will want to keep going, and Anderson's figures have been spoilt very slightly. They've almost doubled in the 4th over. That's how well she's opened up the bowling from the Beckenham end, with Crystal Palace FC's training ground right behind us. Like we said earlier, thankfully no sprinklers yet that can reach over the hedge. She's in again, and that's a lovely pull shot away from Amy Gordon, but it will find the fielder who mops up. That's just one then, so at the end of the 8th over, Kent are 21 for 3. Now Molly, I'm going to leave you now. Don't miss me too much. And the next voice you hear after Molly's will be that of Mr. Nick Dillham, our social media extraordinaire, who will do the unenviable task of tweeting and commentating. So good luck to Nick, and I'll see you later on, Molly.
Indeed. And as Nick will be doing tweeting, social media duties and commentating, if you do have any questions, please do send them our way, as he will be able to first hand read them out live on our live stream. So it'd be great to hear from you this morning, especially where you're listening from, when see people are walking and still filtering into the ground. But it will be Porter to continue. This one again just defended away by Amy Gordon. Good morning.
Hello, you well?
I'm very well, how are you?
Living the dream, as our good colleague Fred Atkins would say.
As Porter is in. Again, big stride forward to defend. You've done a lovely coffee run this morning, haven't you?
Someone had to do it because it is freezing.
Very grateful.
I say that.
Again, this one is turn and bounce, but that is just work round to short 45.
Yeah, it's not that cold. It's only cold if you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt, like me. Very unprepared.
Yeah, I thought the jumper was a wise move for me this morning. As again, that one just worked round the corner from Gordon, but no run. You can still see the wind rustling on a few Glamorgan bright yellow shirts. Again, driven high up. Got over the bowler, so not to be in the end from a Glamorgan perspective. But again, driving on the upish there, Amy Gordon. Looking to beat the 2 ring fielders.
It's nice intent, isn't it?
It is. Off the back foot this time, beats the fielder, and that will race away for 4. You get the impression here that Kent just have to wait a bit longer. all the wickets we've seen so far from this end have been pushing too far
Yeah.
and just popping it up. But the boundaries we've seen have been just weighted on the back foot and rocked through, and it's raced away.
Yeah, I missed the third wicket, so I can't comment on that. But the first two, you're right, they just threw the shot way too early, weren't they?
They were.
Ball might
indeed.
have held in the pitch a little bit, but it's hard to know unless you're out there what the pitch is doing. So obviously we're still only 8 overs in, I think. So still new, still fresh, and that's just fine. Big shout out to Kent Women's #1 fan, Jay Steadman, who I know will be watching from home. Normally joining us here in the commentary box, but I'm sure he'll have the live stream on. And in fact, I think he might be going fishing today, so he might even have the stream on at the side of a lake. Where do you stand on that?
I quite like it. It's quite relaxing, isn't it?
Yes,
I've done fishing a
certainly.
couple of times.
So Jay, if you're watching, hello, we miss you. I think. So it will be Anderson to continue from the Crystal Palace end. As the seam bowls, that was shorter that time. Barnfather thought about playing at it, but pulled the bat away in the end.
Yeah, she's bowled brilliantly, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's just getting the line and length right, and it's making it hard to play. I think Kent have been a bit prone to trying to play at everything when they could just be leaving the ball alone. But yeah, as Anderson starts her run up again and bowls sort of straighter that time, still to that top of the stump's length. That's hard to get away, and Barnfather just pushes it to mid wicket for a second dot ball.
Yeah, it's she's bowled really well. You kind of get the impression that it's obviously doing a little bit. Obviously, caught behind and a couple of carrying through to second slip, but it's a good bit of bowling here.
Certainly is. As Anderson bowls, and that's driven at the top of the bounce from Elsa Barnfather, but the fielder at point does superbly there. I think that's Sarah Phillips. I can't quite tell, to be honest.
You need your glasses.
They only own sunglasses, and they definitely wouldn't work today.
Not today. We're hoping the sun will make an appearance, though.
Fingers are very crossed.
Again, still the 2 slips here.
For Anderson as she bowls. Hits Barnfather on the pad. First slip appealed ever so slightly at that one, but yeah, it wasn't really out, was it?
It's probably going down.
Just ever so slightly, maybe.
So you've watched a lot of women's cricket this year. How have you found the standing of fielding? I was talking to Liam earlier about the fact that I feel it's gone up a whole new level.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I remember with my sister working in women's cricket as well, going to sort of what was the Northern Diamonds a few years ago, and obviously that's now as Anderson bowls, and that's left alone by Barnfather. Obviously that's now Tier 1. But even from then, that must have been 2019, I think. The standards still improved from then, and I can only imagine what Tier 1 cricket's like now. Obviously there's still the odd misfield here and there, but you get that at all levels of cricket, don't you? But yeah, it's certainly impressive to watch, because obviously last week we saw some superb fielding from Northamptonshire when they came down.
Yeah, we were on comms together for that, wasn't we? And it was some brilliant catches.
And that's down the lead side, wide ball.
No, it's last week it was Ascot, wasn't it? It took the absolute
Yes.
screamer at mid wicket. That was sort of wrong footed, but stuck her right hand out, and it stuck to dismiss Isabella James. I spoke to her in the interval, and she was just still in shock. I think I didn't go for 4. She went, "How was that? How was that out?" I was like, "I know."
And Anderson to close out the over. And that's driven on the up, but through the gap at backward point. There's a chase on, but I think that's going to race away to the boundary for 4.
This is the rebuild that Kent needed and wanted. These two sort of finding themselves in the middle together. We've seen Amy Gordon hit 100 this year, and Elsa Barnfather with some big scores as well. So I'm sure they'll be looking to keep their contributions going.
Yeah, and a power play we've seen the men do multiple times this year, 30 odd for 3.
Indeed. However,
So they're certainly not a worrying position, I don't think. I think if these two can stick out at the crease for a little while longer, put on a few runs, they'll be more than happy with how this is going, I think.
yeah, indeed. I feel that looking for it from a Kent perspective, the rebuild's on, these two are settling. We saw last week from Northamptonshire, when you're in, runs sort of seem to come pretty quickly.
Yeah.
There was a slight collapse, but the two batters at the top of the order that did the damage, they went quite well. But from a Glamorgan perspective, even though Kent are rebuilding, there has still been some chances that have been created.
Yeah, I remember there was a sort of half chance in, I think it was the 3rd over at Backward Point that just got past the fielder. I feel like we've seen them taken quite a few times this season. So
Indeed.
yeah, it's certainly a good battle between bat and ball at the moment.
So the change of bowling now means that Emily Burke is going to start from the city end. And it is a city end because on a very, very lovely day, you can see the silhouette of the city from the balcony on the indoor centre.
Yeah, even from the slope next to the pavilion, I saw the Shard this morning, so that's nice.
Lovely.
Maybe. Depends if you like buildings.
If you're a big London fan, then I imagine it's a nice view. As Burke is in. That one there, just off the pads of Amy Gordon, but fine leg will do the work. So it'll be the 1 in the end. No slip anymore. Abby Freeborn comes out and goes to point. More of a backward point here, I must add. You've got Cobb down here at 3rd in front of us with the long sleeves, which I highly recommend today as it's very cold. Again, bowls this one, beats the outside edge straight into the gloves.
She's just tried to play that at the top of the bounce, hasn't she?
She has been a couple of that sort of just got through a little bit more. The spinner found it from that end as well.
Yeah, well, this near side to us is certainly the harder end of the wicket, I think. The other side's got a bit more grass on it in comparison.
Yeah, you were out there for the toss, weren't you? You saw the pitch up nice and close.
Yeah, certainly looks like a reasonable one to bat on. So
Burke in. This one again will be wide. Good take. Again, that sort of just didn't maybe get up as much, a bit lower. It's all happening.
I know. Think it's slow day in cricket, wouldn't you? But there's always something going on.
As Burke again starts her run back into Barnfather. This one off the back foot. Hits that straight to cover. Obviously with the gloves for Glamorgan today is Georgia Parfit. Her pastel blue gloves.
I like that a lot, actually. It has no link to the kit whatsoever, but I like it a lot.
You feel like it's trying to mirror the Kent kit. Burke is in. That one. Bit off the pad slightly.
I think it's just clipped the thigh pad on the way through.
No signal for the umpire. So it's hit something. As Burke goes back up to her run. Some people still finding their way to where to sit. I see a few camp chairs as well that have been set up around the ground. In comes Burke. Defence just out to cover again. Yeah, I'm a big fan of a camping chair at cricket.
Yeah?
I quite enjoy it.
You do that when you go as a spectator to the Spitfire ground. You go along the flat end, if you will, by the flats. Bring your own chair.
It's a good way. Burke's in. That one again misses everything straight into Parfit's gloves. And that is the end of the over. Kent are 32 for 3. Barnfather's on 9. And Gordon is almost symmetry, is also on 9 as well. So would you not go camping chair? Would you go like a grandstand, as I'm going to call it over here? Would you sit there?
It depends. if there's a good vibe going on, I'm all for that, to be honest. But I'm not opposed to a camping chair. I just think you just got to lug it around, don't you?
Oh, I feel like if you've got a good setup, though, it's generally
Oh,
quite good.
100%. I mean, we saw last Sunday, when I walked around the ground, I did a lap at the men's game, and there were some whole picnics and all sorts. They had like a full table, like spread. I thought, how can I get in with them? Fortunately, I was too scared to ask, so I just settled for the lovely burger from the burger van. I will admit it was very nice. Highly recommend it if you're there tomorrow, which you all should be. Tickets are only £1 for under 14s, as Anderson will continue. And that's just blocked back by Amy Gordon.
Yeah, 2 slips still in here for Anderson, which is a good move, as a lot has carried to second slip since they have entered the cordon. And I must say, obviously, Anderson starting her 5th over here. So big shift. Big shift. Again, as she starts her run.
And she'll bowl from the Palace end on the pads, but that's turned away nicely. That's very fine as well.
4 more.
She is.
That's 4 more there.
Yeah, very fine, that one from Amy Gordon. I don't know if she meant to get it that fine or not, but she won't complain. And another much needed boundary to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Again, we mentioned the rebuild happening here. Amy Gordon sort of laying her foundation, which is always promising to see. Especially as we know she can go on to score big runs.
Anderson will bowl that shorter and wide. Didn't look like it got up as much as she wanted there, but didn't really get across to that one, so it might not be a bad thing that she missed it, or else that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, you sort of think with 2 slips in and point hovering,
Yeah.
that back of a length cut shot could be slightly riskier if you don't quite time it. But how Amy Gordon plays is almost take the risk out of it. I'm going to try and hit the ball as hard as I can.
That's just blocked back there by Amy Gordon. I mean, I'd call it out of character. I haven't seen her block much this season. But it's nice to see her get in and get some bat on ball early on. I think she struggled in recent matches to actually make a start, so it's nice to see her hopefully back in the runs today.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see her sort of get the foundation and hopefully take her team here to a big total, and with support of Elsa Barnfather as well.
As Anderson will bowl full of that time on the pad, but no appeal. The wicket keepers let that one roll.
We hear a bit of movement here behind us.
A bit, yeah, this just caught the turn of the marquee on the way out. Caught me off guard.
The stand, there's a few people sitting in it now, don't they? Just
Yeah.
trying to keep warm and huddled together.
So Anderson will finish off the over, and that's driven, but point makes no mistake, and that's a dot ball to finish the over. Yeah, it's been a steady flow of people, I think, since the game started. I mean, there's a Glamorgan shirt over there, so hats off to them. That's a long way to travel. There's nice to see a few kids as well. Hopefully, getting inspired by these young athletes to sort of pick up the game themselves. That's what it's here for. So.
No, yeah, indeed. Obviously, blue Glamorgan shirts. They've made the journey, which I can enjoy. It's a long journey.
It's a long way.
Indeed.
Say that, it's longer to Canterbury, so.
I was about to say it's a bit closer.
I was to say it might be a little blessing in disguise.
Albeit about 60 minutes.
That's an hour.
It's an hour. In the grand scheme of things, maybe it's not that bad. It will be Emily Burke to continue from the city end. And it will be Elsa Barnfather to take strike. As she's in bowls. Driven. Straight up to mid-off. It's timed well. Yeah, as Liam was talking about earlier, that tense game we had in the Vitality Blast at Glamorgan. It was Kent came away with the win, but it was very, very close by the end. In bowls, just defended, tucked into the leg side. Again, lots of encouragement we can hear by the Glamorgan fielding unit.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed quite a lot this year, is that it's been very loud in the field for almost all the teams that I think we've had here.
No, indeed. This one driven hard into the gap, but the fielder will come around and do the work, so it'll just be the single in the end. But again, a good option there. You feel there might be a change coming from the Beckenham end, but I like to call it the Crystal Palace end.
It should be the Crystal Palace end.
Phil Anderson's bowled 6 overs now. Might be a potential change, but for now it is Emily Burke. Again, whipped off the legs there by Amy Gordon, but deep square leg does the work and we'll just tidy that one up.
Yeah, going at 3s now, Kent. It's always nice when the run rates are round number, I think. Maybe that's just me being a bit picky.
It's understandable.
The first plane of the afternoon is flying over.
Again, in bowls. Again, that goes down to fine leg. But that is returned nicely by Poppy Walker. Yeah, we spoke last week about being on a flight path here, so the afternoon, a less cloudier day.
Yeah, they're ruining all the fun, these clouds.
Yeah, a lot of planes pass over for your plane enthusiasts. This time bowls again. Straight, so that's been worked off the hip of Amy Gordon, and Walker does the work. Just a single. And that is the end of the over.
And the media tent lights the sun choice here. Chris Roberts has been in touch asking if both the Copers Cope Road and Wormsey Bridge Road entrances will be in use tomorrow. To answer the question, yes they will. So come along tomorrow. Kent Spitfires host Lancashire. Kids under 14 are £1. That's no better value, especially because we're in South London, or Metropolitan Kent as I get told to call it.
And there will be a change. It's almost like they heard me.
Almost.
And it'll be Walker.
If you shout a bit louder, they might, because noise does travel quite easily here, I think.
Yeah, so a change here from the Beckenham / Crystal Palace end.
The Kent bench do not like Country Road Take Me Home. Look, they are not enjoying it at all. That's, yeah.
We're getting some looks over here from the Kent bench. They're not a fan of the music.
Is it too soon? I think that's
It
the
could
question.
be.
Is it too soon for this? Sweet Caroline will be next, won't it? Let's be honest.
It's all going to be going off. But back to the cricket. Walker is going to start from the Crystal Palace end.
And that's leg spin. And that's cut nicely through the covers. I can't see if there's a fielder, but the applause tells me otherwise. 4 runs. Sorry, the edge of the tent was in the way. I couldn't see if there was
It's a great
fielder out
shot.
there. It was a
Timed
lovely shot.
off the back foot, timed well.
Just a bit short there from Walker. Obviously, you always did the first 2 or 3 balls as a loosener, you know. Find your range as a bowler. And
I don't think it's a bad move being on the spinner here, though.
no, not at all. This, as was mentioned earlier, this was the end that saw 4 very quick wickets last Saturday, all left arm finger spin, so it would be the same as the leg spinner.
Yeah, indeed, and obviously Porter picking up wickets as well, and yeah, feels like a good move here from Glamorgan. Just
Certainly does.
get your line and your length, and settle in.
Walker will toss this one up a bit fuller this time. That's edged. I didn't even see there was a slip there because the keeper was in the way from my angle, and they'll take 2 there, Kent. That's a much better length there from Walker. Just a little bit fuller. Bit of a tempter, I think, that one.
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised here to see a bit of bounce as well.
And Amy Gordon's not one to shy away from a big hit. I think it's fair to say. So this could go miles if she gets a hold of one as Walker bowls. And just pats that one back, almost rolled back onto the stumps there, but got a foot in the way.
So as you will see, Abby Freeborn is going to come in and slip here.
She's definitely moved wider than she was when that edge went, because I can see her now. As Walker will bowl again from the Palace end, and just patted back again. Seems to be in still in rebuild mode here, Amy Gordon, which is I think music to the 10 ears, if you will, to use that phrase.
Yeah, indeed. You feel, don't you, that sort of that's the area they want to bowl?
So it will be Walker to continue. That's tossed up a little bit fuller that time. I think that's a very good length. I think that was a little bit further out leg side as well, so she gets that turn and that could beat the outside edge.
You almost want to square Amy Gordon up here slightly, don't you? There, slip in play, etc.
Yeah, I think the risk is though, if you try and square her up and you drop it too short, it's just going to get pulled away, but you do have cover out on the boundary. As Walker will finish the over here. Short and wide outside off stump, cut through. There is a sweeper this time,
It should
and
be. And it's 4.
4.
Just gets underneath the fielder there.
No,
Diving effort.
I lost it again behind the tent, sorry. Oh, 50 up. There we go, 50 for 3 off 14, so they've picked it up, obviously, since the early 3 wickets. The Kent bench still do not look amused at this music choice. But what's quite amusing is they looked at us like we have any control. We have nothing to do with it, so they can put up with it.
You get the impression we're getting a few looks by the Kent bench here to feel that we control the music, but we do not.
It is quite loud though.
It is.
There are now speakers above the groundsman's hut, and I'm sure they weren't there last weekend.
I feel we should just run confirmation to the Kent bench that we do not control the music.
I think we'll tell Liam on the way back.
But it will be Emily Burke to continue here from the City end, and it will be Barnfather to face up. As that one there is just whipped very fine, and it will run away for 4, and that is 4 wides. Now that, originally I thought was off the bat, but I've been proven very wrong. And it is 4 wides. Keeper standing up as well. It's always a tough one as it just sort of skims the batter.
Yeah, it looked like it might have clipped something on the way through, but evidently not. And much welcome freebies there for the hosts.
Yeah, indeedy.
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 The former Leicester centre defensive midfielder. Great player.
Yeah, how many people names can you get dropped during the stint on commentary? As Burke is back in. And that one there'll be another wide.
Good work from the keeper there to get across to that one. That was a much fuller, almost a Yorker length there. So he's done well. You should appreciate that one, I think, as a wicket keeper.
I always say that the keepers' union stands strong together, and the keeper can do no wrong.
Wow! Until they drop a catch.
And that one there is just hit into the leg side from Barnfather. It'll be the single. I'm sure the bowlers' union will also stick together as well. I feel you have to stick together well, and especially when you're in a position that's pretty specialised. Only one of you in the team can do it, generally out the 11. So, yeah, stick together. As Burke is back in. This one, again, a very big swing by Amy Gordon, but it goes straight into the gloves of the keeper. That was the one you were talking about.
Yeah. That also didn't look like it got up as much as Amy Gordon wanted. I think she played like it was going to be a nice short ball so she could throw her hands at it and cash in, hopefully, but it just sort of looked like it died a little bit.
Indeed. Again, that one's just played up nicely into the leg side.
Yeah, it's the same pitch as last week, so it's used wicket. Must have got a good 75 overs in last week, if not more.
Yeah.
So
You feel the used wicket might go in the spinner's favours. This one driven hard, but that's straight to, I think it's Gammon at cover for no run.
there must be a thing with sky blue and Glamorgan, so she's got light blue arm sleeves on. So I wonder if that's like a secondary colour that we don't know about.
Would that explain the pastel blue keeping gloves as
Yeah,
well?
it must do.
That one again off the legs to deep square. Just be the one.
I know that Glamorgan's T20 kit does have a dash of sky blue in it, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder if they're that's sort of like a secondary colour for, well, a bit like maroon is for Kent, if you know what I mean.
Now we speak a lot about the jazzy kits of the cricketing world. Spurks back in. That one again, carbon copy of the ball before. Just works out to deep square. I think we were speaking last week, weren't we, about the best kits on the circuit, obviously minusing the Kent kit, of course. Leicester are up there. I quite like the Glamorgan kit. I don't mind the yellow and the navy.
It's very smart, I think. It's very classy. I like the badge that has the sort of circle around it as well.
And you will see the Kent partnerships now. I think it's 48 between these two, so it's growing nicely. And it will be Walker to continue the leg spinner.
Best kit on the circuit, though. Leicestershire have gone rogue this year, and I quite like it.
Yeah, I like the Leicestershire kit. I think in Women's League 2, I think that's the best kit. But if you're looking at all the kits overall, where would you go?
I like Derbyshire's one-day cup kit. It's quite random, I know. But I think it's very, very nice.
If you have a favourite kit and you're listening at home, let us know what your favourite kit is, and we'll read it out.
Yeah, we certainly will. Or if there's anything not kit related as well, we do still accept anything. As Walter will bowl from the Crystal Palace in uppish, but that's gone through the gap at point, and no need to risk the second there. I'm not sure Barnfather was interested in turning back around, so they'll take a single.
Where do you stand on the Somerset kit having a batting top and a fielding top? Do you quite like it? I'm a fan.
I'm not, to be honest. I really confused me when I first saw it as water, but that's tossed up much fuller that time. And that's just pushed to cover. It's cover, backward point, sorry, that's not even near cover. Blonde day. I'm still thinking about the Somerset kits. Yeah, it's not for me.
Is it not? I quite enjoy it. I enjoy the pink as well.
I like the pink, I just don't like changing. As water bowls this time almost bowled around the legs there. That was interesting.
All happened there, didn't it? But
obviously clipped a bit of Amy Gordon on the. Oh, she's rubbing her thigh, so it must have hit the thigh pad on the way through.
No theatrics though from Glamorgan, so obviously nothing to ask the question about.
This water will bowl again, and that's just pushed to point. Yeah, when we played Somerset at the Spitfire ground, it really confused me when they were all pink in the first innings and black in the second innings. But hey, it's new and fair enough. As water bowls, that's driven to cover. No damage done.
I think it's not too dissimilar, is it, to football having, a home kit, an away kit, and a third kit. It's not too dissimilar to having the Somerset two options.
Yeah, we'll pick this up in a second as Walter will bowl again, and that's Amy Gordon goes big all the way for 6.
It's a very good song choice here.
Yeah,
for the 6.
They don't look too disappointed with that one. It's getting cold though, as the decision is here. Yeah, back to our kit conversation. So I'm quite invested in it. I'm quite surprised there's not home and away kits in cricket.
Yeah, I think I'd quite enjoy it.
I'd be all over that, to be honest.
Maybe that's Somerset's thinking. They can't have a home and away kit, so we'll just do a batting top and a fielding kit as well.
And fair enough to them. Innovators. I'm sure they'll appreciate being called innovators.
And that does bring up the 50 partnership here for Alistair Barnfather and Amy Gordon. So again, 66 for 3. Kent are in a far better position than they were probably about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, certainly. And Amy Gordon's been leading the charge. If you're 32 or 40 at the moment, that's some impressive striking so far, and not really taking any unnecessary risks, which is always nice to see if you're the coach and stuff, I'm sure.
So Katie Cobb is going to come in now from the City end to replace Emily Burke. You feel again turning to spin both ends probably is a good option. It's probably created more of the chances.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if we might see spin for the next 20 odd overs, to be honest. They just sort of power through it.
Again, she's in this time, bit of turn and bounce.
Yeah, it did get up a lot, didn't it?
A bit of something in here to first ball that Cobb's bowled.
Torn on the cob.
I think that might be stretching for a pun.
Yeah, I'll write on it.
Barnfather just resets herself here. Driven nicely, but Gavin will do the work, so there'll be no run in there. She's fielded brilliantly, even when we played her away at Glamorgan. One of the standout fielders from what I saw. And she's back in again. Drop short. Again, straight into the keeper's glove. She's missed out on that one. Good take by the keeper.
That bounced a long way.
It did. Cobb's quite tall herself, so a bit of bounce as well, but again, good bit of bowling. Again, a shout for stumping. Mal's been unmoved.
That's very nearly the perfect spinner's delivery, isn't it?
It
Beat the
is.
outside edge and let the keeper do the work, but she just got her foot back in time. It's
So
been a very impressive full balls here from Club.
the left arm spinner is always quite productive and makes an impact, as you can see here, as there's 3 deliveries that have played and missed that. So Liv Barnes last week for Kent was the pick of the bowlers, left arm spinner. I think Katie Cobb is going to try and copy and paste what she did last week.
Wouldn't surprise me.
In again this time, big stride forward from Barnfather, and that's a good over from Glamorgan, just trying to take control of the game. So it is still 66 for 3. It was a maiden, if I'm not. It was a maiden. Very good over. Wish I could bowl that.
It'd be a bonus if you could, and you'd be a wicket keeper that can bat and bowl.
Just do it all.
The hat trick.
I think I'd like to be that player, but I'm nowhere near being that player.
You got the winter to work on it.
Might just start bowling some office and see what happens.
Why not? If you get put on pitches like this, you'll be able to. Very, very beneficial to the spinners, as we've seen so far.
Bowl my 10 overs, take the gloves back and open the batting. Proper cricket. Anyway.
Water will continue, and that's just patted back by Amy Gordon.
So if Kent had a home and away kit to carry this conversation, because I quite enjoyed it, what would it be? So take away the T to Vitality Blast kit, sky blue kit here. What would our away kit be?
And that's a big shout for LBW. Given that's a slow finger raise by the umpire. As I was told earlier, very dramatic, and I liked it. Looked a great shout from where we are. And Amy Gordon, that's quite a soft way to go. I think she was seeing the ball really nicely, hitting it well, and just sort of stepped across one and tried to sweep it, but unfortunately missed out and has to depart for a well-made 32, I think, in the circumstances at least.
Yeah, I think the rebuild there from Barnfather and Gordon was very much needed from a Kent perspective, and they got the 50 partnership, and there's a platform there now, 66 for 4. Probably not what Kent wanted, however there's a start, isn't there?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, looking at the next batter,
Coco
going to be
Streets,
striding out. Yeah, it'll be Coco Streets to take Amy Gordon's place.
Yeah, the match winner at Glamorgan last time these two teams played, I think. Was it 40 something or other off? Not a lot.
It was indeed. So probably a good time to just run you through the loans of today. We've obviously spoken about the Kent loans being Megan Sturge and Jemima Spence today. Obviously no Liv Barnes. And the loans from Glamorgan, we mentioned Abby Freeborn being on loan from Warwickshire. We also mentioned that Anderson is on loan from Somerset, and Porter is on loan from was it Warwickshire as well?
Yep.
So 2 loans from Warwickshire, 1 loan from Somerset. It's loan central.
Yeah, it's good to see the young players able to get some cricket at a good standard, even if they're not getting picked for their main counties, if you know what I mean. So
yeah, it's good to see, like I said, the good standard of the cricket as well. We've seen obviously Megan Sturge has had some big contribution with the bat for Kent.
Yep.
And obviously we've seen a pretty good bowling display so far from the two loanees for Glamorgan. So it will be Walker to continue as Coco Streets just takes her mark. And then soon as well I'll be departing, but before I go we'll run you through the scores that are heading around the country currently.
Probably have time to sneak it in now, I think.
Might not be a bad chance. So Gloucestershire are taking on Yorkshire. Yorkshire are batting first and they are 63 for 1 off of 14. And
That Water will bowl. That's almost a carbon copy, but that one looked a little bit more down the lead side.
and Leicestershire are taking on Middlesex. Middlesex are batting and they are 81 for 2 off of 18. We'll keep you updated with them scores throughout the day.
And Water will bowl driven by Coco Streets just to the cover fielder for a double.
Yeah, again, it's sort of Coco rebuilding here, isn't it, with Barnfather?
And she flicks that one into the lead side. Oh, it pops up off one of the practice wickets over the fielder. That's quite unfortunate for the visitors, but Kent will take a single.
As there's, I would say a couple of changes, but people are just moving in the ring rather than up to the boundary. That's Barnfather again.
Ooh.
That'd be wide, won't it? Just did sort of Barnfather moved across the crease slightly and just pushed down.
Yeah, it looks like Water's trying to get this one to pitch on lead stump and turn on towards off stump and even beating the outside edge here. So she's bowling very, very leg sidey, but it's worked so far. As she'll bowl the final ball of the over. And that looked like she almost she played at it, but it also looked like she went to leave it.
And I will be departing to make way for Liam Knight, and I will see you soon, Nick. And if you do think of that away kit, let me know when I come back on comms.
Hot pink. So yeah, the cloud remains at Beckenham. As Cobb will be ready to bowl her second over after a maiden first up. It's a bit chilly here. I've got nothing else to say. Hi Liam.
Hello, Nick.
Are you well?
Yeah, I did a little lap around the ground.
I
Nice little
noticed.
walk.
What have you got to report?
Saw a few of the Crystal Palace Academy lads going into that giant hangar of a building over there.
Any insight? You see a new signing perhaps, like deadline day style?
They look very young, so if they are in the first team, they'll be very good. A few kids playing cricket on the bank as well.
That's nice to see. Cobb tosses that one up. That's a full top. The first real loose delivery from Cobb, and that'll be a single out to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, saw the wicket of Amy Gordon fall on my lap round. We heard Yabba Dabba Doo from Fred Flintstone when they reached their 50 partnership, and we thought they would be the bedrock of this innings.
That's
but
good. And
not
Cobb.
to be.
Oh, is that? Oh,
Given us a wide.
given us a wide. That looked like it might have caught a glove on the way. Oh, I thought it caught a glove on the way through, but I couldn't see. The wicketkeeper looked adamant as well.
So we're not quite behind the bowler's arm here, are we? And they're bowling from the end opposite to where we're sat.
No, as first slip went across, it sort of blocked my view of what that might have hit as Cobb will bowl again, and that's just blocked by Elsa Barnfather. Yeah, the music choices has been strong, but
You
not
struggled then, didn't you?
not fully appreciated by the Kent bench that we can see from our position here. They weren't best pleased when John Denver came on, and that's a full toss driven through the cover. That's a lovely shot from Elsa Barnfather, and she'll pick up a 4.
Yeah, I spoke to Megan Sturge on my way around. She said, "Why are we playing depressing music?" And I suddenly realised that she probably wouldn't have been in the generation that have heard Country Roads before.
Even I know Country Roads.
So quite a young Kent side. I assured her that it is a banger, so I think we're all good now.
Maybe we just need to play it a few times today just to really drill it in. That's top ball. Yorker length that time. That's just dug out by Elsa Barnfather. Yes, probably much more tuned into pop music of today.
Yeah, they've gone a bit quiet at the minute because it was swinging back into Kent's favour, but
Top drops that one short, and that's punched through to the deep cover fielder for a single.
yeah, Glamorgan back on top now. I think they made their early breakthroughs and they broke that partnership that was worth over 50 runs. So Glamorgan back in the driving seat in this match, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And you just think one more wicket and they'll be alright in this game. And that's popped up there. Might have hit a crack. So that turned and bounced a lot.
Almost commentator's curse.
I avoided it last week. I don't know if you remember, but I said, I can't remember who it was, but played a nice shot and I said this next one's going to be even better, and it was.
It was, yeah, I do remember that one.
So
end of the 19th over. Kent are 75 for 4. My name's Liam. I'm here with Nick. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Get in touch with us today on X at Kent Cricket. Drop us a message where you're listening in from, or alternatively, you can email us at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk.
yeah, it'd be good to hear from you. I know there'll be a few people watching that we know, so if they want to get in touch as well, they're more than welcome to.
So Walker comes in from the Beckenham end again then, tossed up that one. And it's just popped over the edge of Barnfather's bat.
It looks like she wanted to drive that one and then sort of pulled out at the last minute, so it's sort of half a shot made it look quite weird actually.
Yeah, we said earlier that last week this was the end that spin rained from, and Liv Barnes took a fair few wickets from the Beckenham end. Walker comes in again. It just goes past the edge. I don't think Barnfather was trying to play that one. She was just guessing the line and the length for that one and played safely past the line. There seems to be a giant balloon.
Is that a 40?
Is that a 40? Walker comes in again with her leg spin, and that's turned but played nicely off their legs by Barnfather. They get a single. Yeah, where better to spend your 40th birthday than the County Ground Beckenham watching Kent women?
I was just about to say that if you're 40 years old and you're seeing those coming, you do not want them to come towards you. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's dangerous getting close for me as well, so I don't want it to get anywhere near them.
Maybe it is just a few years early for you. Who knows?
So Walker then comes in, jogs in past the umpire. That's tossed up again. That's very full. And Streets digs that one out. And it goes to the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, this will be interesting to watch where these end up. Heading towards the grandstand. So element of surprise for anyone sat in the grandstand. They won't see it coming.
No, and I think if they stay behind the bowler's arm, we could be in trouble here. That's swept nicely by Streets from the bowling of Walker. They'll get one for it. There is a fielder out there. Turns down a second.
Look, the balloons are ruining the surprise. They're peeking out around the stand and the people have stood plenty far enough behind it. Oh, here they go. There is cricket going on, we promise.
Try and get some information on those massive 40 balloons. Walker comes in again then. Tossed up again. Slightly shorter, very slightly shorter. It goes out to point, there's no run.
There's a large group of people sat away from everyone else. And I wonder if they're chuckling. I think there's a laugh going on from the gentleman in the red button-up shirt. I think we have a 40th birthday here. Can we put a request into the DJ?
Yes, I have also asked Molly, who should be doing a lap around the ground now, as what the significance of those balloons are. They're a lovely bronzy sort of colour.
Yeah, certainly are. I think we've got a birthday on our hands here. I think we need to. Have we got a cake? No, we don't, do we? So it will be top to continue from the far side. That's a full toss pulled away to the deep mid wicket fielder for run.
We'll just say again, we apologise for the stream quality last week. We worked really hard this week to get it more stable, and hopefully you're seeing a much more stable picture, and we're coming through slightly clearer on the sound as well.
And in time.
And in time. You did check that earlier, didn't
Yeah,
you?
it sounded okay to me.
Perfect.
As Todd will bowl this one, and that's just patted back again by Elsa Barnfather. Yeah, a lot of hard work's gone into it to hopefully fix that problem for this week. So we thank you for your patience here at Beckenham.
She can hear the wind in our effects, Mike.
As Todd bowls, and that's punched to cover, no run.
Yeah, elsewhere then Middlesex women are 94 for 2 in the 22nd over against Leicestershire Foxes, and Yorkshire women are 71 for 1 in the 19th against Gloucestershire.
And Elsa Barnfather rocks back and misses the cut. That's sort of promising issue of Glamorgan. I think they'll be happy with beating the outside edge at this stage.
Yeah, a few of these tactics employed by Glamorgan have tried to get that cut shot, and it's sort of darted back into the bat to try and get the edge.
And
Like
that's
that.
a lovely delivery. Yeah, well done. Almost like you know your stuff.
I try.
Yeah, it's a perfect spinner's delivery, that one. Tossed up, attempted the drive and beat the outside edge.
Yeah, one off the over so far. Another good over from Glamorgan.
And Todd will start her walk in and bowls. Shorter and cut, I would say, to deep cover for a single. It's another good over from a Glamorgan point of view, just 2 from it. And yeah, it's yeah, so 55 partnership between Amy Gordon and Elsa Barnfather. This one's creeping into double digits now. I think, would you say this is sort of the big partnership now from a Kent point of view?
Yeah, I think there's not much to come after these pair, is there? So I think Kent's tail is quite long. So
Yeah.
we're hoping for these two to dig in a little bit. Barnfather's shown it already with Amy Gordon, and she'll now face off against Walker, coming in from the Beckenham end again. Going towards the City end with the shard slightly obscured at the moment, and that's left alone by Barnfather. There's no run. Yeah, usually you can see, you can quite just about see.
I can see Anne building.
Yes, I think it's part of Canary Wharf just behind us. That's why it's the City end, because you can see the city. Very, very long meeting to decide that name as Walker comes in again. That's swept away nicely by Barnfather. Should get at least 1 for it. Very good diving stop on the rope to stop it going for 4. They'll get 2, and that's some good fielding from Glamorgan.
Yes, but rugby stall on Wednesday. Guess what the ends were called there?
You were there, so enlighten me.
The north and the south.
Oh wow,
Real gripping.
Absolutely, and being in the Midlands as well, it literally is the north and the south.
It means more.
So Walker comes in again then. Beats the edge of Barnfather. That's a good delivery.
So yeah, and I did double check, and it was north and south. They were correct.
Did you enjoy your little trip up there?
I did, yeah. Apart from the result, it was quite unfortunate for the Kent point of view. They had phases where they were really good, and they showed the promise that we know they can deliver. But
so Walker's in again, and that's nicely played by Barnfather.
yeah, as Adam Hollier said in his post-match, it probably was a good toss to win. I think Taz Ali bowled very well for Warwickshire, taking 5 wickets.
He took 5 in the game before at rugby as well, didn't he? So he likes playing there. So Walker's in again then. It's tossed up, but right behind it is Barnfather. I don't think they're going to take any risks from Walker.
Now that one looked like the googly, I think, which is why it didn't trouble her as much. I think she picked it up quite early and got right behind that one.
Balloon watch. There's another balloon over there now. So 3 balloons in the main stand.
A hat trick.
Walker comes in again. That's slightly shorter. Cut away. I'll get 1 for it. There is a fielder on the boundary sweeping up. And it'll just be the 1. So at the end of the over, Kent are 82 for 4.
3 of the best. It made them pay. Yes, our roving reporter will hopefully be making her way around there.
Yeah, I can see Molly. Just a couple of, what would you call the gaps between the seats? Gangways away?
Staircases.
Staircases, that's more like it. Yeah, she's 2 away, so I'm sure we'll get the lowdown from her when she returns later on. As Barnfather and Streets punch gloves in the middle. And Cobb will continue, so spin is taking over here at Beckenham right now.
As it did last week.
Exactly, yeah.
I've done the research. More than have. As Cobb bowls. And that's another full toss, I think, and that's just whipped away to mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, Middlesex have now passed the 100-run mark in their match. No wickets have fallen in either of the other games.
Tobb starts up again and bowls this one. Toto Streets goes back onto the back foot and just blocks it back. Yeah, the league leaders Middlesex, if I'm not mistaken, up in Leicestershire today.
They've been very good this year, haven't they?
They've been superb. And Toto Streets drives that one, but straight to the fielder.
Saskia Hawley currently 45 not out from 44 with 7 boundaries, so starting to motor away our Middlesex.
In the runs again. And Tobb bowls, and that's just patted back by Toto Streets.
Are you alright without a jumper on?
I'm a bit chilly.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
I found my jumper in the back of the car.
And again, just blocked back with yeah, I thought it was going to be sunny today, and I was very wrong. But alas, I'm surviving.
Matt from Sports Radar to our right is currently shivering.
He's got trousers on as well, though. So, and Streets sweeps that one, but straight to mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, I've gone for the whole summer holiday look here, and it hasn't paid off so far, but there's still loads of time.
There is, yeah, and the clouds are slightly less dark now, so hopefully the warmth will come through. The forecast for tomorrow is sunshine, so I think if you come in a similar outfit tomorrow, Nick, you'll be alright.
Yes, that's the plan, but we'll find out in due course.
So the scoring rate is now going down again, and Glamorgan are starting to get a stranglehold on this innings yet again, so they'll carry on with Walker from the Beckenham end, and spin at both ends seems to be working for them right now. The run rate for Kent is only just over 3.6, so manageable from a Glamorgan point of view, and I think Kent, they'll look to stick around for a few more overs, and then they're going to have to start going, aren't they, Nick?
Yeah, and there's the 8 old adges of W score after 30, so...
Absolutely, so Walker's in again then, and that's swept away. Beats the fielder, and it will get 4 more, so valuable runs for Kent at the start of this over. They've weathered the storm a little bit over the last 3 or 4 overs, and now they're looking to try and add some more to the scoreboard. That 100-run mark is now in sight for Kent with 4 wickets down. Yeah,
that's a nice shot by Toto Streets as well. Just waited a little bit further to get it behind square leg, and a much needed boundary, I think. If they can try and sneak towards 100 for the drinks break and then really crack on afterwards, they should be able to put themselves in a good position.
So how does Walker respond to being hit for 4 first ball? She comes in and that's slightly quicker, and it's swept again in the air almost, and it's gone for 4. The fielder was in play there at backward square, short backward square, but it's gone through her. It was a difficult chance to try and stop that one. It did go at quite a rate, and that's 4 more, so 8 off 2 balls in this over, and Coco Street's moved on to 13 from 15 deliveries. And Kent will be looking forward to reaching that 100-run mark, I think, Nick, without losing any more wickets.
Yeah, and if Toto Streets carries on as she started, Glamorgan will be happy to see the back of her after today, I'm sure.
Yeah, in comes Walker again then to Coco Streets. She's tried to hit out at that one. She's come down at it, and there's a stumping shout, and it's not given. She looked like she didn't move her back foot, so...
First slips in utter disbelief.
You would be. You've taken 4 wickets. You want that 5th one, and...
Yeah, it was one of them where the keeper didn't quite take the bails off straight away and just waited for maybe a little wiggle of the back foot, but umpire says no.
Yeah, umpire on moves there at square leg. In comes Walker again. Bowls, and that's driven out to the cover fielder for no run. I mean, Molly's not doing a very good job of being our roving reporter, is she? She's still talking to the people in the stand and hasn't seen what the balloons are for, as that comes in again, Walker, and it's played respectfully out by Streets for no run.
Yeah, you see, if our very good colleague Jay Stedman was here today, he'd have been over there and back already.
We have news from the front.
Wow.
We'd like to wish a very happy 40th birthday to Dee, who's here today.
And that's cut by Toto Streets past the cover fielder to the sweeper for a single.
And we'll see if we can get our resident DJ Rob Howard to give them a shout out. If you'd like to please wow us with your knowledge of the County Ground Beckenham. You've been here a couple of times now, haven't you, Nick?
I have been here twice before today. It's a lovely ground. Everyone should come tomorrow. Under 14s are only £1. A nice reduced price for adults as well compared to the T20 Blast. And again, it's probably some of the best value days out in South London / Metropolitan Kent, as you'll tell me to call it. So anyone in the area should definitely consider it. It's a lovely day out, as the Spitfires going to host Lancashire. It's going to be a thriller, I think, as Cobb will continue the left arm spin from the far end, and that's driven to cover for a dot ball. The media tent is shaking for whatever reason.
I think the wind is slightly lifting it up a little bit.
That's concerning, as Cobb will bowl. And that's blocked up by Toto Street. And Plane Watch is back on, ladies and gentlemen. It is back. That is in British Airways A321 coming back from Europe.
You haven't even looked at your phone for that one, Nick.
And Street digs out the auto. Yeah.
So you are listening.
We will carry on with the cricket, I think.
You're listening to myself, Liam, and the human flight radar, Nick, at the County Ground Beckenham.
As Cobb bowls misses the sweep shot, Toto Street. Yeah, I found a feature on Flight Radar yesterday where you can turn on an alert for any plane that sports 7700, which is the emergency one. So you can then track the planes that are in a bit of a spot of bother. So that was quite enjoyable yesterday.
So Cobb's in again. Oh.
And that beats the outside edge of Toto Streets. It's that perfect line and length, isn't it? And if you get a bit of spin, the bat will be in trouble. And we've seen that quite a few times now from Cobb. And there we go, she connects with the sweep there, straight to deep backwards square leg for a single.
Yeah, just the one off it, so end of the over. 94 for 4 our Kent women after winning the toss and choosing to bat. And we're at the halfway point, so the players will have a quick drink as the 40 balloons rustle away in the main stand.
What's the betting one of those gets blown away later on?
Yeah, it's a windy day here and they are struggling in the wind. So the players will go off for a drink. As a couple of the Kent coaches and physio are just having a bit of a conflab just in front of us.
Oh, what? Oh,
that's your new word of the day.
Conflab.
Conflab.
I assume that means conversation.
It does, yeah.
Bosh.
And that is either a very young Glamorgan physio or a family member of one of the umpires.
I think it could be, as I did see them sat outside the pavilion earlier on. But hey, they're getting hydrated, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
That's an embraer.
You are listening to the Kent Cricket live stream live from the County Ground Beckenham. My name's Liam, I'm here with Nick, and we'd like to thank Cluberly for their support of our live stream this year. The first year that we've been able to live stream every single Kent Women home match in both the Metrobank One Day Cup and the Vitality Blast, so hopefully you've all been keeping up to date with match action across our live streaming and social media channels that Nick is in charge of.
And in more important news, there was that birthday announcement that we have been longing for here in the press tent.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday.
And the crowd went mild as well.
I think one person clapped.
So the umpires are back and the Kent batters are making their way back to the middle. They're all going to look like they're having a little team talk at the moment.
I think I'd imagine it's just how can we stay on top, how can we not let this get away. Just Toto Streets has started her innings very nicely, so I think it would be crucial for the visitors here to really get an early wicket after this break and push on.
So let's have a look at scores on the doors elsewhere then. So Middlesex women are now 124 for 2 away at Leicestershire, and Yorkshire women are 90 for 1 away at Gloucestershire as well. So the away teams are both batting first in those other fixtures in this Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2. And here at the County Ground Beckenham, Kent women who won the toss and elected to bat first are 94 for 4 after 25 overs. They'll be looking to put on more than they did last week against Northamptonshire Steelbacks, where they put on 163. But it was a tight finish, wasn't it, Nick?
Certainly was. At one point, it looked like Kent might have been able to sneak back into pole position. Liv Barnes took 4 very quick wickets, which really gave the visitors sort of a breath of life, really. And Northamptonshire did look a bit shaky even towards the end, but annoyingly 5 wides and a misfield just took the game away. And from there, it was never going to be able to be pulled back, which was quite unfortunate.
It's worth mentioning again Beth Ascott's catch.
Yeah, it has been mentioned already, and it's always worth a mention because that was a stunner.
Yeah, absolutely stunning catch at what was probably sort of mid-wicket region, pulled away. She took a half step to her right, stuck her hand out like Neo from the Matrix, and just calmly as you like, stuck her hand out, ball stuck, not even in like a ricochet or a sound or anything. And the Northants players didn't even celebrate for a split second because they couldn't believe that it had happened. So
I couldn't believe that it
I
happened.
don't think any of us could. And quite rightly, they then mobbed her for a brilliant catch. She took a few good catches in that game, did Ascot.
Northamptonshire as a whole did, to be fair. They all fielded incredibly well. So
Yeah, you said with Molly earlier that the fielding standard's gone up quite a bit this year. As this is a change of bowling at the Beckenham end. Sarah Phillips coming back on.
I've just looked, and our friends over at Bromley Football Club are at home to Fleetwood Town today.
Yeah, not far from here is Bromley FC. So Phillips, another spinner from Glamorgan, comes on.
Sarah Phillips, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Resident at Cardiff Metropolitan University. Fun fact.
In she comes to bowl then. That's darted in. That's a quicker action than we've seen from the other spinners from Glamorgan. There'll be no run. Defended by Coco Streets.
Yeah, it's darted in that one, wasn't it? Ow.
We have seen that the loopy spin has done quite well today, so it'll be interesting to see how this more sort of slingy action works. Phillips comes in again then. That's quick again, but pulled away nicely by Streets, and she'll get 1 for this. Defended at long on.
Keeper went for the old long barrier there and it popped over. That's probably why she's a wicket keeper and not an outfielder. I've asked that before.
Must be a good wicket keeper though to wear those gloves.
Oh, 100%. We were saying earlier we really rate it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely love it. So Phillips concedes her first run today.
Half-Father takes a guard again. First ball after drinks. For the Kent number 4? 5.
On fiver.
Barn fiver. Maybe.
Comes Phillips again then. That's a full toss and it's pulled away and it beats 1 fielder. Will it beat 2? It does it. It reached the rope. That was a decent strike from Barnfather, who cashed in on the full toss. She moves on to 28 from 54. She's been watchful so far, but a few boundaries now coming for Kent.
That absolutely flew to the rope, didn't it? That was
yeah.
Whacked with authority.
Yeah, it went past 2 fielders, so picked nicely the gap. Kent move on to 99 for 4 in the 26th. As Barnfather takes her guard again, and Phillips comes in and bowls, and that's slightly slower delivery that time, and Barnfather will drive that one out, and it will be fielded inside the ring, but they will get 1 for it.
Sort of not a bad sign from Kent here, just keeping the strike moving and then picking up on the bad balls if they sort of appear.
Yeah, 100 up for Kent. I'll be pleased that they've still got batters in the hutch, because last week it was very much the tail.
Oh!
They got the runs as the IPL trumpet plays to rapturous applause at the counting ground back, and especially from Matt Willis to my right.
I did see James Hockley with a little clap there. I assume that was about the audio.
So in comes Phillips again then from the Beckenham end. That's shorter and that's pulled away nicely
Spin
by Streets. Ooh. And fielded well in the deep. And I'll only get 1 for it and move on to 101 for 4.
Our roving reporter has not roved in about 5 overs now.
A very popular lady is Molly. Phillips darts that one in. Goes towards the pads. It kept a little bit low and it's defended nicely by Barnfather for no run.
yeah, much better area that time, I think, from Phillips.
So end of the over then. And Kent are 101 for 4.
If Megan Sturge wasn't a fan of John Denver, she certainly won't be a fan of this.
Some 90s bangers, 90s Indies bangers, as we're getting a glare across from Megan Sturge on the bench.
But as I've rightly mentioned earlier, it's not us.
No, it's not us today. Usually we're the ones behind the random WWE themes thrown into the mix.
As Todd will toss that one up and Streets drives nicely, and they'll take a single to mid-off and throws a little bit offline, so no stress there.
Yorkshire have lost another wicket at Bristol. They're now 100 for 2 after 24 overs.
For 2 was going nicely there. Not too far off the score here, just 2 less wickets, so Todd will bowl again. That's driven straight to cover. They won't bother with a single that time. It's not getting any warmer, which is quite concerning. And Cobb will bowl bit short of that time, and that's been cut to cover. No run. We're going to have a very, very, very special guest at the end of this over, but I think we should leave it as the element of surprise. As Cobb gets ready at the top of her mark and bowls again to Coco Street, and that's pushed to point. No run. Sounds like a helicopter. Can't hear it. Can't see it though, sorry, so that's unfortunate. Oh no, I thought that was our roving reporter moving, but no. Coco Street cuts this one through the gap at cover, but the fielder on the boundary makes up good ground to hold it to a single.
Slight misfield as the ball comes in, but no damage done.
No damage done indeed. Right, final ball of Cobb's over. 5.5 for 15 so far, which is a superb effort. Probably unfortunate not to have a wicket. I thought that was it then, to be honest, when I saw it beat the bat.
That's popped up, hasn't it?
I survived the commentator's curse another day, as I'm going to make way. Been a pleasure.
Thank you, Nick. We'll be hearing from Nick again later on in the day. My name's Liam. We are here at the County Ground Beckenham to watch Kent women against Glamorgan women in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2. We'd like to thank Cluberly for their support of our live stream this year, as our special guest prepares to enter the fray. It'll be Phillips continuing from the Beckenham end. 7 runs conceded from her first over. As she comes in, bowls. Nearly finds the edge there. Was that an edge? We'll find out from the umpire. And will it reach the rope? It doesn't quite. It's mopped up. The umpire will signal nothing. So the edge was found there, but safe. Now I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Matt Willis.
Well, good afternoon.
From Sport Radar. How are you?
Yes. Good to see you, Liam.
We'll find a bit more about Sport Radar at the end of the over, but Matt's here to join us on commentary at the County Ground Beckenham, also in shorts and t-shirt. Phillips comes in again then, bowls, that's darted in. That's pulled into the air by Streets, but drops safe, and it beats the fielder with the spin, and it'll go for 4. That's unfortunate. The fielder raced in to try and stop it reaching the boundary, but didn't take into account the spin aspect, and they will get 4 for it. So Kent are up to 110 for 4.
Yeah, a bit sloppy out there on the boundary.
Almost a bit too proactive.
Yeah, a bit too keen.
So will Phillips return back with a better delivery this time out? There are 2 sweepers out on the boundary. Phillips comes in and bowls, and that's tried to be cut away by Coco Streets, but it beats the edge. There'll be no run. And Glamorgan here are now, the fielders are out slightly. The field is slightly less attacking, and I think they know that this partnership is a valuable one for Kent, so they're going to try and see if they can get them caught here as they try and hit out. And there's singles turned down there by Cocoa Streets, and there is no run. Matt, will come to you at the end of the over because these spinners do get through them, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you don't get a second put of.
Especially with Phillips's darty off spin. Reminds me a little bit of Jack Leaning, the way that it's darted in. Comes in again then, and that's played into the offside towards the covers. There'll be no run. One to come. As you can hear the wind on RFX mics, it's not the bright sunny day that we're used to here at Beckenham when we come here every August.
There's rumours of an ice cream van earlier. I'm not sure that
It's not quite materialised, has it? Phillips comes in to complete row. That's a full toss, but straight to the fielder. Cocoa Streets doesn't cash in. So end of the over. Kent are 110 for 4. So Matt, you're with us here. You've been to a few games over the years, haven't you, for both the men's and the women's team? So tell us a little bit about Sport Radar and what you do.
Yeah, so Sport Radar is a global data company. So here in the UK, covering various different sports, cricket of course being one of them, many others available as well, such as football, rugby. Of course, yeah, I'm one of the guys who goes to the games up and down the country on the circuit, and been lucky enough to have been to many big grounds so far this season and in previous years, as you say, but it doesn't feel complete a season until you've been to Beckenham. So it's good to be here.
So it is worth saying that you note when the running starts, you note where it pitches, you note what shot's played and which fielder it goes to, every single ball. So
Yeah,
I'll forgive you for not doing over by over. I'll do that bit.
sure. Appreciate that.
So Porter then. He's taken 2 wickets so far. She will come in and bowl from the city end then. That's it sounded a bit woody. I think it's been edged onto a pad or a glove by Barnfather, but there will be no wicket. I think the wicket keeper's slightly upset with herself there. I think there was a chance of a catch.
Yeah, something there.
So Porter comes in again then, bowls, and attempted cut by Barnfather and just pops over the outside edge, and there'll be no run. So your purpose as Sports Radar, what are you informing the betting companies of what's going on?
There's all sorts. I think obviously the betting company is an aspect to it, but also websites, live score apps, things like this. It just requires to be quite fast, and you can't get anything wrong either.
Absolutely. And that was played off by the legs by Barnfather. They'll get one for it. So BBC Cricket, is that you guys?
I'm unsure actually. I don't think that is. I think that's another one. But yeah, there's various. It's so big now, isn't it? Obviously the internet, the digital world. It's quite far-reaching and lots of different platforms.
And comes Porter again. Then attempted drive and missed everything. Hits the pads, but no appeal. It was going down the leg side. There is no run. So yeah, there is you here, isn't there? And Rick Usher.
That's right.
Is here from Ellipse, another similar company.
So I think Rick's stuff goes to BBC.
I see. As Cocoa Street's almost chops on there, trying to drive away Porter with her next delivery. And obviously you have all the data in where balls pitch, what batters get out to which type of delivery, so I'm sure you're a whiz on cricket simulation games. Porter comes in again.
Well, when you work in the cricket, it's maybe not something you want to do in your spare time as well.
So which sort of grounds have you been to then? So we'll start with cricket and then we'll go further afield.
Well, I don't know if you can tell from my accent, I'm from Essex, from the southeast.
Yeah, the
so
dark
of
side.
course the Ambassador Cruise Line at Chelmsford. Where else?
Have you sampled Anne's Pantry often?
Anne's Pantry. I mean, it doesn't fit my dietary requirements, but it's always an option for every home game. But yeah, of course, the Ambassador Cruise Line, Chelmsford. You've got the London grounds as well. That's pretty close to the Oval and Lords. Of course, the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence.
One of the homes of Kent cricket. It's Phillips figures and you over from the Beckenham end. Comes in. That's more of a loopy delivery than we've seen from her before, but there will be no run off it. Driven straight to cover. So aside from cricket, then.
Well, I'll tell you, I was going to say one last week I was at for Kent, Arundel Castle.
Oh yeah, how was that?
Wow, what a place that is.
Yeah.
Lovely venue.
Phillips comes in again then, bowls. That's hit into the onside, there'll be no run.
I mean, it's a disappointing outcome for Kent on that day. They're in pole position and yeah, someone managed to throw it away, but the ground itself is, yeah, it's pretty spectacular really.
Phillips comes in again. Another loopy full toss this time, and that has been absolutely creamed to the boundary rope. One bounce for.
Punished. 49 partnership as well.
Absolutely. Elsa Barnfather moves on to 35 from 65 deliveries. Planet Funk's Chase the Sun embraces us at the county ground Beckenham. And Kent are moving on nicely here. They're 115 for 4 inside the 30th over. So Matt, you don't just do cricket.
Nope.
Football?
Football as well, yeah. Yeah, that's my other
Where have you been then?
main sport, so
Phillips comes in and bowls. That's driven slightly top edgy, but it will drop safe. They'll get one. Just the one.
all the London clubs really. So we cover the Champions League and the Europa League. So of course Tottenham Hotspur. I know that's your special place.
Yes.
Of course the Emirates, Stamford Bridge, Anfield have been.
And where do you sit? Do you sit in the media centre every time you go to these games?
So we're normally in the commentary.
Oh
We're
really?
in the gantry, yeah. So it's quite a good view.
Phillips comes in again and bars. And has she bowled her? It looked like she bowled her from here, but no, it's missed everything. Good delivery there from Phillips.
Yeah, it's quite awkward to see, isn't it, from this angle sometimes.
So you've bumped into the likes of Peter Drury and all the Sky Sports commentators in your time, have you?
Yeah, I come across them on a few occasions, yeah.
Phillips comes in again then from the Beckenham end. It's balled away. I'll get at least one for it. It's gone in the same sort of area as the Barnfather boundary in the last over went to, but I'll just get one this time. That's the end of the over. Kent are 117 for 4 after 30 overs.
Yeah, I think Ali McCoist gave me a little tap on the shoulder at the Emirates a few
love
months
him.
ago.
Have you washed that shoulder since?
No, that's why it's a different colour to the other.
You are listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Matt from Sport Radar, one of our data companies where analysts and popular scoring websites are all powered from. And Matt and his colleagues are at every single home and away Kent match in one form or another. As Porter begins a new over from the City end, comes in and bowls, and that doesn't quite get all behind it, does Coco Street. She'll see that crash into the pads, but straight down the leg side, so no appeal there, and there'll be no run. The wind is picking up slightly here at Beckenham. Hopefully this blows the cloud over us. Matt's goosebumps get even bigger on his arms, and Coco Street pulls that one away. Will it get to the boundary? No, it's caught at the boundary well, and they'll just get 2 for it.
Yeah, I said about the ice cream van earlier. I was wondering whether there's a soup van coming.
We need
Does
a
feel like that sort of weather.
mobile sauna, don't we?
Yeah.
So, Porter again then. Comes in from the City end. That's a looping delivery, but played nicely by Street. She'll get 1 for it. This partnership is just starting to motor a little bit. They're trying to get these singles and twos as well as boundaries. As Nick, the living legend, brings more coffee over to try and warm us up a little bit. So Barnfather then on 36 faces Porter, and she'll get behind that one.
They've done well here, haven't they, Kent? 11 for 3 in the early exchanges, and you wouldn't have felt as though they'd get to this point.
Yeah, it almost looked shades of last week, but there was a almighty collapse from Kent. Barnfather drives very nicely, high elbow, very good shot there. I think Nick will be clipping that one up for social media because that was a lovely drive past the bowler for 4 more. Barnfather moves on to 40 from 68. Kent move on to 124 for 4, and this is a slight recovery from the horses. What can Glamorgan do here to get another breakthrough? They've gone quite spin heavy in these middle overs. It's whether they want to bring on another seamer or one of the bowlers that have done well previously in the innings. Porter will finish up her over from the city, and 2 wickets ready to her name. And that's a very thick edge. Attempted cut shot by Barnfather. It just drops safe past where second slip would have been, and that's very well fielded at the boundary rope. That's number 49, Walker. She does well there to sort of touch it back past the rope as she went over it, then picked it up, and only 2 come from it. So at the end of 31, Kent are 1-2-6 for 4 here at Beckenham. As Rob, our resident DJ, gets the full use of his playlist.
He's done that well today.
He has indeed, yeah. We've only heard Front Flintstone once though, which I'm quite sad about. I do enjoy the Yabba Dabba Do, the Bayern Munich goal music, of course. We enjoyed that at the Spitfire ground, didn't we?
Harry Kane.
Yeah, absolutely. He's heard that quite a bit as Harry Kane, I think. So Ken, 1-2-6 for 4. And I think these 2 are now set batters, shall we say, Matt?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, for sure. And I think this is Anderson coming back in now.
Yeah, it looks like it to me. Yeah.
So she turning back to Hose bowled really well earlier, didn't she, in her opening spell?
Yeah, really good lines, very good lengths, and troubled the batters a few times. She's only got 1 wicket, but it could have been a couple more, in my opinion.
1 for 19 off 6. That's
Yeah, you
not
can't
bad
argue
going.
with that, can you? And she'll be back from the Beckenham end where she did bowl earlier on today then. She opened the bowling from this end, so we'll see what she can do in these middle overs. Anderson comes in past the umpire bowls, that's cut away by Streets. And tidied up eventually in the field. There will be 1 run from it.
Good start.
Anderson again then gets to her mark, and she sets herself before coming in to bowl. She comes past the umpire, slightly longer run up than they used to last few overs, and that's defended nicely by Barnfather. There will be no run, so Barnfather edging towards that half century, and Coco Street's not too far behind, just 12 runs adrift of Barnfather's current total. As Matt scours through his stats so far, trying to get that little nugget of information.
Always looking, always trying to find something. Biggest partnership of the innings.
There we go. See, that's what you're here for, Matt. As Anderson comes in again. That's fuller this time. Almost in line for a Yorker length LBW shout, but no appeal. So, Matt, can you get wagon wheels and Manhattans and all of that sort of thing out of the data that you provide?
Well, sometimes, yeah. After doing the wagon wheels myself, it's
Of course, it's your numbers that build them, isn't it?
yeah. For a second, I thought you were referring to the snack.
Not just yet. And that was a dot ball by Anderson. Yeah, we're not quite at the stage of where we need sugar to survive.
No. It is a good over rate though in this game.
Yeah, they've got through them quite quickly,
Yeah.
haven't they?
There's been 4 wickets. We obviously had 3 or 4 minutes for the drinks break, and still looking like it's going to be 33, 34 overs in 2 hours, which
That is
good
good going. Yeah, women's cricket does give you good over rate, and I think the men should take note there.
100%.
As Barnfather drives that one nicely, but there is a fielder out at deep cover.
Well, obviously completely different format, but there was a lot said, wasn't there, over the summer in those test matches on how slow
Yeah,
the over rates were at 11 and 12s an hour.
it doesn't make you want to watch the sport, does it?
No,
I
it
think that's
doesn't.
one thing that women's cricket does have going for it, is the amount of cricket you'll see in a short space of time.
Yeah.
So Anderson's already at the top of the mark, comes in past the umpire. That's quite a quicker one, and it's almost found the edge. It's stifled appeal in the field. That was very much a quicker ball from Anderson there. She's got her head in her hands. She can't believe how she's not found the edge of Barnfather there. Barnfather survives, and Kent are 1-2-8 for 4 at the end of the over.
And again, she comes back in, as we said at the start of the over, trying to break the partnership. She's not managed to do that, but just the 2 runs there off the over, just stalling things a little bit for Kent.
There were a few boundaries off the spinners in the last few overs, so it's good captaincy to bring Anderson back on and try and stifle that rate, and almost got a wicket right at the end. So
Yeah.
we'll see what they go to here. I think they're continuing with spin at the other end.
Walker, I think.
Yeah, Walker's coming back on, who fielded very well just in front of us in the last over. So they're changing up the spin option from that end. Number 49 on her back. That's a strong number to have. What number would you have if you were a player, Matt?
I've always liked the number 7.
Yeah, strong, isn't it? Sam Billings fan, obviously.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So Walker will begin a new over from the city end to Elsa Barnfather. And that's hit away astutely by Barnfather. She'll get 1 for it. Moves on to 44.
What number would you be?
14.
40. It's quick. Went straight in there.
Johan Cruyff and David Ginola. Two of the
Oh, there
best
we go.
ever footballers to play the game. As Walker comes in again, and that's thick top edge by Streets, but there was no danger of a fielder getting to that one. There is no run.
I guess most recently Son Hyun-min.
Number
of
7.
Tottenham. Number
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. It is fascinating why players pick certain numbers, and Walker comes in, there'll be no run off that one, hit into the offside. I'm sure when Molly comes back, whoever's on with her will have a bit of a chat about why certain players have picked certain numbers. I'm sure she's got the idea on why a few Kent players have picked their shirt numbers. She's nodding along in the background, so we look forward to that.
Or
Yes.
maybe there's a few Glamorgan players who are a bit unsure on on their numbers.
Yeah, I mean this doesn't make your job easy, does it? When you have players that you might not have seen before with no shirt numbers. There's 3 today from Glamorgan. So what do you do in that situation? You hope the announcer gets it right and the
Pretty
score
much,
is
yeah. You're just kind of waiting. Who's going to go first?
In comes Walker again then. Oh, it's a lovely delivery.
She's asking a question.
Asking for the edge. Umpire unmoved at square leg.
Yeah, and it sounds silly, but when you know who's who without the shirt number, you're sort of looking at the trainers, the hairstyle.
Well, Sam Billings and his bright orange
There you
pumas.
go.
You know
Yeah, straight
exactly who
away.
he is. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream. My name's Liam. I'm here with Matt from Sport Radar. That's Barnfather's right behind that one. There'll be no run off that Walker delivery. And that's the end of the over. So Kent 130 for 4. This is a good recovery from Kent after being 11 for 3 at one point earlier in the day. And the wind is dying down ever so slightly. And I dare say that the sun is threatening now. Those clouds are getting slightly brighter, just looking over the aircraft hangar that is Crystal Palace's academy building behind the main stand. If you've been to Beckenham before, you will have seen the massive eagle emblazoned on that hangar, which is obscured to us by one of the big trees behind the main stand. But I said to Nick earlier when I did my lap round the ground, I saw a few of their academy players walk round to go and train for the day there. Are Palace playing today?
No, I think they're playing tomorrow.
So we might hear some shouts later on
Yes,
behind
we
us.
might.
At the Crystal Palace first team training ground. We went there a couple of years ago. Anderson starts a new over. Pause, that's defended by Streets, no run. Yeah, a couple of years ago we went over the hedge, as it were. We took Sam Billings and Joe Denley to take part in a Crystal Palace FC training session when Roy
Oh, wow.
Hodgson was manager.
Oh, super.
And it turned out that Roy loved his cricket. So
Yay.
by the end of the day, we had Roy Hodgson feeding the bowling machine to Joel Ward, who had started to bat. As Anderson comes in again. Bowls. That's a good length. It's going to be quicker again, that one. There's no run.
Yeah, I can imagine Roy is into his cricket. Gives you that sort of vibe.
And of course, those that frequent our press box at Canterbury know that Roy Hodgson did come to a Kent game once, didn't he? He was in one of the boxes.
Yeah.
That was a monumental day for all the Liverpool fans, including yourself, Matt, that were there.
Yes.
In comes Anderson again. Bowls, that's a full toss this time, and stifled uphill for LBW, but squirts out to where third is. And they'll get 1. Will it be a bye?
Leg
Yes, leg bye signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, so I think a trip to West London tomorrow for Crystal Palace to Stamford Bridge.
Ooh, tricky start then.
Yeah, 2 o'clock tomorrow, so yeah, they could well be out there this afternoon.
Anderson comes in again. Full again. Played nicely by Barnfather, but she won't get a run for it. She's still on 44 as Elsa Barnfather. Another tight over by Anderson. As I say, at the end of this over, Molly will be back in with you, Matt, so you can talk about WSL, you can talk about squad numbers.
Okay.
A few things. Molly Davis, Kent wicket keeper, come commentator now on the Kent Cricket live stream. Sanderson comes in. That's full again, almost a full toss, and played out to the fielder in the onside. There'd be no run. And this partnership now, what's it worth now, Matt?
So there's partnership going on nicely. 65 from 99 balls.
I'm looking at Matt's screen now, and there are a lot of numbers. There are a lot of numbers on that page, so Matt's earning his money today. As Anderson comes in. Balls, that's another quick delivery, and it's struck on the pad. There is an appeal from mid-on, and just mid-on, and nothing given. That's the end of the over. Kent are 131 for 4. My name's Liam. I'm here with Matt from Sport Radar, and I will be leaving you now to put you in the very capable hands of Molly Davis.
Well, welcome back.
Hello, hello. I've done my lap, so I feel like I've done my exercise for the day.
Steps are in.
Exactly. And we Walker from the city end to Streets. That on full toss, it's been played out lovely to deep mid wicket. And now look for 2, but it will just be the 1. How's your morning been in, I would say sunny Beckenham, but let's say overcast Beckenham?
Yeah. It's been nice. It's been great so far, but yeah, as you said, it's pretty chilly. I don't know. It's one of those moments this morning, looking into the wardrobe, wondering shorts or trousers.
That one's driven hard into the gap, and I pick up a single. Indeed, I think I've gone shorts. I'm regretting it, but you've gone jeans.
I've gone jeans and still shivering. So maybe should have gone for a jumper as well.
We've all misjudged the weather. Shorter this time, pulled straight to mid wicket, and that is out. That is the end of Coco Street. Short ball. She's hit it hard, but straight to the fielder. So Kent are 133. 4-5. Streets departs for 32. A good 32. Good partnership with Barnfather. But that is the breakthrough Glamorgan wanted.
Yeah, definitely. It's been almost an hour since the last wicket as well. So, it has felt like a little bit of a difficult period, I guess, for Glamorgan. But it's well played to Kent. But
yeah,
it's a bit of a shame. Bit of a cheap one, it felt there. Bit of a cheap wicket.
I feel that I'm probably the commentator's curse there. I feel like I've come back on comms and the worst has happened for Kent, so I'm sure they'll let me know that later. But it will be Sophie Singer to join Elsa Barnfather at the crease. She's had a good season this year she played obviously for Kent and put out onto loan to Cambridge as well, so some good contributions there.
Singer's been on song.
I love the puns. Yeah, I'm not great at them myself, but I can enjoy someone that can bring them to the table. She'll just take guards to face her first ball. So I overheard Liam saying it's cricket and football for you.
Yeah, cricket and football mainly. So yeah, very busy summer, very busy July and August in particular, which is, it's very good.
I can imagine you see pretty much the whole country. You do a bit of travelling.
A lot of it, yeah. It's that period in the season where there's a lot of overlap between the two as well.
Oh, I can imagine. As Singer just watches her first ball go past where 4 stump would be. Yeah, no, I can imagine you probably see a lot of the country. Best football ground you've been to?
It's got to be Anfield.
Oh, is it?
But that's biased.
And again, outside edge, just guided that down to Abby Freeborn, so it won't be a run. Is that a slightly biased opinion there?
Yeah, probably. Being a Liverpool fan, it probably is slightly biased.
As a Bournemouth fan, I don't think we should be speaking after last night. But
We had that truce earlier.
that one again, a bit of turn and bounce, goes past Singer's outside edge. Into Parfitt's gloves, that is the end of the over. So Kent are 133 for 5, off of 35. Oh, lots of 5s.
Yeah, all the 5s. But yeah, as I was saying to Liam, we covered a lot of the European competitions, and so looking over there with the Crystal Palace training ground, they're in Europe this season, so be making a few trips to Selhurst Park at some point in the next couple of months.
Very nice. See, Bournemouth aren't in any European competition,
Not
so
yet.
not this year. There's hope, we believe, but after last night, I'm not sure if that belief's going to continue too far.
No.
But it will be Cobb to bowl from the Beckenham end, or a fitting way to say it, the Crystal Palace end.
Yeah. Well,
And
she had a very good 6-over spell earlier. Didn't get any wickets, but only 15 runs.
they've bowled well, Glamorgan here. They haven't, from what I've seen, obviously their partnership between Streets and Barnfather helped the cause, but overall, done quite well, as that's been driven, fielded brilliantly in cover there by Gammon. And there'll be no run. That's the standard we've seen all day, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good field in there. Ball came at her fast, but no nonsense, no problem.
And she's fielding on the sort of, I would say, the dodgier part of the square.
Yeah.
Sort of one of the old wickets, but where it's all sort of roughed and muddied up. As she comes in, bowls. Strong defensive shot from Barnfather, who is on 45. She's probably thinking now she's got to ground this out to see her team to a respectable total.
Yeah, definitely.
But they are climbing Kent. As she's, I'll say back into bowl. Didn't quite feel right. If I was a keeper now, I'd be telling her that she owes me a squat. One too many for the day. And she's back in this time though. Full toss, and that's hit out to deep mid wicket, and the work will be done quite comfortably out there. So if you had a playing show, what number would you choose?
As I said to Liam, probably the 7.
7.
Yeah, I've always liked number 7.
Any reason? Or just like number 7?
I don't know. It's just since I was younger, really, and this is something that stuck. Yeah, and when I used to play football as a kid, no sort of standard or anything. It was only youth football. I was normally played on the wing.
I just worked off the legs of Singer. No run.
Which would obviously naturally be a number 7. What about yourself? Which number?
I have 12. It's
Yeah.
really boring. It's just my birthday.
Oh, okay.
So there is a bit of meaning, but not too much. Is that their fall? She's driven into her foot, and it goes to point. Yeah, I'd have 12. I have 12.
Yeah.
But there was a fight this year at the beginning of the year for numbers. I'm not too sure all the stories behind them.
Okay.
Into bowl again off the back foot this time. Guides it down to third, but they're in the ring, so there is no run.
Was 12 a number that was?
It was, well, I was going to change it up this year. I was going to go for 23.
Okay.
But I think Laura Bailey stole that from me. So
Got
after
there
a deep conversation, I went, I'll go back to 12. But now I imagine a lot of the numbers have relevance, either birthdays like the South or a poignant maybe moment that they've worn that shirt number before.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I don't know. I'd be interested to see actually when Megan Bout comes on commentary later. I'll ask her.
Why would you want the 23?
I think it was just a number that sort of jumped out at me.
Yep.
So a lot happened in the year 23, sort of cricketing things for me. So it's quite nice, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, let's do that. And then it was slightly ruined. So back to 12 I went. But can't complain. There's a lot of low numbers in our team. Like I think there's a 3, there's an 8, there's a 6. Everyone's
really?
gone for like lower numbers.
Not too far from a 1 to 11.
As I say that, Alistair Barnes, however, is wearing number 55.
That's the anomaly.
Yeah. And it'll be Walker to continue from the City end. As she's into Barnfather. That one there, turn and bounce. There's a lot of that today from the spinners.
Yeah, a lot of bounce off the pitch, quite high.
Probably, it's giving the Kent spinners some things to think about. Again, same thing, outside edge, could be a run-out opportunity.
Wrong end.
And it's safe in the end, but you're right, that was the wrong end, I think. Singer was backing up heavily, which made her ground slightly easier, where Barnfather was running desperately to the non-strikers end. But it's a run. It's one more to Barnfather, one more to Kent's total. In again, Fuller this time, swept out to deep square, where some good fielding work is done. And now get 2, but she's definitely saved the boundary out there. And I can tell you who that is when my eyes decide to work properly today. That was Phillips out there. There we go.
A bit of fielder ID.
Again, back foot worked into the leg side, and it will be Phillips to do the work again.
She hasn't moved then.
No,
That's
it's still
fine.
there. Wearing my number. The best number. But yeah, I enjoy people's stories about why they've chosen certain numbers for shirts, and some people like to keep it the same throughout all the sports they play. Some like to change it up. Again, Fuller this time tried to be swept by Barnfather, but didn't get enough of it. So the keeper just runs round and collects it.
And again, this is a good over from Walker.
They've bowled to their field very well, Glamorgan. And they haven't been afraid to try something a little bit different to get a wicket. Again, Fuller driven up to mid-on. They're going to get a single, and it's just to their right. As that's applauded by the Kent coaches on the boundary, and Megan Bout and Amy Gordon doing a lap.
As Barnfather moves to 48, she'll be happy she's back on strike. Gives her an opportunity to get that half century.
Yeah, indeed. I know she's done some very big contributions this year. If it's 20s or 30s, but they mean a big deal in the middle order. And she's definitely a calming presence out of the crease.
And Cobb's going to continue that.
Yeah, it will be Cobb. You can always ask how I know that was Megan Bout and Amy Gordon doing a lap, and that's because Megan Bout has 101 layers on because she's so cold, and Amy Gordon is sporting her Lightning McQueen Crocs, so you can spot them a mile away. But it is going to be Cobb to continue here as Barnfather sets herself up. Strong defensive shot. Maybe there's an eye on that 48 potentially, I don't know. Again. In bowls. Rocked off the back foot. I'm going to sneak a single there. It is safe, so that takes her to 49.
Nervous point in the innings.
Yeah, I'm nervous. 49, 99. Never two places anyone wants to be on for too long, are they?
No.
In this time, swept well, but straight out to deep square.
I was doing Essex men against Surrey yesterday, and there was a point where I can't remember who the two batters were, but one was on 99 not out and the other was on 49 not out. So there's a lot of tension in that. Something had to give.
Indeed, I can imagine. Yeah, not a nice place to be. As that's swept, but a miss, I believe, by the keeper. Barnfather will come back for a while. I'm waiting for the signal to let you know if that was bat, leg or wide. Wides in the end.
But those two at Essex yesterday did get over the line.
They
so
did.
That was good.
Shorter. Left alone by Singer. Maybe a dot ball. They got up as well quite high. The keeper took that quite high up. Sort of,
Yeah, she did well.
yeah, chesty height.
Sure, as you can appreciate, as a keeper.
Shorter again. Tried to be cut. Didn't quite connect. Straight into the keeper's gloves. I feel like I said that a lot today. But that's probably down to the very good bowling of Glamorgan. Again, that was probably too full, whipped off the legs of Singer down to a deep square leg that's run round.
Yep, and she's pinched the strike, Singer, so Barnfather's going to have to wait a little bit longer to have an opportunity to get her half century.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the graphic up on your screens now of the Glamorgan bowlers. All pretty, not too bad figures today from the majority of the bowlers. But I don't think if you're Glamorgan, you're not too unhappy here. 144 for 5.
No.
I mean, from a Kent perspective, they scored about 160 odd last week. So again, we're climbing.
Yeah.
And improving every week. But Glamorgan are pretty happy with where they are. As it's Walker again. Again, turn and bounce. Obviously, the Glamorgan women's head coach is Rachel Priest, former New Zealand international, wicket keeper herself. So I'm sure all the keepers in this team get a very good insight and coaching. High up in the air this time, it will fall safe, but she's whipped that over mid-wicket, and it will be 4 more. No, Singer's done that beautifully. Last week she came in about this position as well, and was just really positive.
Yeah. It's useful to have that, isn't it, down the order, someone who can come in and add, useful contribution.
Yeah,
down
she's
the order.
been great like that. Did that last week.
Last thing you need is it to fizzle out as you start losing wickets.
That's the thing, you sort of want to protect that tail end as much as you possibly can. Rot back, punched, but that is straight to Gammon there at cover.
As in all these one-day formats, it's you can add an extra 20, 30, 40 runs, it can make all the difference.
Massively so. I think we found that out last week as well.
Yeah.
Again, that's missed everything as Singer's rocked back there.
How's that missed?
I think it's missed, it's missed stump, bat, keeper, everything. Again, as Walker comes into bowl. That one then just pressed up to Gammon again. She's whizzing through her over here. They've done that really well. And again, Singer just takes a strike. Shorter. Again, that's missed everything. It's a dot ball. So Kent end the over 148 for 5. And Elsa Barnfather will now have the strike on 49.
And that's Walker's overs bowled out. So 10 overs, 2 for 46.
Yeah, it's not
So
it's not bad going,
pretty
is
good
it?
going. Only bowling 1 wide in that as well. So
I feel Katie Cobb's going to have pretty good figures as well, I'd imagine, unless something drastically changes here. Obviously, she is currently wicketless, but she has bowled 8 overs currently for only 21 runs.
Yep.
I'll be pretty happy with that.
But we have got a change at this end.
And it is going to
I
be,
think that's Emily Burke.
it might be bowling change of ends for her because she was bowling from the city end. And it is Emily Burke. It's a great shout.
It's one of the three without a shirt number today, isn't it? So
It is.
as I was saying to Liam, it can be quite tricky, can't it? But I always kind of look at hairstyle, trainers, things like that.
Exactly.
Once you know who it is, and then go from there.
You find that trainer and spikes are very personal to each player.
Yeah.
So, yeah, once you identify that, it's pretty good going. As Berkey's in to Barnfather. Again, that's just been hit into mid-wicket. There'll be a single. They'll look for
And there it
two,
is.
but I imagine it will just be the one.
And that's all she needs, half century.
And that brings up Elsa Barnfather's 50. So that's 50,
From 90 balls,
90 balls.
6 fours.
Very nice.
But she's been there for 2 hours as well.
It's a big
Barnfather,
contribution
so
for her team here. It's
she's done really, really well.
coming in at a tricky point with Amy Gordon, but she's managed to navigate that and put 50 to the total. As in again, left alone this time by Sophie Singer. And it will be a dot ball. I just looked here at the, and you're the stats man, but the dots that the Glamorgan players have bowled, most of them are up in the 30s.
Yeah.
It's quite good going, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's something you associate with sort of multi-day cricket.
Yeah.
Or red ball stuff.
Poppy Walker's bowled 38 dot balls in her spell.
Yeah.
Again, slower ball this time. It's been driven out into the gap, and the Kent batters don't move despite it going to the boundary.
Yeah, there's an opportunity there.
So they've
to
definitely,
get a run.
yeah, they've missed the opportunity to take a single.
Yeah, let's hope it's not match tied.
Burke comes in on the pads, big shout, and the umpire says no. Again, Singer's rock back there, pretty square, but the umpire wasn't interested.
And with the way this umpire has signalled wickets, the slow nature of the award, it's an anxious wait, isn't it, for
It is.
for the batter.
As the batters seeing that happen, it's always a hard watch. That one again, left alone by Sophie Singer, so it'll be another dot ball to the tally for Emily Burke. You kind of get the impression now, obviously being 5 down, and they obviously want to bat the overs here with 10 overs left. Would you leave them, or would you throw your hands at it?
There's part of you kind of got to go for it a little bit, haven't you, coming into this.
That one there is wide. Good take by the keeper as she
Quite wide.
whacks her right hand out. And it does bring up the 150.
Yeah, 150 up. So it was a wide eye yesterday. As it's going back to that one, it was so wide it was actually a no ball.
Oh,
yesterday.
okay.
So it wasn't.
Wasn't okay, so
Yeah.
just the white. As Emily Burke comes charging back in. This time it'll be another wide ball as the keeper gets a hand to it in a bit of discomfort.
So back-to-back wide. She's on a hat trick of wides.
It's always tough, isn't it? Good work though from the keeper standing up there.
Yeah,
They
she
aren't
did well.
easy.
No.
They aren't easy. Emily Burke's just got to find her line here. She's back in again. Slower ball this time. Again, another wide there. That felt closer this time though.
Yeah. This is a shame because there's only one from the over before these 3 wides.
No, indeed. I feel it's just keeping the head, keeping it
Yeah.
pretty level. But from a Kent perspective, 152 now. We have 10 overs left. They've got to be eyeing up 200 here.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be starting to, especially as we head into the third power play,
Yeah, indeed.
really start to put some pressure back on Glamorgan if they can.
That's a very good ball. That is missed everything. Good line, good length. Just literally hovering over where off stump would be. And that is the end of the over. So 152 for 5. And I will run you through some scores around the country. I say around the country. It's three games going on. And so Middlesex and Leicestershire. I mentioned earlier Middlesex were batting. They are currently going pretty well at 224 for 2.
Oh wow.
And they are looking like they're going to be in a good stead. Saskia Hawley, the captain, is not out on 97. And the lone Ariana Dowes is on 88. So big contributions there from the Middlesex game. And Yorkshire find themselves 176 for 4. And we can let you know some highlights from that game. Amelia Oliver, 61. It's probably the big highlight so far in that scorecard. But it is Walker.
Cobb has
Oh,
come
is it Cobb?
back on.
The stream hasn't quite updated. It will be the left arm of Cobb, I imagine. Okay, it gets updated for you guys now as well at home. Again, wicket list so far bowled very well. Shorter this time. It's just been punched into the offside by Barnfather for the single. I'm sure she'll be looking to bat deep now and try and bat the full.
Yep. Like I said earlier, it's been there over 2 hours. Barnfather, so she's been patient.
Shout for LBW. Not interested. A Singer tries to sweep that. It's a good time to mention there is a deep square and a deep middle wicket. So she connects with that. She's got to go either side of them to find a boundary.
Yeah.
I just touched gloves with a bit of a chat. Probably Barnfather's just settling down a little bit. As Cobb's back in driven. Bump ball. That's important to mention. That's a dot ball though, from a Glamorgan's perspective. Again, this one worked off the hips of Singer quite well. They quick these two. They're going to push for 2. It'll just be the one in the end. I want to say that is Phillips doing the work down there. And it is.
Fellow number 12.
Fellow number 12. Could be a hobby. Who wears a number 12 on each team we play?
We're looking out for that now, I think.
now you'll be looking for every 12 you in football or anything.
Yep.
Swept off stump. She managed to get that out to deep mid wicket for the 1. I think Barnfather knows that it's a big 10 overs here. And that is the end of the over. You can see the graphics again on your screen. See where the spikes are. It's going to be when Coco Streets is probably in with Alison Barnfather and the Amy Gordon partnership as well. So she's been brilliant today. And I'm sure she'll be looking to see and carry her team through. And I'm delighted to welcome back Nick Dillon. Hi, Nick.
Hello, it's good to be back in the hot seat, if you will.
No, this is great.
It's definitely colder on this side of the tent, though.
Oh, it is. Oh, I might have to go and put
It's not as windy over there.
put my jeans on soon, I reckon. So Emily Burke is going to continue here at the Beckenham end. As Barnfather just gets herself set on 52. She runs in. Bowles tries to pull that and she'll get it past short 45 and it will be 4 more.
Yeah, just sort of passed it on almost. It wasn't quite a ramp, but sort of literally just diverted it away from the wicketkeeper, and that's all it was to race to the boundary.
You get the impression after watching Emily Burke's first over, she's maybe moving it a bit in. So if she gets 2 straight, it just almost pushes itself down leg side. So I'm sure she'll look to rectify that. But again, I don't think Glamorgan can be too unhappy here if they can control the last 9 overs.
Yeah, and I still think it's a good deck to bat on. I know we've seen quite a bit of turn and bounce from the spinners, but I still think that if they can keep 10 under 200, they'll be more than happy.
Short, cut into the gap, but the fielder does the work in the end.
Oh.
I think that has just been, unfortunately, under the fielder, and it's rolled away for 4. It looked from here that Phillips did the work, but I don't think she could quite haul it back in. So it is 4 more there. It's a classy punch off the back foot from Alsa Barnfather, which back-to-back boundaries here are going to hurt Glamorgan slightly.
Yeah, it looked like it was in the breadbasket. But I think as she rolled to sort of secure the ball, it just popped straight back out and over the rope. That's very unfortunate.
Back in shorter again, punched again, but this time it's straight to Abby Freeborn at cover. So it can't be the hat trick of boundaries, unfortunately. It's just the two.
Would have been nice from a temp point of view, wouldn't it? Really would have been welcomed at this stage.
I think it helps the cause, doesn't it? Especially if they've all come up with Elsa Barnfather as well. Just probably seeing the ball a bit easier now than potentially at the front of her innings. But again, Burke's in, bowls, shorter, punched into that vacant gap. It will just be the one.
Yeah, you did wonder if for a second that might have been cut off there by the fielder.
Yeah, Freeborn couldn't quite get to that. But if you are Glamorgan, you're probably happier bowling at Singer just purely because she's only faced 26 balls compared to Barnfather's 97. But as Burke again bowls, guided nicely, but that is the point, so there'll be no run.
Yeah, and I feel like we know that Sophie Singer can turn it on at some stage. She has opened the batting this season before, so.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's an 150 to her name this year. Not in a Kent shirt, but I'd be happy to take 150 runs in any game I play. As Burke's back in, this time big shout for caught behind. And it's not given. The Glamorgan fielders look a bit puzzled, but the umpire unmoved.
They've had quite a lot of shouts this afternoon, haven't they, Glamorgan? Almost in a contrast to when Tent Men played Glamorgan when in the county championship, when it was Tent Men having hundreds and hundreds of appeals, and you felt like one of them surely was going to be given, but they just weren't. Much to the displeasure of the YouTube audience on the Glamorgan live stream that day. They didn't appreciate the excessive fielding, unfortunately. But yeah, they've had a lot of shouts, haven't they, today, Glamorgan? You'd like to think that surely they'll be owed one of them at some point, but
yeah, 100%. It was a good shout, but not to be. So Singer and Barnfather are still there for Kent.
and Cobb will finish off from the far end as that's swept. Got right across the stumps there, Barnfather, but Phillips, I think that is make sure this time. No risk of a fumble on that one.
As we say that, Coco Streets, today's captain, just walks in front of the media tent here.
And Cobb starts the run and chucks that one. That's a full toss. And Sophie Singer just hits straight to deep mid wicket for another single, just keeping that strike moving. Certainly not a bad option at this stage, is it?
I think they're both going to look to be positive here. And just best they can, try and rotate the strike and find a couple of boundaries along the way.
And Cobb outside off stump, and that's chipped up, but didn't quite make it to cover. And that's good running there from the Kent pair. Very quick on the feet, these two, aren't they?
Indeed. So if you're Kent, what are you wanting to post here?
I think anything over 200 from this position is a bonus. I think what last week was 160. I think so. We don't really have a pass score on this deck as Cobb bowls, and that's the sweep just comes off the pad, and a bit of hesitation when they take the single. Yeah, we don't really have a pass score because last week obviously it was only the 160, and then the men played on a separate wicket. So you think 200's a good score, and there's certainly scope for a defence on that with that, but we'll have to wait and see. Cobb to bowl from the city end. Barnfather goes straight back down the ground, and that is a wonderful shot. Will it go and beat the fielder? No, it's good work, and Sophie Singer could be in trouble here. I think a direct hit she would have been out, but the time it took the bowler there to pick up and take the bails off just gave Sophie Singer enough time to make it. So good running there from the Kent pair.
Yeah, indeed. A direct hit might be a different story, but I think it's from a Glamorgan's perspective how they're going to manage these last few.
And it'll be Cobb to bowl her final ball of a very good spell, and just takes a wicket with that last ball. That's probably a very well-deserved wicket from top. She's bowled 10 very good overs, and she'll finish with 1 wicket for 29 runs as Elsa Barnfather has to depart for 65. That was, yeah, it was sort of coming, wasn't it, there with the amount of shouts they had, but Elsa Barnfather really anchored that innings and made a very good half-century, so it's over to Laura Bailey, I believe, to act as a finisher now.
Yeah, you get the impression there, don't you, that that's the wicket obviously Glamorgan needed and wanted. Barnfather being the set batter as well, it's a big wicket. But welcomed by the visitors, and this means Laura Bailey is going to join Sophie Singer.
Not seen much Laura Bailey in the One Day Cup, have we? If at all. I'm not sure she's featured in the squad last year. I'm not sure she's played yet.
No, I think she's a lot of the County Cup stuff and some blasts as well, which was good. But I'm sure she'll be looking to put a big contribution in for her team now. Probably a few chats as they're looking to work out how they're going to close the back of the innings.
See ball, hit ball. That would be my advice.
Amazing.
Happy to provide.
Yeah. See ball, hit ball, the Amy Gordon style.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one way to put it. So it looks like we will stick with Bert, I believe, and then
I assume it will be, yeah.
you'd imagine she might bowl out from this position, but we'll see.
You get the impression. Just been informed that that's Elsa Barnfather's highest List A score.
Oh, there we have it.
PB.
Great start.
PB at Beckenham. Happy days.
PB at Beckenham.
As that's driven high up in the air and it will fall safe. But that is one more to Singer's total, one more to Kent's, and that means Laura Bailey is shaping up her first ball of her day. I'm sure she's been watching the spinners pretty closely. So Leggy herself, and obviously you have Amy Gordon over there, Isabel James that are in the spin cohort for Kent. Maybe even Megan Sturge today. She might get a chance to turn her arm over.
Sophie Singer bowls a bit of spin, doesn't she, as well?
She does. So enough spinners to go around here at Kent. Shorter, driven, straight to point, so there'll be no run there. No, you'll see from Laura Bailey the intent's always there. Always looks to hit the ball hard. She quite big on social media, so I'm sure if you do follow her, you'll see a lot of her videos at her having nets and bowling, and she works hard.
Let's hope she can score some runs for her social channels.
This one just guided to cover, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Kent do this. As Emily Burke just returns to her mark. She comes into Laura Bailey. Again, that's worked off of her pads. It's gone pretty fine, so fine leg will do the work. Waiting for this signal, and it's going to be leg byes. But that is, again, more runs to the Kent total that we spoke about. So you get the idea now that Sophie Singer's going to be the person to sort of ground this out and try and bat to 50.
Yeah, you'd think so, from being this sort of set batter now.
Again, cut into the gap, and Phillips will do the work out there at deep cover. It's sat up quite nicely. We said that not much is kept that low, so it's probably not a bad batting track, to be honest, but if you are the spinners, turn and bounce will be quite important.
A bit of Kent cricket insider knowledge here that I don't know if I'm allowed to share, but I'll share in a second.
Thick outside edge. That's straight to third in the ring.
Is that rumour has it the grounds crew recommended batting first if they won the toss. So
inside information.
It's just a rumour. I don't know if it's true, but it's from a very credible source.
That's the end of the over then. You'll see a graphic up there to see everyone's figures. Obviously Cobb finishes the figures of 29 runs off her 10 overs.
Yeah, and
Pretty
we'd,
happy with that.
I'd like to say a massive shout out to one of our favourite cricket social media accounts at No Contest County Cricket, who, despite all the amazing football matches on this weekend, including Derby County Coventry City, which are going on right now, they are most looking forward to this match, Kent women, Glamorgan women. So big credit to them, a true stalwart to the county social media circuit, so hats off, and we hope you're enjoying the game. So
Gemma Porter is going to pick up where she left off at the City end as she comes into Singer. Again, that's just driven wide of mid-off, but a diving effort does allow them to pull it back in. And it could be a second, but they've turned it down.
I think if Sophie Singer was paying a bit more attention, there was two there. The mid-off fielder tried to flick that up to the cover fielder who was alongside her, but then completely missed and the ball scurried away. So
yeah, I think she ended up throwing it about 15 yards to her left.
Yeah, a little bit more awareness, he might have been able to sneak to second. As Laura Bailey gets ready to face this next delivery from Porter, who bowls, and that's pulled. Past short fine. And deep square will clean up, but they're going to attempt a second, and they will get there in due course. No slide of the bat from Laura Bailey, so you'd assume that's because we've never troubled.
Yeah, that Laura Bailey is probably one of the quicker members in the team, actually.
Porter bowls, and that's an inside edge, I think.
I think it is.
And short fine will just about get there before the boundary, so Kent will take another pair of runs. Oh,
As I'm saying, it's pretty bouncy. That one just keeps low and goes under the keeper's gloves.
yeah. Blame it on the bowler's run up, I reckon.
But no, Laura Bailey's very quick. She was off the mark pretty quick there when she came back for the 2.
And that was just driven to mid-off, but no run. Yeah, 4 off 7 so far. The intent's certainly been there from the off. As Bailey, that was an unconventional shot. I think she sort of squared herself up and almost faced that one front on. And they'll take another 2 as deep square leg will do the fielding.
Yeah, she likes a bit of flair and a bit of sort of entertaining cricket. Like I said, you'd see from her social media if you follow it that she's all about trying something a little bit different with the bat. Even with the ball, she was trying to spin a bouncer a couple of weeks ago in the nets.
Goodness, I hope we see that today. That would be box office. That would make my job really easy, 'cause that's an easy clip.
It gets through pretty quick, actually.
Porter bowls, and that's pulled again, but they've put a square leg in. Oh, straight through the square leg fielder, and they'll take a single. Oh, and then she loses her footing trying to pick it up. That's another pitch. I don't know. So that's a very productive over for Kent there. That's
180.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8 off that over. Nothing does beat a Jet 2 holiday as Jess Klin comes over the loudspeakers here. The Kent bench looked very much the same as they always do. I thought this is more their speed if they don't quite like John Denver and...
I would have thought that, but we can see Megan Sturge and Alice Grant just are moved by the music choices. But here in the media tent, everyone's quite enjoying it. Despite being very cold, this is an excuse to move, I think.
This is getting us moving, and I found out that a colleague of ours really hates dancing, so I think if we practice our shapes, we can go back into the office on Monday and take them by surprise.
Emily Burt to continue. That one again, just been pushed down the leg side, and it will be cut off by fine leg.
It's a very straight fine leg, isn't it, there?
I think they might have put her there for that reason. I think Emily Burt's getting a bit of movement. If she finds herself being too straight, it has the potential to be pushed down leg, and with the keeper standing up, you're safeguarding 4 potentially.
Yeah.
She's into Singer. Slower ball this time, cut into the very big gap on the offside. Phillips does the work, and it'll just be the 1.
Yeah, when the seamer's on at the death, are you standing up purely to not let the batter get out of their crease and sort of down the pitch a little bit further, or is it sort of more of a you stand up anyway situation?
I've always done it to apply a bit of pressure. They can't move their feet, so outside their crease. brings in another form of dismissal as well, so I like it. Again, slower ball this time. Left alone by Laura Bailey. It's not going to be a wide, so it's dot ball. We were speaking earlier about the other the ones that sort of get pushed a bit slightly down the offside, but there's been a few sort of leaves today and the dot balls have climbed. Birkin again. This time again hit the point. They're going to be quick. So get a single diving effort there from point. Does probably stop a couple, to be honest. But again, another quick single.
Yeah, I think they have to try and take singles for every ball. Now, you do still have batters in the hutch. I suppose Zina Bilaw's no mud with the bat.
But bowls, slower ball again. Hit out to point. She bowled that well, actually. She bowled a few of them this over, isn't she?
Yeah, that was almost probably one of the better ones. It was just at the top of the stumps. It's hard. It's that length that's hard to get away, and if it's sticking in the pitch, you might be a bit too early on it. It's certainly a great option at this stage of the game.
It's good death bowling, isn't it? I think that's the way to go. Actually, again, that runs hard in. This time, same line and length. And it's got her reward. This is a dot ball. And I think here you're right. At the end of this over, one ball to it. There'll be 4 overs left. If they can keep Kent under 200 here, they're going to be very happy with their morning in the field. And I think the 2 openers did very well, and the fielding sort of backed it up as well. As she comes running back in. Again, that's dug out, but third will do the work, and it will be no run. So at the end of the over, Kent are 185 for 6 with 4 overs left. Bailey is on 8, Singer is on 15.
So yeah, they're going at 4s, so you'd expect them to hopefully try and pick it up and go.
There's a Coldplay song that's over the speakers now, and still an unmoved Kent bench. I'd enjoy this one.
Slowly thinning out that bench,
Isn't it? But Porter again from the city end, and it will be Laura Bailey to take strike.
and that's driven straight to cover. No run. You reckon Porter's going to finish off then from that far end?
Yeah, I think she'll bowl out.
And she's gone inventive again, as we mentioned, and that's as deep square ledge fields that one.
Yeah, Bailey's done that wow. All through training I've seen her do it. Just create something out of nothing, in the sense of she'll just take a ball off of off stump and help it on its way to deep square leg.
And that's down the ledge side, and the keeper went for the stumping, but I think she dropped the ball there, so it's just a wide for the straw.
We'll give you some stats again in a minute. And a lot of the games look like coming to a close for the first innings.
And Singer goes big over mid wicket, and that's going to be a 1 bounce or 2 bounce 4. That's an excellent shot in this scenario for Ken and Sophie Singer. That came out the middle of the bat quite nicely.
It was a lovely shot. Found the gap perfectly. It's a good pitch and shot onto the green, as I would say. Now in my golf era.
Yeah, nice. Really nice.
There's Porter. Again, similar shot, but this time flatter. And it just rolled out to mid-on. So I get the single for it. Yeah, Porter will look to close this over out, hopefully, in Glamorgan's favour. Again, swept this time on the ground by Bailey, out to deep square leg, and it's done the work pretty convincingly. Yeah, I think they're going to be eyeing up this end of the game here, Glamorgan. Obviously 193. Kent are now on. Kent are on top here.
Porter, that's Fuller, and that's a massive outside edge from Sophie Singer, but they won't complain. And that might just go to the boundary, and it will. That's a heck of a chase there from Freeborn, who was started at point, I think, and has ended up all the way down at sort of deep third, and or very nearly cut that one off. But that's a much welcome boundary for the hosts.
Yeah, no, Freeborn's done well to chase that down, but in the end, it does trickle over the boundary for 4. So that will help Kent's cause here. Quick drinks run out by both teams. Yeah, the Shima message as well alongside all of that. So 197, 4-6, and there's 3 overs left. Bailey sits on 10, Singer sits on 24. And you'll see Alice Grant there just running out a drink there to Singer. So back end of the game here at Beckenham, the first innings. It's been a good first innings so far. Lots happened. You haven't been starved of entertaining cricket. And good music as well if you're here on the ground.
Excellent music.
So Anderson is going to again start up her last couple of overs of the innings. And she's going to go from her preferred end, which is the Beckenham / Crystal Palace end. She runs in this time shorter. This time has got Laura Bailey all sort of caught up there.
Good save.
Obviously her name in the team. You had Ice early with Barnfather, and you got Laura Bailey known as Bales. So yeah, them names get used a lot more these days rather than the officials' names and titles. But no, it's one of the good names to come out of the team's pre-season. Again, as Addison comes running into Bailey. Again, hit hard down the ground. Gammon will do the work. They're going to push for 2. And they're going to say no in the end. Again, good fielder. Been brilliant in the cover region for the day. And obviously now on the boundary.
She's been everywhere.
She has. It's very much like last week with Kirk, wasn't it? She
Yeah.
was everywhere for Northamptonshire. And Anderson again. This time into Sophie Singer. Again, worked off the hits pretty well. They're going to run hard as they come charging in from the boundary, but it will just be 1 in the end. Good throw, good bit of work.
Yeah, and they say always run the first one hard, and I think it's just sort of Sophie just was happy with the single there. Didn't want to turn that one into a second. So
Yeah, I imagine the message that's been brought out by Alice Grant has been run really hard for these last 3
Yeah.
overs. Like I said, Laura Bailey, one of the quicker people in the squad. As Anderson's back in shorter, pulled this time, didn't quite get all of it, so it will probably just be the 1. And again, a good throw in, didn't quite get up. And that does bring the 200 up for Kent, as you can see on your live stream, for 6. So 2 and a bit overs, as we'll say, to see this out. And we'll see how many they can get. As Anderson again charges in. Fuller this time. Full toss even. Let's hit down to Gammon. Laura Bailey's going to turn. Could be a run out here. And she gets in after a diving attempt.
that was a very interesting dive.
She
'Cause
almost...
although she dove, the bat wasn't along the floor, which would have negated any dive, I think. But
she dived as more
made
of
it.
a roll. But she made her ground. Anderson couldn't take the ball cleanly. So that is 2 more to Kent's total. 2 valuable runs here as well to help with the setting of the score. And again, Anderson into Singer. Again, inside edge. They're going to run. It's going to be a shot at the stump. Again, not a direct hit, so they've made it home. This is what we call gritty cricket. It's going to be a bit scrambly for the next 2 overs.
scrambled egg.
Scrambled egg?
Scrambled egg.
That isn't the elite way to have an egg, surely.
No comment.
Do you think... Oh, this is interesting. I don't mind a poached egg.
Boiled egg?
Yeah, I'd go poached, then scrambled, then boiled. Controversially. You never know.
You do never.
How do you like your eggs?
Superb choice of footwear down in front of us here with the Lightning McQueen Crocs. Incredible.
You can't miss
Have
Amy
you-
Gordon. We've mentioned it.
Have you seen those people that turn like Air Forces into cricket spikes? I reckon someone should do it with a pair of them.
I thought if you speak to Amy Gordon, she'll be keen to do that.
Sort of half sweeps that one. It'll beat the short, fine-legged fielder, and they'll take a comfortable 2. I can get behind that big time. As we enter the very final stages now here in Beckenham, Porter will bowl out from the city end. Bit short, and that's pulled.
That's a good bet by Cobb, I think. I thought it was straight to her, but
Yeah,
it just went
I
to her
thought
left.
For a second that could have been a catching opportunity, but alas, fell short and take the single.
Indeed, you are right. It'll be Porter finishing her spout.
Was that a reverse
It
sweep?
is.
And here's another big chase down here, and that's 4. That's a wonderful shot. There's that innovation that you mentioned.
I did.
Oh, and it's absolutely incredible scenes. They're not amused over there. We're very amused over here.
We're buying into the music here to stay warm on a cloudy day at Beckenham, a colder day in August, I must add.
And that's top cricket for you, isn't it?
It is.
Still pretty cold though, even though you say it's trying to get warm. Still not.
And that will run away
is
for
going
4. She's again stepped outside of off stump and just helped it on its way. And it's raced away. So this is helping Kent's cause here.
Absolute cinema from Laura Bailey. That's an incredible shot.
She's 20 off 19 here. Hitting it hard. I'm sure she won't mind me saying, but by the end of the day, I'm sure these clips will end up on her Instagram.
So do I need to get in first to put them on ours?
I feel you
before?
should beat her to it. And
Laura, can you collab with us, please? Saves me a job.
again, tried the reverse. She's got it past
that's
her
even
again.
better.
And that's 4 more. She is baffling Porter here at the back end of her overs. That's 4 more. Brilliantly placed, brilliantly timed. All Abby Freeborn can do is go and pick it up from the white picket fence.
Baffling all of us here, I think. This is an incredible little knock at the back end of the 10 innings, and all of a sudden that 218 that 200 you mentioned
Yeah.
has turned into 218.
And the soundtrack that fills the ground is one only familiar to darts fans.
Well, do you know what they say on the village green on a Saturday afternoon? Good players go 4 times. Let's see it.
As you can see now, the captain's just having a chat with Porter to work out how we're going to close this over out. I think it's only 1 ball from it that's left. And again, she's sneaked it through and she's bowled her.
Or not.
Or not.
The bail came off.
It might have been stumped. Apologies, it all happened so quickly, which is credit to the keeper. It looked like they had been bowled, but it has been stumped. But they are not out. So all that commotion after that over hit the glove of the keeper, and I think just knocked the bail off, so nothing's happened. Laura Bailey is still batting with Sophie Singer. The score is 218. 6.
That was weird.
It's all going on. So, last over of the day, everyone.
Hey. No, it's not last over the day. It's not 50 overs after this.
Of the innings.
Thank you. Jeepers creepers. You want to go home?
No, I'm here at Beckenham watching entertaining cricket.
Good save.
And if you want to come down and it's all this music we're talking about, it's still not too late to come down to Beckenham to watch the second half of our game here against Morgan. And if you love it that much, stick around for tomorrow and watch the men.
But you can't stay overnight.
No.
And Anderson drops that one a bit shorter.
And
That's a lovely
punched.
shot from Sophie Singer. Just
And
sort of guided almost.
it is, and that is 4 more. That is beaten the inner ring, and that is raced away. And that is helping Kent's contribution here. And that might be the 50 partnership as well that has just come through.
That's coming very quick time as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's very, very quick.
46 balls.
That is a very good contribution here by these two at the back end of the Kent innings. I think Glamorgan have let them slip slightly over the last sort of 15-20 minutes. They had them where they wanted them, and now this 50 partnership has probably left a bit of a sour taste. But Anderson will continue. Again, this one, shout for caught behind.
Bad.
Umpire is unmoved. There has been I've enjoyed today's umpiring display of how we give someone that very slow,
The suspense.
slow rise, isn't it, of the thing that then goes up.
It's very slow, but I rate it.
You've got a good view of that on your live stream, especially when we are bowling from the Beckenham end. You'll see Mal raise that nice and slowly.
On your Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly.
That one there, that is a wide. It's moved too much on the leg side. Keeper has a good diving stop to save any further runs.
I would rate it even more if the wides were just as slow. Just imagine that as a bowler. You think you've got away with it, and all of a sudden you turn around. Oh, no.
It's the theatrics, isn't it? I think people really lead into that these days. If it's with your appealing, your umpires, your batting. Again, Anderson. This time, Fuller. They're going to scamper through for a single, as I think Singer just pads that into the mid-wicket region. But again, you won't see on your stream, but we have a deep square, deep mid-wicket, deep long on. So there's a very vacant single option in the ring there. But again, Glamorgan aren't going to mind that too much. They're just looking to protect the boundaries at the back end of their fielding innings.
So what we're going to have now then? Reverse ramp, Joe Root style ramp. What predictions?
Third man and fine leg are up. So with third and fine up, I feel like it's a good option. Anderson is in. Again, they've worked that into the leg side. They're going to look for 2, and they're going to run back for 2 on the misfield. And it will be safe in the end. So that is a very good run in by the Kent duo here. That is 2 more to their total. And that's hurt Glamorgan there a little bit.
Yeah, they'd normally say never run on a misfield, but worked out all right there.
It did indeed. People still finding their way into the stand as well.
They've heard about this Laura Bailey exhibit out in the middle.
And Anderson's back in. Again, this time tried to pull it round. Didn't quite connect that time. I think that was Anderson getting a bit of her own back there, of being like, don't do that to me twice. But a dot ball, which is important for Glamorgan here.
Yeah, a dot's almost as good as a wicket at this stage. I think they'll want to close this last ball out without any extra damage.
So the score is currently 2-2-6 for 6. There's 1 ball left of the innings. Laura Bailey is facing up as Anderson comes running in. Again, driven hard, very hard, down to mid-on. It's going to be a shout of 2. They're going to come back. And it's going to be run out in the end. But you had to do that for the last ball of the game. So that is the end of the Kent innings. It was entertaining towards the back end with Laura Bailey playing her shots. They have got up to I would say, a defendable total. We spoke about at the beginning of the live stream. What we feel was going to be defendable. We said anything over 200 is probably a good shout. So Kent are going to be fairly happy with that. So the score should be 2-2-7.
I believe it is, yes. They did take a single off that last ball.
So Glamorgan are going to need 2-2-8 to win. And come back after for the chase. And like I said, if you are local and want to come down and watch this in person, then head on down to the county ground Beckenham to watch this chase. You're listening to Nick Dillon and Molly Davis. And before we leave you, we will quickly give you a update to what is going on around the country with scores, because there's a few things going on today. But I don't know. If you're Kent, you happy with that?
Yeah, 100%. Very happy. I think that's yeah, it was 2-2. Confirmed as 2-2-7 as we thought, and yeah, we think that's a good score. It's definitely defendable, and they'll give themselves every chance. I think with the plethora of spin they'll have available. So
I do agree. So that's the end of the overs here. Middlesex have 5 balls left. They are on 290 for 4. Yorkshire have 3 overs left and now 255 for 6. And obviously we've mentioned Kent have closed their innings out with 227 for 7. So come back to join us for the chase very shortly, and we'll take you through ball by ball.
So welcome back to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam, I'm here with Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis, and you may have noticed on the stream that the camera quality has improved again. We did a little bit of fiddling in the innings break, so hopefully you're seeing us now in full HD. Live here from the county ground Beckenham with a smattering of spectators around. Dee still here with her 40th birthday balloons. And it looks like the Kent team are just huddling up before they walk out. So Kent made 227 for 7 in their 50 overs. Laura Bailey with a lovely little cameo at the end, and a couple of comments on our official Facebook page. Andy says, great comeback considering they were 11 for 3, well done. I think that's fair, isn't it, Molly?
Indeed, I think that they take that position from where they were early doors.
And another comment from Robin, who says, a great team effort, congratulations. Glamorgan look rattled and rather out of sorts. They are there for the taking. Well, we will see, Robin, as the Glamorgan openers head out, and they will be closely followed by the horses, Kent Women, as Old Town Road plays over the PA system to signify the start of Kent Women's bowling innings. So, Molly, if you were standing skipper Coco Street today, who would you open up with bowling-wise?
It's a good question. I think I'd lean towards a spin option early doors, to be honest. I think trying to get them on the back foot early, take a couple of wickets in the power play. Obviously, Kent lost 3, didn't they? So I think that's where I'd go. I wouldn't be surprised to see Amy Gordon maybe take 1 or 2. And then around that, you've obviously got the opportunity to bring on Sydney Gorham, you've got your Seema. So, I don't know, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Jemima Spence at the moment with the gloves.
Yeah, Spence takes over keeping duties from Sturge, who was put down on the scorecard to keep wicket today, but it's good to see Jemima Spence back at Kent on loan from Surrey, a graduate of the Kent Talent Pathway who's earned her chance to be a professional cricketer. She's come back on loan to the county for the rest of the season. Looks like Amy Gordon will be taking up a familiar position for herself at first slip.
Now this is interesting.
Yeah.
Everything I've said, forget about it. Megan Sturge is opening the bowling from the City end.
So Megan Sturge, who Kent supporters may have seen more frequently with the gloves this year, has been given the task of opening the bowling from the City end with her leg spin.
Indeed. So last week she's stepping up at the other end of the pitch with the gloves in hand. This week Coco Street has gone have the first over.
Be interesting to see if Glamorgan go after her here in the first over.
It is. As Liam will talk you through this one.
So Megan Sturge then to open the bowling. She comes in from the City end. Bowls, and it's cut away. There won't be any run. Well fielded out there by Sydney Gorham.
Grab by the Jemima Spence. You'll see it on the stream.
Absolutely.
It's a high throw that's coming, I think, from Sydney Gorham there. And it's just been plucked out the sky by Jemima Spence.
Yeah, that's Parfit on strike. And she won't beat Gorham again. That's more good fielding there. We'll just see if we can get the scorecard on your stream updated. Do bear with us. There we go. So Parfit has faced 2 deliveries here. She's out there with Freeborn.
Yeah, it's obviously a different kind of approach here by Kent to open with Megan Sturge. It's going to be a plan.
In comes Sturge again then with her leg spin and cut away again. This time it will beat Sydney Gorham and it may find the rope. Yes, it does. So Glamorgan are off the mark with a boundary. 4 without loss inside the first over.
Yeah, we saw Kent do it, didn't we, in their innings. They split the field on the offside when they found the gap and it did race away. So Glamorgan have taken note and she's done that pretty well.
Yeah, notoriously quick outfield here at Beckenham. Some high scores in history for Kent's men's and women's side. As Sturge comes in again, that's wider and it will be signalled as such. That's first extra of the Kent bowling innings from Megan Sturge. And we did see, and we've said this previously today, that spin did well at the other end as well, Molly. Sturge comes in again. defended well by
Yes.
Parfit.
I think spin here this week and last week is the winner really. Have generally walked over pretty good figures once they've done that. I think the Glamorgan players can show that pretty well.
In comes Sturge again then, past the umpire. Ball, it's better line there from Sturge, and she'll get a respectful prod back to the bowler from Parfit. So Megan Sturge then to complete the first over of the second innings. Comes in, bowls, that's cut away. Almost stopped again by Sydney Gorham. She'll be unlucky there. It's sort of jumped up off the practice wickets and gone past her, and that will be another boundary. So end of the first over. It is 9 without loss for Glamorgan, and you may have just seen on the stream that by the magic of modern technology, camera 2 is now working. So we will have proper coverage from each end for you for the rest of the game.
Yeah, indeed. It's all the technology's going off today, isn't it? And it's proving that both cameras are now working, so they can bring you all the action. And it looks like it's going to be Sydney Gorham to bowl from the Beckenham end.
Coco Streets marshals the troops. Skipper today, whilst Megan Belt takes a couple of week break away from playing, and delighted to say she's with us here to take on some commentary duties. Let's say at the end of the next over.
I'm sure I can throw some questions at her. Some big topics on the stream today we've been chatting about. I'm sure I can poise to her, see what she's got to say.
Yeah, if you do want to get in touch with us, you can tweet us or X us at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. You can get a question in for Megan Belt.
Gorham's in. That's just pressed out to cover where Gordon does the work.
Very chirpy in the field, are Kent. I think they've enjoyed that little cameo. We saw the Manhattan during the innings break, and the skyscrapers right at the end are quite big, so Kent finished their innings with a bat well, so they've now got the opportunity to apply a bit of pressure to Glamorgan's openers.
That's Gorham again. He's in. Punched off the back foot, but Bilal will do the work there in the covers, so there'll be no run.
Interesting that Amy Gordon has decided to be a catch and cover.
Yeah, I've watched a bit of Abby Freeborn this year, and when she hits it hard. So obviously Gordon trying to deter there, a little maybe pop up of a catch that happened a couple of times in Kent's innings. Looking to copy and paste that as Gordon's back in. Again, it's hit off the back foot straight to point, where Darlington does the work. I think we've mentioned that a couple of times now, haven't we? With Darlington at point, that's her position, it feels like. Again, you can just see that Jemima Spence is putting the helmet back on to come up to the stumps here, so it's probably a tactic. Potentially Freeborn using her feet a little bit. But Gorham's going to come in again. That one punched off the back foot, straight to Bilal. It's a good area here from Gorham.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Sydney Gorham's bowling this year, especially that away game that you played in, Molly, away at Cambridge.
I did.
She bowled really well there in the Vitality Women's County Cup. Kent got to the quarter-finals and missed out against Tier 1 side the Blaze, so gave a very good account of themselves in that tournament.
She bowls. Again, punched off the back foot. That seems to be the preferred option here by Freeborn. But again, no run. You are right, the chirpiness here of the Kent fielders are looking lively. Get the impression that something could just happen here. So I'm sure Coco Streets has a plan. Obviously, especially that Megan Sturge first over. Slightly out of character from what we've seen this year from Kent. I'm sure there's something behind it. As Gorham bowls. Driven hard, beaten Gordon at short cover, and that will race away for 4. And that, you feel, was the trouble with having that close catcher. But when she hits it and pierces the gap, it's going to be 4. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan are 13 for no loss after 2. Parfit's on 8 and Freeborn's on 4.
And I will make way now for the Kent skipper, Megan Belt. Megan's about to join us, so I will see you all later on. And the next voice you hear will be Molly Davis, closely followed by Megan Belt.
Indeed, Megan's going to be joining me in a second. But it will be Sturge to continue here, which I feel Kent are going to stick with the plan. And it will be Parfitt to continue as Sturge comes in for her first ball, the second over. And again, that misses everything into Spence's gloves. Welcome, Megan Bell.
Hello, sorry, I've just had to readjust the headset here. It was a bit big for my head.
I know, I have been heard. He's got quite a large head. Short pulled, but that's straight up to mid-on. So Laura Bailey. How's your day been, Megan?
Yeah, no, it's been okay. It's a bit cloudy today, not as nice as last week. But yeah, no, good to be watching the girls again.
Sturge is in. Rocked off the back foot this time. And we'll find the gap and it'll kick on. So it'll just be the one in the end. I can see you've got a coat on, wrapped up.
I'll tell you what, last week I had Gordo sunglasses on. This week I've got Isabella James's North Face coat on.
Kind of thought the team were looking out for you here.
I think they are. I think they are.
Might pack your bag next time for you.
Oh.
As again, Sturge just adjusting a few things before she comes in to Freeborn. Again, Fuller driven, bottom edged into the ground. It's gone high up in the air as a bump ball. Yeah, what do you think of Megan Sturge opening up today?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of talk in the dressing room about how spin, I think, is a brilliant option today. So they spoke about opening with a spinner. So yeah, great to see Meg Sturge opening the bowling.
Again, that's short, been played off the back foot, straight to Darlington at point.
I think when you're choosing who's going to open, obviously you don't want to, I hate using the word, but waste Isabella James first up. I think she's a better sort of in the middle spell.
Again, Sturge this time. Bit Fuller, which makes Freeborn play in front. That's the end of the over.
But yeah, you've also got Amy Gordon that can open the bowling as well. She's done that in the T20s, so it wouldn't surprise me if at some point she comes on quite early, and then they'll save JMO for sort of middle overs. But I think just getting spin on as quickly as possible, to be honest. I don't know how many Sydney Gorham will bowl here to sort of make way for the spinners in a way. A bit of a harsh game because she's bowling really, really well. So, but yeah, apparently there's been a lot of turn going on this pitch today.
Yeah, I got the impression that it might have been Amy Gordon opening up with the first over. So the joke was Sturge with the glove last week, and then this week, ball in hand. So she does it all.
I said to her today, I wish I could be like you. Bat, bowl, keep, and bowl spin as well. I love it.
She's got it
love
all.
It. She's a very good, very, very good player. And yeah, I think good cricketers can do everything, to be honest. So
handy to have in your team, isn't it?
Definitely.
As Gorham again starts her second over here to Parfitt. Again, full and straight, just defended out there, and Streets does the work. Yeah, I can imagine there's a few chats going around today before you went out to bowl, just about what the plans are going to be, and obviously learnings from Glamorgan as well.
Yeah, I think we've got a team full of spinners today. I don't know how I'm going to get back into this team, you know. Yeah, a team full of spinners. I think we worked out we could actually bowl 50 overs of spin here today.
That'd be pretty special, wouldn't it? As Gorham comes in, that's driven hard and timed beautifully as that goes to the boundary for 4. That's too wide of Sophie Singer. She can't pick it up. It's gone past Amy Gordon at a short catching cover. And now there's some conversations.
I think you've got these two batters. You've got Gammon, that's a very good batter. I think we said their sort of top 4 is very, very strong. So if we can break through those, we should be in the game. But these two are very, very strong. I think someone said that Abby Freeborn scored 100 last week. So yeah, tough.
Yeah, but as you can see there on your live stream, that Megan Sturge comes out of slip and now goes into the covers. It's a bit of protection there for Sydney Gorham as she again runs into Abby Freeborn. Apologies, Laura Parfitt. So yeah, we've had a few discussions today about using spin, and we spoke about the exceptional fielding talent we've seen throughout the competitions. Obviously last week with Northamptonshire, you probably witnessed it firsthand as well. What were you thinking this year, but just the standards in the women's game? Gorham is going to continue. Driven again hard. Good hand from Amy Gordon, but no run.
Yeah, no, I think the fielding has been the big standout this year, to be honest. And I think we're improving as a team as well. I said last week I think we need to improve, and I think we are. And it's been interesting seeing so many catches taken that are sort of worldy catches in a way. And the ground fielding, dive into the ground, has been phenomenal by every team in Tier 2, I would say.
There's that one again, just defended into the offside by Parfit. Yeah, no, I would agree with saying that the standard just keeps getting higher and higher, and you're expecting now these absolutely worldies of catches to be taken, where a couple of years ago it's, oh, you've taken that, where now it should be taking it, just as the standard changes.
Yeah, and I think as a captain, I'm finding it hard where to put players, because I can't hide any of my players because they're all really good fielders, so they're all getting offended about where I'm putting them.
As that one's worked off the legs there, and it will race away down to fine leg, and it will kick over the boundary for 4, so that is 4 more to Glamorgan's total, and that should mark the end of the over as well. Yeah, no, I would agree. It's difficult. I mean, knowing the team pretty well, they're all a good fielding outfit and unit. So hopefully today they can carry on with that and take some worldy catches.
Yeah, and I think having Jemima Spence behind the stumps, hopefully there's a few nicks to her behind. Yeah, she's a great addition to the team, and yeah, just to have her around the group as well. She's been great today, and her energy coming back to Kent, I think she's been really, really excited to come back and play for us. So it's like she's not been away. And yeah, I did a nice little initiation, maybe you can call it, just to welcome her back to the team this morning. So, which was really nice to do.
Yeah, I'm sure she appreciated that. I know she's a very loved character around the group. So yeah, to have her back will be helpful. And obviously it frees Megan Sturge up to come and bowl. And she's into bowl now, shorter, cut through the gap, and that will run away for 4. Again, she's waited for that perfectly. It's in her slot there. We're talking about, ironically, shirt numbers earlier, and who has what number and why. What's the thought behind your number? Did you like it? Was there a reason?
So I'm number 6. My birthday is the 6th of October. So I have always taken a shine to the number 6, to be honest. And I think my second favourite number, which I've worked out, is 16, because it's the 10th month and the 6th day makes 16.
I enjoy the thought behind that one. As Sturge is back in again, shorter, cut this time, but Darlington does the work, so there's no run. Yeah, I was saying that I imagine a lot of them are birthdays or a year of some description. And the ones that we worked out wasn't a birthday or a year, we just assumed that it was a poignant number for them in different ways.
Yeah, I would say so. I was watching Liverpool last night, actually, with my fiancé.
Sturge just one in off the hip, but James does the work.
And yeah, I had to, I don't support Liverpool, but I had to make out that I was making pancakes in the kitchen, so I was shedding a little tear about Diego Jota and his number 20 shirt, Forever 20 and stuff. It was really sad.
Sturge is in again, shorter, but Spence takes that quite comfortably. No, it was, and I think last night was a fitting tribute to him and what the club had done over sort of the off-season as well. And they got the win, which has a bomb of support for myself. It was a tough one to follow as Sturge continues. And that's just pressed up to cover.
That was unintentional by me, by the way, bringing that up. I forgot that Molly was a Bournemouth supporter. Yeah, very happy fiancé last night, may I add.
It was a not so happy household for me. As Sturge in again, this time shorter, tucked behind point there, but Darlington does the work. So in the end, Sturge closes the over out pretty well. Only the 4 from it. And at the end of the over, Glamorgan are 26 for no loss. So
JMO's coming on to bowl here.
I was about to say, would you expect a change? And as I've said that, Isabella James here. Did she bowled from the City end last week, didn't she? She bowled from the other end.
Yeah, which I'm surprised. I thought Gordo could come on this end and JMO could come on the other end, but Coco's got a plan. Fully back it. We might see a wicket here early doors. I don't think JMO, she's not fussy about what end she bowls. She's an absolute captain's dream. And me and her normally bowl in tandem, and it's normally whatever end that I want. She'll just bowl the other end, and she shows me up because she gets more wickets than me.
Now, we always say on commentary how great she's been this year for the team and always puts in a shift, and generally gets you wickets when you really need them.
Yeah, she's brilliant. Brilliant. Puts in so much work outside the gate, outside the matches. She comes to training even though she lives really far away.
She's in for her first ball here. Shorter. And that has just been cut into the offside. And it will run away for 4. Found the gap. And that's 4 to the total. I feel like I've been a commentator's curse there.
That was me last week though, Miles. It's alright.
It
It's your
was.
turn this week.
I come back on commentary when kept batting earlier, and as soon as I've sat down, Coco unfortunately gets out.
Oh.
So I feel that I'm not the lucky charm here.
No, don't waste your money doing a lottery ticket tonight.
No fear of that. No fear of that. But yeah, probably a little bit too short there from James. But she'll be looking to pull her length back here as she's back into Parfit. Again, turn and bounce. That's what we're very accustomed to seeing at the moment from Isabella James.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice bowling.
Again, she's back into bowl. Again, turn, bounce, just goes past the outside edge. So what number shirt wouldn't you want to wear? It must be a number you is unlucky to you. As again, James is back in. Cut powerfully off the back foot, races away for 4. That's a beautiful shot.
I actually, I've got so many stories, haven't I, whenever I come on here. I don't like the number 1.
Okay.
I think it's a very bold statement if you wear a number 1. And so I mentioned last week that my mum has her women's softball team that she's just made. My best friend, her name's Amber, she's decided she's going to play for them. And my mum sent in their group chat the other day, all right, ladies, send me your numbers. She said these ones are sort of taken. Straight away, my best friend, obviously not from a sporting background, she likes football. She turned around and said, I want to be number 1. She put number 1, please, very boldly in the chat. And when we went for a drink the other day, she, to her surprise, she didn't know that I wasn't very impressed with that she wanted to be number 1. And she said, no, it's because I like number 1.
James back in, flighted this time, just turned into the leg side. Streets collects that. I mean, it's bold, but I'm sure she'll live up to the expectation.
She's a very bold character, my friend. She's amazing.
Again, James in. Again, misses everything, straight into Spence's gloves. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan 34 without loss. Would you expect to see Sturge continue from the city end?
I would be tempted to just change it up a little bit and put Amy Gordon on to bowl. Sturgey might still be bowling. I'm just seeing if she's walking over to have a bowl. But I'd be tempted to put Amy Gordon on here just to change it up. You've also got Laura Bailey, bowls leg spin. You've got Sophie Singer, bowls leg spin. So yeah, 50 overs a spin if we need it. I think Amy Gordon is coming on to bowl. So Coco has got my telepathic, my message that I've sent to her through my brain. No, we work really well together, me and Coco. We think the same things, which is nice. But she has her own style, like I said. She really wanted to bat first today, which I think a few of the girls were sort of not too happy about it. But she's been bold. She said, we know it's a road at Beckenham, and we need to get out of this sort of habit about bowling first. So yeah, very bold, and I think it's worked quite well. Yeah,
posting over 200, I think any team will take that. And with a bowling unit today having so much spin, it definitely plays in that favour, doesn't it? As Gordon bowls her first ball, worked off the legs there of Freeborn. Yeah, lots of spinners, and obviously you mentioned Laura Bailey there. Good cameo with the bat.
Brilliant. She was so proud of herself, and I was so proud of her as well, actually.
Gordon again tries to be fancy there, drops short of James, and it will run away to the boundary, and that's 4 more. Bit of invention there from the lone player from Warwickshire as they get that past Isabella James. Diving effort there.
I think that's quite a good option. Amy Gordon bowls quite flat and fast, so if you get a bat on that, that's going for 4.
Yeah. Clever cricket, smart cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that. Even Laura Bailey was coming in and playing all the shots and the flair. It was good to see. It's good to commentate on, actually.
Yeah, she's such a good egg as well.
Gordon again comes back in. This one, a bit more conventional, but that's just no run there as Coco Streets mops up.
It's just Laura trains so hard. If anyone has her on Instagram, she's always training, so it's great for her to come here and it pay off.
Again, this one paddle again. She connects with it. James can't cut that one off, and it will keep racing away, and it will go all the way over for 4. That is 4 more. Good bit of invention here by Abby Freeborn, making Amy Gordon ask questions of herself.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn's naturally, I've grown up playing against her in the age group stuff, and she loves a sweep. And I remember I was bowling really well at this game against Sussex when I was like under 15s. I couldn't get her out. I was getting everyone else around her out, I think. I just couldn't get her out because she likes all these sweeps and you think you're in for a chance. But it's effective for her, and yeah, she scored many runs doing that. And yeah, she's a brilliant player.
I was about to say formerly Sussex, no?
Yeah, formerly
yeah.
Sussex, yeah. Yeah, I think she might be a year older than me. She used to play for Anstey, the club that I played for as well in Sussex. Yeah,
a few of the players now that are in different Tier 1 counties, sort of formerly of southern parts.
Yeah, and this is the nature of professional women's cricket now. You've got a professional men's football and stuff. You branch out and you go to different places, and it's just how it works. And yeah, she seems to like the northern teams, I guess. But well, yeah, no, it's all good.
As Gordon again just changes off the field now. Slip come out to like a short catching square. She bowls, and again just plays that to point there. Yeah, I mean even like Melissa McCarthy playing for the Blaze this year in the County Cup quarter-final, formerly of Sussex as well. So yeah, a few names that ends up you sort of, oh yeah, remember you from when we were in age group.
Yeah.
As Gordon's back in, driven this time straight to Bilal there with a good bit of fielding. Good athlete.
Zina Bilal has been brilliant in the field. She was the one that got the wicket against the Blaze when Sydney Gorham was bowling and put long on out. She took an absolute phenomenal catch. She's a brilliant athlete. She's having a little chat with Coco there as well. She likes to, she's the youngster, she's got a lot of knowledge, so also likes to sort of share her knowledge as well, which is great. As a captain, she's given me a few good ideas and stuff as well. So yeah, no, brilliant player.
Yeah, remember that catch actually? It dismissed Georgie Boyce. So that was pretty good going. It was all wicket we were happy to see. Good player.
Yeah, it was. That was a really good plan by Sydney Gorham as well. She viewed the sort of analysis pack and saw that Georgie Boyce gets caught there, and straight away got the wicket. So yeah, captain's dream, as I keep saying.
There you go. As James is going to be continuing here from the Beckenham / Crystal Palace end. In again, just punched off the back foot this time, and they're going to get a comfortable single there. Didn't think that was on, but they made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, especially against Ella Darlington as well. She's a quick fielder, but maybe was a bit more in the gap than our angle that we can see here.
Yeah, obviously we are down by the Crystal Palace end and at long on practically is where we are in our media tent. And again, James is in. This one spins past the outside edge, straight to Jemima Spence. Yeah, we've spoken about the weather. How many more layers can you get on, do you reckon, today?
I'm well known for wearing a lot of layers.
And again, this one, rock back, off the back foot, finds the gap. Gorham can't cut that off, but Bilal's out on the boundary. And a very good throw. Just over Spence's head. And we were talking earlier on commentary, you were doing a lap with Amy Gordon, and I said, there's no mistaking that's Megan Burt and Amy Gordon. One, because Megan has 101 layers on, and two, Amy Gordon's bright Lightning McQueen Crocs. And again, punched off the back foot this time. Again, it will just be the one as the boundary rider does the work.
Yeah, Gordo's been a great signing for us this year. I'm taking full credit in that as well. It's a well-known thing now in the team that I slid into her DMs, as she calls it. She's quite proud of it, to come and play for us. And yeah, she's been a brilliant signing, and yeah, one of my close friends as well.
Again, this one spun past the outside edge into Spencer's gloves. Asking a few questions here, James.
She's got a smile on her face, which is nice.
Actually, again, this time,
Or
big shout, and it's out. So that there is dismissed, caught behind. Spence takes the catch. James does the work, and that is the end of Abby Freeborn and that signature style of the umpire. You can see the slow rise of the arm as she gives the batter out. The suspense is always a tough one to take as the batter, but that does mean Glamorgan are 45 for 1. As we've said it, James with the breakthrough.
yeah, it's a massive wicket there for JMO. Abby Freeborn out, but we've got, I think that's Gammon coming in now.
Beckenham strides
So
out.
this is another big wicket if she gets it. Another big player here. So yeah, still a long way to go. Brilliant wicket there by JMO, and lovely catch behind the stumps as well from Jemima Spence.
Yeah, indeed. Good wicket all round. Good bit of cricket. It's what Kent desperately needed at 45 for off 8 there. So Kent will be happier. There we go. Sophie Singer just striding around. You might see her in comes the shot in a second. But here we go. It's what Kent wants. It's the end of the over, so I imagine it'll be Amy Gordon to continue. And she's going to make her way back up to the bowler's end. So how are you finding sort of life now? Obviously you mentioned earlier last week you were a teacher, so you're now on, we call a very long annual leave.
Yeah, but I go back soon. I'm in
Do
the holiday blues as we call it. I do go back soon, but no, I'm looking forward to going back. I love my job, and I love teaching these young kids that are aspiring cricketers, and obviously teach a bit of maths as well.
Gordon in, shorter this time, worked into the leg side by Parfit, but no run. Yeah, obviously, mentioned before, proud to be a teacher. I mean, you might like the annual leave more than the teaching.
It humbles you,
It does it.
being a teacher.
Gordon in, punched the back foot this time, but that's straight to Gorham.
Yeah, you can never let anything slip. Had my eyebrows done, I remember that, and it was, Miss Belt, have you had your eyebrows done? They look a bit dark. And I'm like, no, I haven't.
Again, that one, just off the hip. You, the life of a teacher, eh?
Honestly, you can't get away with anything. Can't get any insecurity you have is highlighted by the children.
Gordon again. This one misses everything straight to Spence. This is a good period here from Kent.
Very good. I think squeezing a few dots here, hopefully will accumulate to a couple of wickets.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about the dot balls as Gordon's in short, punched by Parfit, but that's gone straight at Darlington. We were speaking earlier actually about the dots that Glamorgan managed to create and what bowlers sort of did what, and we were pretty impressed by the amount of dots that were created as Gordon's back in shorter, pulled down the ground, but they're going to sneak a single after a misfield.
It's unlucky. That would have been a maiden there for Amy Gordon. Very, very good over.
But yeah, we were saying actually a few of the Glamorgan bowlers, specifically, Poppy Walker, Katie Cobb bowling 38 dot balls in their 10 overs. It makes a difference, doesn't it, in middle overs, just dotting up.
Yeah, that's really good. And you got, is it Ellie Anderson? 42 dot balls there. And yeah, she's taken a wicket. So it just shows, doesn't it, that the ones that have accumulated those dot balls have all taken wickets.
Yeah. It was a good bowling performance, and then obviously Kent got up to a very respectable total and defendable, but we always say here, take nothing away from the visitors. They've done well.
Yeah, and I think they've got a statement to make as well by them going tier 1 in not next year, the year after. So they will feel that weight on their shoulders maybe a little bit, but they definitely showed in the field and fielding and bowling that they top tier team.
Yeah, no, indeed. So it will be James to continue here as Parfit will be taking strike again. There's a bit of physio time going on here for, I think it's Sydney Gorham. So just to go off topic, obviously Premier League starts today. You mentioned Liverpool played yesterday, the other half, but obviously today the as you were calling them, the mighty Spurs.
Mighty Spurs. I'm really bad. This is really bad. I don't know who we're playing today.
It's not a true Spurs
I
fan,
know,
is it?
that's
I know who they're
really
playing.
bad. Oh no, I do know because James has a sort of last man standing thing that he's been talking about, and he's backed Spurs to beat Burnley.
Okay.
There we go. I do know what it is. Yeah, so he's backed Spurs to beat Burnley, and I think it works out if he wins this sort of last man standing thing, he could win nearly $8 grand.
Oh, look at that.
But it's accumulated over the whole season. But he loves things like that.
But obviously we will say, please gamble responsibly.
Yes.
So did you watch the Mighty Super Cup? Super Cup, is that what it was?
Yeah, I did. I got a bit ahead of myself. I'd been messaging all the Arsenal fans that I know, all the Liverpool fans that I know when we were 2-0 up that we were going to win. And I sent them lots of Spurs gifts and emojis and things. And yeah, then I had a lot of messages back once we lost 2-0 on penalties.
So the end of your evening wasn't quite as exciting as the beginning.
No, it really wasn't. And I thought, as soon as they scored that second goal, I thought, typical, I should have known it's Spurs.
Should have known. Well, you know, there's always next year. Anyway, James is going to continue here. Again, flighted just into the leg side. Laura Bailey does the work. Yeah, slight break there. One of the Kent players is receiving some physio treatment, but all good to go now. On the field, all taped up. As again, she comes into bowl. Again, off the back foot, just punch to Darlington. Yeah, I had the pleasure of watching that match actually. Obviously, I was a neutral, so it was quite enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, but I reckon you wanted Spurs to win as an English fan.
I'm sure I did. As in again, this time full, but just pushes it down leg, so it will be a wide, unfortunately. As Parfitt looks to sweep that. Yeah, penalties was good actually. I was up north at the time when I watched the game, so not many people were that interested, as we were as far north as we could be. As James again comes in, just defended there to Gordon. It's a good reply there.
It's very well bowled. I think the beauty of JMO is that she will bowl the same ball, probably every ball.
Yeah.
So Parfitt's got to find a way to get some runs here against her.
Again, just dab there to point, where Darlington does the work quite comfortably. But yeah, you're right. She'll just do the same thing, but it'll be okay. It'll just sort of find her spot, won't it? She's in again. Again, that feels like that might have been an opportunity.
And there we see what we were just talking about. Not the commentator's curse this time. Parfitt's felt like she's had to do something there to try and score runs, and JMO could have got a wicket there.
Yeah, potentially a stumping opportunity, but good creating from Kent. As James comes in again, this time rock back, hits straight to Amy Gordon. It was on the bounce, so it wasn't an opportunity, but she saved probably a couple there. And that is the end of the over. So that means Glamorgan are 47 for 1. Megan's having a bit of a chuckle there over Amy Gordon's misfortune.
I just love how she's very she'd be a good show girl. As you can see, she's just looking at where she's got hit there. Very animated player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure she'll be telling Coco Streets all about that there. She's having a little chat with her, showing the umpire as well what's going on.
Yeah, we always say that the theatrics of the modern game, and that is part of it. But Amy Gordon's going to be continuing here, as I think Gammon faces her first ball. Been out there a long time not to face the ball, yeah. As Gordon comes into bowl. Again, swept this time, got it pretty fine. Sturge will make chase alongside, but it will go all the way, and it will be 4 wides. That hasn't come out quite as she wanted it to.
I thought she hit that. It's come off something, but
There was an element, wasn't there, of thinking that she's hit that potentially, but maybe it's just gone too much. But yes, that is 4 more to Glamorgan's total here. Just waiting for Megan Sturge to get back to her mark. And Gordon will continue. She's in shorter this time, guided through backward point. Darlington will make chase. She's pretty quick, so she should pick that up, and she does. And between them, they only get the 2. Good bit of fielding out there by Gorham and Darlington
Very well fielded there.
to pull that back in. No, it was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah, the theatrical side of the game we can all appreciate these days. And you're right, Amy Gordon's one of them that will lean into it. We always say during warm-ups there's always a fun competitive game that goes on, as I will continue this after Gordon bowls. That's just defended there by Gammon. We I've done a few men's games this year, and when Wes Agar was here, he was always the loudest person during the football or whatever they were doing. And I feel that Amy Gordon takes that title in the women's team. Shorter, pulled, didn't quite get all of that, and there won't be any run there.
Yeah, she's a great person to have around the group. Lots of energy, which we need, and just a great character to have around. And when she hasn't played a couple of games, she's been away. Yeah, she is missed, that energy.
Gordon in again. Defended. So no run. She gets through her over pretty quick, doesn't she?
Yeah, which is why she was so effective in the T20s, opening the bowling, just not letting the batter settle and quickly going through that first over.
Again, full toss this time driven, but that is straight to Gorham at cover, so they won't get it through. You see your head coach, assistant coach doing a lap. They're big walkers, aren't they, around the pitch?
They must have about 20,000 steps today, I reckon.
Again, pulled shorter, straight to James. So again, no run. And that is the end of the over. So Kent have, after 11 overs, Glamorgan are 54 for 1. There's been some great music coming out now. I quite enjoy the music. We looked over to the bench a few times today, and no one was really impressed by the songs that were coming out of the music system.
No, I'm trying to figure out who's doing the music. Is it someone in here?
It's someone up on the pavilion, up by your changing room. There's a room. So when there was some, doubtful looks from the bench looking over here, we wanted to go, it's not coming from here. It's coming actually from above you. But yeah, we got some disgruntled looks. As James continues, flighted.
Ooh.
And again, bit of theatrics.
I thought that looked out. No one appealed.
No one asked the question, did they? You are right. Obviously, it was doing too much, or it hit the bat. As James continues, short, wide, punched, and it will just be the single in the end.
Looked like it was just going down leg, watching that back.
Yeah, but again, you get the impression that things could happen here with James with the ball in hand. Obviously, you do have Megan Sturge out at deep mid-wicket for that one that's pulled across the line. As James bowls, flighted this time. Again, tries to dab it through backward point, but that's straight into Spence's gloves.
Yeah, she just gets that natural dip there. You can see Gammon's trying to... She thought it was going to be a full toss, but it just dips at the last minute where she catches people out with her flight, JMO, which is one of the reasons why she's so effective.
Yeah, no, indeed. And batters have been sort of puzzled by that as the season's gone through. Obviously, she's looking to try and get another one here to her name. Rocks back, and again that misses everything as it goes into Spence's gloves. This is a good over here by James. I mean, a one from it so far. It's what you want from a Kent's point of view, isn't it?
Oh,
again, that's
turn.
Yeah, turn and bounce. She's done pretty well. And like I said, she's someone that you just tend to turn to pretty early on, isn't it? Again, what back? And that was an opportunity, it slipped there. But not to be, so she'll get the single.
Oh, I think if she caught that, that would have been a brilliant grab. I'm just going to watch this back as well. And cause it was all a bit quick for me there, watching that.
That was a good over from Isabella James. She's made a lot happen there.
Ooh.
And it was a diving effort low to her right. But again, that's the end of the over. It looks like it's probably going to be Amy Gordon to continue.
Yeah, I think it is. Just to sneak through a few overs here.
Yeah. Try and get a wicket for her team here. Shorter, thick outside edge. It's going to race away that. That's one that just flies off the bat for 4 more. And that pressure that Isabella James had created from the other end is slightly released here off of Gordon's first ball of her over.
That was unlucky, that. I think if you had a gully or a slip in, it would have been out. But hindsight's a wonderful thing. That's just naturally where Gordon's that little bit quicker.
Yeah.
That just races away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I would agree. It's that, just that extra bit of pace that probably James doesn't have that maybe gives the advantage here for the batter. Again, this one, same kind of shot, but this time she's connected with it and it's gone to point. Yeah, as we were saying earlier, it's Laura Bailey, Sophie Singer, big contribution towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, brilliant for them, because they haven't been a consistent player in the squad.
Again, that is pulled off of middle stump, but straight to James.
But it's one of those where when you get the opportunity, you have to take it, and that's what they've done today. I know Sophie Singer scored loads of runs for Cambridge in Tier 3, and Laura just trained so hard, and she deserves it.
Yeah, we mentioned that on comms. I was saying that if you don't follow her on social media, go and follow her, because she'll give you a great example of how well she does outside of like the Kent sort of set up and training. She's always,
Yeah, she works so hard.
putting in the shift, isn't she? There's always one. And that there just tucks Gammon up. So that'll be a dot ball. But no, Kent fielders seem up for this. They're looking loud. Oh, it's just tucked away, wasn't it? And that will probably go all the way. It does. That's 4 more.
Yeah, unfortunately a little bit of a looser ball. She's created a lot of pressure there. She'll be kicking herself there a little bit, but I think now James is coming on to bowl. I think she's still bowling. Hopefully we create that pressure.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think James did that so well the over before, getting that pressure, building that, and I'm sure they can do that. And do you reckon there'll be a change of bowling from the City end, or do you reckon there won't be?
I think she'll trust Gordon, and I think she'll give her maybe 1 or 2 more just to see how it goes. I think they're just working out JMO's field. Yeah, I think you've got Laura Bailey that could come on. She'd be my next port of call after one of these 2 bowlers.
Yeah, as Isabella James now is going to continue from the Palace end. Again, flighted that dip that Megan's spoken about. Just makes it a bit harder to get that away. So Parfit just defends that back. I love reading all these player profiles to try and get some information on these players to give the people at home an insight into what we're all actually like. Again, in the air, but it's going to be 1 bounce. Could be a run out here at the bowler's end. Not to be, the throw wasn't on target. A bit of confusion there from the Glamorgan batters. It was up in the air for a little bit of time, but again, no catch, no run out. So that does mean it's 1 more to the total. 65 for 1. It's going to be, again, Gammon to set up here. James comes in flighted, driven hard into the gap, and it'll be the 1 out to Zina now. So I've a bit of a deep dive here on Isabella James's player profile. It's visible to everyone on their Wicket site, so you can all go check this out. Favourite musical artist, Taylor Swift. Are you rating that or not rating that?
I think that's typical JMO. I could just see her as a Taylor Swift fan.
Yeah. And she's back into bowl. Again, that's just dabbed. No run. Yeah, I reckon she definitely went to the tour last year.
Yeah, I think she did. She
Yeah.
loves a concert. She was actually at Dua Lipa the night after I went, so I do think she likes a bit of a concert.
As James is back in again. Rocked off the back foot, hit straight to cover, so there'll be no run there. The positive intent here is continuing for Glamorgan, as they're looking to build on what's already a pretty good foundation. But here, James is bowling pretty tight. So what's gonna give soon? I get the impression. And she's back in, up in the air, hard over mid-off, and that's gone all the way. That is a beautiful 6, as that is crunched over mid-off.
That's a very good shot. I think that's the one she was trying to do last over
Yeah.
and nearly got sort of caught out. Yeah, I think it was the right ball to do it to. Just a little bit full there from James. It didn't give it enough time to dip. So I think she'll just think to herself she needs to bring her length back a little bit.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's a good over, but at that last ball, Glamorgan have taken advantage of that. So it is going to be right. You are almost, it's like you're wearing an earpiece. It's going to be Laura Bailey.
Ah, great minds think alike.
They do indeed. They do indeed. So
Uh,
I'm going to try and do some digging on Laura Bailey as well while we're at it. Might as well. Give you all some fun facts at home.
Yeah, Bells is a character. She's, just such a positive person to have around. Can be quite harsh on herself, but she has high standards, which is great. And I was warming her up today, and I was standing as a batter telling her sort of what length to bowl. Coach Meg. So, yeah, we'll see how she goes here.
As Bailey just makes some adjustment to the field.
Yeah, I think she'll be feeling confident after her little batting spell that she had there as well. So, yeah, shoulders should be back and ready to go.
Slip in play. Slight drag down for the first ball. It will be a wide, and that's commentator's curse has come back from Megan Bow. So it won't be long before we ask her to leave the media tent. Joking, of course. That first ball, she just needs to settle in here. There we go. Up in the air, and a couple of bounces, and Sturge will give chase on the boundary, and it will just be the one there. It always takes, and what I've seen with Bailey this year is that one first ball can be a bit of a drag down, but after that she just settles in.
Yeah, we were having a chat about it today, and she's just got to keep her body weight up, and I think she sort of rushes a little bit, and just staying upright and getting that flight and dip, and yeah, she gets a lot of turn on the ball.
Yeah, I've seen from her videos as well, that shorter bouncer she's been working on.
Yeah.
She gets it through. A bit shorter this time. Left alone there by Parfitt, but the umpire's arms stay by her side.
She decided in training the other day to bowl pace at me, Laura Bailey. She used to be a pace bowler, apparently.
Full toss, pulled away. And that will be 4 more. It's well watched in the end by the Glamorgan batter. Why that is being affected. We have a media day here at Kent every year, as every county does, where the media team gets some information from each player. And she was asked the question this year of, what is your favourite musical artist? We understand James is Taylor Swift, but her answer was, depending on my mood, very big range, which I really enjoy. And she's in again, shorter, and that's tried to be punch, but a bottom edge just hits it into the ground and doesn't go anywhere.
That is a Laura Bailey. That is her to a T.
I just enjoy very big range.
Depends what she's feeling on the day.
Exactly. And again, slight drag down that time. Spence can't cut that one off, so it's going to race away. But Darlington will give chase, so it will mean that she stops the boundary and run a couple as well. But it will be a wide.
She just needs to find her line and length here and just compose herself a little bit. So I had a good, in case I was coming on commentary again, right, I had a good question.
Okay.
And it was trying to decide people's meal deals.
This has just been pushed down the leg side, I think. Spence couldn't get round to it, and it'll be 4 more. It's off the bat, though, so a full toss is helped on its way there by Parfitt, which takes her score to 44, I believe, if that scoreboard hasn't updated on your screen as of yet. But it is 4 more to her total. So this is a big over here for Glamorgan. They've really pounced upon this.
Yeah, as I say, she just needs to find her line and length here. When she gets it right, she's a really, really good bowler.
As Bailey's back in again.
There she
That's
is.
a better line and length there. She's sort of inside edge that behind her, the batter. And it's been picked up by the deep square who's run in. So that does take Parfit to 45. That does mean she steals a strike, and that does mean that Glamorgan's total is 86 for 1 off of 15. So yeah, your meal deal question. Are you guessing them, or are you asking us our meal deals?
I'm guessing them
Oh, okay.
by what type of person I think they are. So you could give me someone. You could start with yourself if you want.
Okay, go with me. You've known me a while, so this is a big question. It's a make or break for the friendship.
I feel like you're not going to like my answer
I'm
to
not.
this. You know what you like.
Yeah.
So I'm having you down.
Yep.
As a just ham sandwich. I've got you down as a ready sorted bag of crisps, and I'm afraid I've got you as a bottle of water.
As James is back in. This one here just baffles Parfit slightly. It's a dot ball, got a little bit tied up there. And what makes this worse, everyone listening at home, is I had a meal deal for lunch today, and I was eating it in front of Megan Bout, and that wasn't my order. As James comes back in, swept behind square, she's got enough of it, and it might race away, and it does. So that is a sweep shot, and that has sent James to the boundary for 4. And that has definitely added 4 more to Parfit's total, bringing it to 49 here. So she's 1 away from her half century. This is a good over again, isn't it? It's a continuation for Glamorgan here.
Yeah, it is. It's saying that their run rate is 5 point. Does that say 8-7?
Yep.
8-7, and required rate is just under 4, so they're well ahead of the run rate here.
They are indeed. What can James do to grab this back? Shorter, punched into the offside. Gorham does a good bit of work there to save more than just the one, and that does bring up Parfit's 50 off of 50 balls.
Yeah, really well batted. I think it's all been quite low risk as well. She's had that one shot that she missed from Isabella James, but yeah, she's batted really, really well. She's hit sort of 360, lots of cut shots straight down the ground. She's swept, so quite a hard person to bowl at, I'd say.
Big contribution for her team here. As James is in this time to Gammon. Rock back off the back foot, foot, yeah, from Darlington there. Rushes past, it'll just be the one in the end.
So, back to the meal deals. I've got Coco Streets, I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I've got her down as like a duck wrap kind of girl.
I'd have got that or like a sushi if that's included in your meal deal.
Yeah.
This is electric content on the live stream today, by the way. As James comes back into bowl. That's a thick outside edge. No one's there. Nothing the keeper can do about that. But it will just be the one as Darlington does the work.
That's that one that she keeps trying to play.
Yeah.
She's got one. But I'd say JMO's winning this battle at the moment.
I don't think she's going to be that upset with this, James, is the fact that she's going after her. But there's been a few chances that have gone up here. As James is going back in off the back foot, but misses that, and it goes into Spence's gloves. So your thoughts behind Streets having either a duck wrap? Okay, what side? Because I don't think it's crisps. I think it's fruit.
Do you think it's fruit?
100%.
Yeah, I don't see her as a crisp kind of gal. I reckon it could be a bit of a satay chicken sort of situation, maybe.
Or a carrots and hummus.
Yeah, carrots and hummus, and I'm seeing her as a smoothie kind of girl.
Same.
With a drink.
You should we should guess them, and then after you should ask them all to see how right
That's
you were.
true.
'Cause
Amy Gordon's will be a bit. Actually, no, I was going to say rogue. I think she knows what she likes.
Indeed, I think all day breakfast sandwich kind of girl for Amy Gordon.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. I am bacon and egg.
Heck yeah.
I'm feeling it.
So it is going to be Megan Sturge to take over here from Amy Gordon. For Laura Bailey at the city end. Actually going to be coming in here to bowl to the half centurion Laura Parfit. As she is getting set. Fuller this time, just defended away by Parfit. I think it's going to be like a bacon and egg sandwich. Crisps.
Sweet chili sensations.
Okay, that's a good shout. I was going to go for hula hoops.
Oh, yes.
In again, shorter, worked off the hip here. They're going to get a quick single as Streets picks the ball up and throws it in. This is good rotation here from Glamorgan. This is a good period of play for them.
I know exactly what her drink will be, and I know I'm not wrong with this because she made me get her one earlier, a Diet Coke.
A Diet Coke. Sturge comes back into bowl. Off the back foot here in the air.
Ooh.
And a diving opportunity from Amy Gordon, but she can't pull that in and it will race away for 4. Amy Gordon full stretch at point there, can't get a hand on it. So the upward slash of the bat from Gammon.
Yeah, I think she got a little fingertip on that there, and she's very disappointed, but I think it was a good effort to even get a fingertip on it, to be honest. That was a brilliant effort there.
I would agree. I think that's the 50 partnership as well. But again, good period of play from Glamorgan, as I've mentioned. The Sturge comes back in here off the back foot again, just punches to backward point. No run. Yeah, I think you've nailed Amy Gordon's Milder. I think that's probably not too far wrong. What are you thinking if I say Isabella James after this ball? Sturge comes in the up. Didn't quite carry to backward point. Another chance though from Kent. Good creating.
Yeah, Isabella James. She's a hard one. She's a bit of a dark horse, actually. She comes across quite quiet and like a just ham kind of situation.
Driven hard, and that is struck perfectly and timed to perfection. That has gone sailing through Outer Barnfather at cover, and it races away for 4.
I reckon she could be a coronation chicken kind of girl.
Do you think?
A bit, you know, she's a bit out there, like not out there as she's kind of adventurous in a way, and I think she's quite posh, Isabella James. So I think a coronation chicken is a good shout for her. What crisps do you reckon, or what size? It doesn't have to be crisps, does it?
I think it's gonna be like a hummus job, I think. And the drink, I'm gonna go for like an iced tea.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good shout. That is a good shout. You wouldn't see her drinking a can of Coke, I don't think.
No. So James is to continue here. Rocked off the back foot, and that's hit to cover, as we've seen a lot today already. Yeah, okay, I like it. Sydney Gorham will be a good meal deal. I'm sure that'll be top tier.
I was just thinking about that one as well, actually.
James is in, flighted, just defended back by Parfit. Oh, I'm trying to think. I think it could be like a wrap maybe for Sydney Gorham.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say a baguette.
Oh, baguette. That one there's just sort of dropped her hands. That played it into point. No run though. Good start to James's over. Yeah, it's definitely. I reckon it's a crisp option. I reckon like a Dorito kind of job. And that one there again, flies it. Just drop in, just dip as you were mentioning earlier, Megan.
Maybe I should be a commentator.
Maybe you should join me and just not play anymore and just commentate. It's great.
Yeah, I've got Sydney Gorham down as a chili heatwave Doritos kind of gal.
I like that. Get in here.
Oh.
And that just falls short of I think it's Sydney Gorham.
She's worn it.
She's worn that, I believe, in the tummy region. And the plane might just get slightly paused. But she's okay. She's up. She's walking about. She's worn it, but she's safe full for her team.
She might have a nice little bruise in the morning there.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun one, is it? Just pause in play, as we're just making sure that Sydney Gorham is okay. But James is back in. Again, flighted, but it's the dip and bounce that just means that just deads the ball down to the ground. So that's the end of the over.
Is that a maiden over?
I think so. Glamorgan are 102 for 1. Very good commentary eye. It's a maiden over there. Good stuff.
Yeah, brilliant bowling there by JMO. Economy rate's not too bad. She's got the wicket of Abby Freeborn, big wicket. So yeah, brilliant bowling by Isabella James. She's been consistent all season, and she's definitely someone that you can rely on to bowl when you need her to, and you know that she's not going to bowl many bad balls. And yeah, just a brilliant player, brilliant bowler.
as Sturge. Short, wide, plays behind backward point. Darlington can't cut it off, and it's 4 more. Well played there by Gammon. Guided that well in the end. You might think that Kent might bring someone a little bit finer now to try and cut off that option, as a lot's been played through there. What would you do now?
That's a good question. I'd even be tempted to bring Sydney Gorham on the other end.
Yeah.
Ella Darlington as well has been a brilliant bowler in these sort of situations. So you've got Ella Darlington, you've got Sophie Singer, can also bowl a bit of spin. But I would choose between Sydney Gorham and Ella Darlington.
Back in this time, full illustrator a bit quicker. And she sort of just gets tucked up there slightly.
Question is as well whether, I think it said that J-Mo's already bowled 7 overs. So she's only got 3 more left. Do you keep her till the end, or do you make her bowl out?
I think you need wickets, don't you? As Sturge comes back in, and that one there misses the majority of things. Maybe a little inside edge as it races away, and the signal from the umpire would suggest it's an inside edge. So that is 4 more runs there to Gammon, 4 more runs to the Glamorgan total. I think from a Jane's perspective, I think you give her a 3 now if it was me. Hopefully get a breakthrough, and then hope that someone like Sydney Gorham can come in and try and put some pressure on the new batter.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think they need wickets, and she is our leading sort of wicket taker this year, so yeah, definitely a good option.
She's in again. Again, it's worked off the hip of Gammon, and deep square will do the work. Now run in, and it'll just be the 1. So all this talk of meal deals, Megan, I'm going to guess yours.
Ooh.
So I'm going to go a pasta.
No, but
No.
I do like pasta,
Okay.
but I'm not keen on the cold pasta with the mayo, etc.
And that's been worked off her legs there. It might even go all the way. 3 fielders making chase, and it will go all the way. That's 4 more again off the bat of Gammon. This is a good over for Glamorgan.
I'm a chicken and egg. Chicken and
Chicken
egg?
and
Not
egg?
chicken and egg. Chicken and bacon, because I was thinking of bacon and egg.
Okay.
I'm a bacon and chicken. Bacon and chicken mayo from Tesco's.
Is it? Well, that's my meal deal. It's the same sandwich I have.
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Ah.
So you can take back your just ham tonight.
I knew I'd offend her with that one as well.
As Sturge is coming back in. Again, that one fuller and straighter, a bit quicker. Splice of the bat as the work's done at backward point, and that is the end of the over. So Glamorgan are 115 for 1. Parfit's on 64, and Gammon's on 31. Nice little partnership here growing for Glamorgan. Kent desperately need a breakthrough here. Who are they going to turn to? Where's it going to come from? Exciting cricket.
It is very exciting. I think Glamorgan has shown that this pitch is actually a road. I think we did, even though we brought it back really well, I think we still made it. I think there was a few more runs that could have been out there. And I think Glamorgan are sort of showing that. Their run rate at the moment is in the 6s.
Yeah. And we can see that James is going to continue bowling. So I think they've heard both of us there and said just give her 3 more if it was us. But obviously today we aren't out there. We are here. So unfortunately I have no bearing on what is going on. As James is into bowl to Gammon. Short, wide. That's been hit for Sydney Gorham at cover. No run. Crisp Gurley.
I am.
I would have gone like sweet chili like sensations. Yeah,
You've hit the nail on the head
I've
there.
done well. And
Correct.
drink. It's got
Drink, you're never
Red
going
Bull.
to guess it. No, not a Red
No.
Bull.
Okay. James is back in, flighted, driven on the up. 1 bounce to Gorham.
Now a Red Bull is only if I've been discoing the night before. If I'm feeling a bit tired the next day, that is when I would have a Red Bull.
James is back in. Off the back foot, punched. Gonna scamper through for a 1. Safe in the end. Good running. So it's not. Is it a fizzy, smoothie, water?
I don't think you're going to guess it actually, and you're going to be shocked when I tell you.
Really?
Could be something that my nieces have if they want one.
like a. You're too old for a fruit shoot, aren't you?
Not a fruit shoot.
In again. Oh, that's turn and bounce. That has gone past everything. A beautiful delivery from James. Straight into the gloves of Spence. Bowler's baffled. Batter's baffled. Everyone's baffled. But this is a good tiny bit of bowling here from James. Is she going to come back in again? Again, short and wide. There's a bit of bat. I think she's been dropped. Do you want to talk through that one?
The drop.
The one, yeah, that one there. It's just
Yeah, I think she's edged that, and I think it's just gone through Spence by her reaction. Yeah, really good bowling here by James.
good creating. We said, didn't we, though? Said keep her on.
Yeah, lots of dot balls, and that creates pressure.
There she's back in. Off the back foot. This time finds the gap as Zina Bilal does the work from the boundary. End of the over. 3 from it. Really good. So there's some excitement in the media tent here.
Oh,
I think it's probably a Spurs score, as Meg has just been informed.
get in
They've
there.
gone 1-0 up to Burnley. That mega fixture in the card this year.
A win is a win. We would have lost to them last year.
You would have. But not anymore. Anyway, back to the thrilling cricket that is carrying on. Glamorgan 118 for 1.
So have you guessed my drink?
I was going to go for like a Ribena or something.
No.
Am I wrong?
Close though.
Close. Oasis?
No.
No. What is it?
Capri Sun.
Capri Sun.
I love a Capri Sun.
Sturge is back in, shorter, balled away. Straight to James. Sorry, that's really got me, everyone. No. Capri Sun.
I love a Capri Sun, especially a nice cold one.
I mean, you know what? Each to your own.
Can't go wrong. It's not a fizzy drink.
It's not. Just a child's drink. As that one's just been played into point.
There's nothing better than a cold Capri Sun on a boiling hot day.
As that one there from Singer has just been played out to deep square. Do you like this move, Singer coming on?
Yeah, I like this. I brought her on against who are we playing?
Was it Worcester?
Worcester. And yeah, she got 3 wickets, I think, there.
Nice.
So she can bowl a bit. Yeah, it gets its turn as well.
As that one's in the air. Good fielding by Amy Gordon, so it cuts off the one there at point.
She's in prime position there, Amy Gordon.
I wouldn't have her down as a point fielder, only because I haven't seen her field there this year. But she fields anyway, doesn't she, as you were saying earlier. As that one there on the up again, driven. Barnfather can't cut that off, but Sturge can on the boundary. So it's just the one in the end. And Sophie Singer's bowling a pretty tidy over here, isn't she?
Yeah, she's been working hard on her bowling, actually. And yeah, I've been impressed with her leggies that she bowls.
Yeah, no, she's definitely seen she's worked on that. In again. Bit short this time, punched, but Sturge does the work. So again, just the one. And I rate, is she bowling with sunglasses on? Because I like that if she is.
I think she is, yeah.
That's brilliant. And that's the end of the over. So 122 for 1 is the score. And you can see here this big partnership of 77 by Gammon and Parfit. It's doing Glamorgan what they need right now, and Kent are still searching for that wicket.
Yeah, I think they need a couple of wickets here. JMO's got 2 overs left, so hoping that she'll get a little breakthrough and break this partnership, because this is key for Glamorgan at the moment. They're batting really well, not giving much away either, playing smart cricket.
Yeah, not giving up too many chances, as you're certainly right there. But I think, you know, right now Kent needs to keep working hard and try and create something. And it will be James to start her 9th over. A couple of changes here, as you can probably see. And in comes James. That's been punched off the back foot. Oh, so a cut shot there, and Bilal does the work.
Yeah, interestingly, there's no mid-on. So they're going to try and entice the batters to try and hit over mid-on here. And hopefully it will come off the bat and fly through to point or cover.
Yeah, I don't mind that though. I think that's quite a
smart option.
It's a good option. This one again off the back foot, cut away, straight to Darlington. What do you think Elsa Barnfather's Milldeal's going to be?
Oh, that's a tricky one.
It's a great question.
I think she's a proper lady of sort of leisure in a way.
This one again, I think there's an appeal, but I think it's in good jest from Amy Gordon. I think that's spun past everything. And Megan was speaking about the theatrics of Gordon earlier, and she's played into that lovely on the live stream, as you can all see. As James is back in, uses her feet, and that is stumped. She is out. That is the end of Gammon. Isabella James gets the wicket they desperately needed. 123 for 2. Glamorgan are. We've said keep James on. They've listened. And a wicket has foul.
Yeah, that's a key wicket there as well, Gammon. She's a brilliant player, but brilliant bowling there from Isabella James, and great stumping by Jemima Spence.
It does make all the difference when a wicket like that falls. So that is the state of play here at Beckenham, where the sun is still trying to creep out. And some scores around the country. As I say, around the country, there's 2 other games going on. Gloucester and Yorkshire. Yorkshire batted first and posted 281 for 7. Gloucestershire in reply after 15.3 overs, a 69 for 3. And Leicestershire in reply to Middlesex's 295 and 97 for 1. So some big chases going on around the country today. But this does mean the new batter's coming out, and it looks like Emily Burke. I think it is going to be Emily Burke. So, yes, as we continue. So while it's going on, do you want me to your Milldeal game? What is she having? Elsa Barnfather.
This is a hard one. I didn't know if she was a tuna kind of girl.
Oh, okay. No, I don't mind that as much.
Tuna and sweet corn.
I would have gone for something for salmon.
Yeah, something. Yeah, something like that.
Not crisps.
No, she's not a crisp kind of girl. I think it's definitely fruit.
Do you think? Not 2 boiled eggs.
She's an athlete.
Drink smoothie, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go so, or a bottle of water.
Yeah. To be fair. No, I like that. So I can bring in a second her favourite film, which is a personal favourite of mine. It's a good film. It's Love Actually.
Oh, that is a
great
cracker.
film.
That is a cracker of a film. I cry every time I watch it.
It is sad, but it's a great Christmas film. As James is back into bowl. And that there pushes Berg on the back foot, ties her up. This is good stuff by James. This is what Kent needed. As she's back in here. Flighted, swept. Didn't quite get any of that. As it's, I think, baffled Spence and Burke. And that's the end of the over. Do you agree that being a favourite, does that fit in the favourite film category? So if someone said my favourite film is Love Actually, would you accept that as an answer?
Yeah, do you know what I would? I think my fiance's favourite film is Love Actually as well. Yeah, we watch it every Christmas. It's probably my dad's favourite film as well, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he loves Love Actually, and I think he gets a bit emotional, my dad, when he watches the film, which is interesting.
Love that.
It's
a good film.
But yeah, no, I'm a musical kind of girl. Like a favourite film, Chicago. I'm actually going to see Burlesque on Monday in London, the film that had Christina Aguilera in. Yeah, me and my best friend are going to see that on Monday in London, which will be really nice.
Very nice. So it's a change of bowling from the City end. It's going to be Zina Bilal, who's taking her first over of the day. And it's going to be Parfit, who's sitting on 60. Well, you kind of get the impression now it's going to be her to anchor this.
Yeah, this could be a good option here. I think Zena's hidden. I didn't see her when I was saying who should have a bowl. This is a good option 'cause she's quick, so hopefully it just keeps the batters. It might keep the batters on their toes, and she might sneak one through. Jemima Spence is still standing up here to Zena Bilal as well.
She is running into bowl. Shorter, pulled. Didn't quite get all of it, but we'll get a single. That's a nice welcome to the game, isn't it? As a batter, it's always a wake you up kind of shot. If any of the other Kent women's squad today are at home watching, listening in, just feel free to touch base, answer some questions, because happy to answer them. Otherwise, a few of your fun facts might be read out in the live stream today. Zena Bilal is going to continue. And that's just been pushed down the leg side. Looks like it might be wide as the umpire puts their arms out. It's gone for 4 as well. That's just been pushed, isn't it? Pushed down the leg side, unfortunately.
Oh, here we go. I've just checked my phone, and I've got someone in my mum's softball team that says they like a cold Capri Sun as well. There we go. See, I'm starting a trend here as well.
I mean, the Capri Sun trend. Look at that. It's Bilal shorter again.
Oh, that's well bowled.
This
I'm
time.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit excited again, Molly. I did this to you last time.
It's okay.
I really like that Jemima Spence is standing up here. Maybe not the best ball to bowl when the keeper's standing up, but yeah, she's taking it really well.
Yeah, no, this is a good bit of bowling here from Zena Bilal. Trying to sort of throw the batter off here. It's gone fuller that time, driven back up, but no run. I'm just doing a bit more digging into the film stuff. I've gone down the film rabbit hole here for once. I do apologise. Have a little look and see who's exposed their favourite film. As Bilal again back in, driven. As
Oh, well
Ella
fielded.
Darlington does an incredible bit of work at point. She almost goalkeeper-like save, stretching out, pads the ball down. She's saved 4.
Yeah, I got a bit scared there. If she missed that, I think that was going into her face. Yeah, really well fielded there. That was brave, really, really brave bit of fielding.
It's a great bit of work there from the point fielder. Again, thick outside edge. Laura Bailey's going to run round to try and cut that off. And that's 4 runs. Thick outside edge races away. It's just the pace of Zena there that's baffled. So the score now is creeping up here, and you kind of feel that other wicket that Kent desperately need is crying out at the moment. We'll just do a bit more digging here to try and bring you some behind the scenes content to the players as Bilal's back in. That one again, fuller and straighter, just pushed up to mid on. And that is the end of the over. So the score is 133 for 2. Parfit 61. Burke 4. So standing captain Coco Street's favourite film is About Time.
Ooh.
Great film.
I
Ever
don't
watched
know.
it?
No, I'm not sure that I have.
It's a rom-com. It's a great
Ah.
film. I watched it again the other day. If you haven't watched it, I do say go give it a watch. It's good.
I can see her being a rom-com girly, as we call it. Yeah, she loves a bit of that.
No, it's a good choice by the standing captain today of film. And it will be James to continue to bowl her last over of her day with good figures so far for 2 for 33. And she's going to be in here to Parfit. Again, turn and bounce. Spence just takes that over where 4th stump would be.
I have a feeling Parfit's game plan here is probably just to see James out in her last over, and then see where she goes with the other bowlers.
Oh, no, I would agree with you there. As that swept fine, very fine, past Spence, the keeper, Fielders making chase. They might cut this off. And it just goes over the rope. They can't do the work in the end. That's 4 more to the total. And I can see here runs just coming quick for Glamorgan. What's your favourite film?
I think it's Chicago.
It is it?
Love Chicago.
Is that what you're sitting with?
And also actually Lilo and Stitch. I love
It
Stitch is my dog, basically.
Okay. It's back in again. Big swipe, but misses that and it goes straight to the keeper. Everyone's sort of got a different approach to films that they seem to like. As James is back in. Again, turn and bounce.
Bold.
That's a very good delivery, isn't it? That's just missed the outside edge there of Parfit. It's keeping the Kent team interested here. This is good. This is a good period of play. Again, turn and bounce has come back off of where the outside of the leg stump is. Had the privilege of watching the second Top Gun again last night. It's a great film.
Did you? I'm not sure I've seen Top Gun before.
Great
I
film.
know.
James is back in. Again, cramps her up for room, so she won't get that one away. Be a dot. She's bowling well here, James. Yeah, she watched that film as well. It's a good recommendation.
I think a top tier film as well is Bridesmaids. Me and my sister love that film.
It's a very good film, isn't it? So that does bring Isabella James' day to the end of the day of the ball. And it is going to be good figures, and I can bring them to you in just 2 seconds when my lovely scoreboard decides to update itself. So their figures are going to be 10 overs. She's bowled up pretty quick as well, isn't she? It's not even
10 overs for
25,
37,
yeah.
I think. 2 for 37.
That's not a bad day out, is it?
I'm guessing either Amy Gordon or Sydney Gorham will be coming on from this the other end. Or she could give Ella Darlington a go.
There's a potential here, isn't there, as Bilal comes in. Shorter, punched, will get the gap, but Sturge will make chase, and it will just be the one in the end. Yeah, obviously, you know, Izzy James finishes 10 overs there, 37 runs for 2 wickets. And she's bowled 41 dot balls. That's
what we were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah, the big difference there of how many dot balls you can collate in your spell. And she's done 41 of them, so it's not bad going. As Bilal comes back in, again punched off the back foot, but that's straight to Amy Gordon, so there's no run there.
It's the last over before drinks.
Yes, last over before drinks. See what Megan Bounce profile saying. Should we do her dirty here? Your favourite film is Chicago.
Ah, there we
So
go.
you know yourself. As Bilal comes in, and that's cut away. Misfields, they scamper through for 1. They've run well, the Glamorgan batters. Yeah, apparently, Megan. Your favourite colour's pink. Is that right?
Yeah, it really is.
Your favourite food is pasta,
Yeah.
which is why I went for the meal deal pasta.
Yeah, it has to be like hot pasta. The only cold pasta I like is a bit of pasta with bacon and grated cheese.
Oh, okay. As Bilal's in, big swipe of the bat there from Burke. He didn't quite get it. This is dot ball. Okay. Favourite musical artist? Are you still standing by Little Mix? Or are you going to change? It's your opportunity to change your answers.
Little Mix, or I love Kelly Clarkson, if anyone knows her. She, love all of her music.
It's a very good shout. As Bilal's back in. And that's worked off the legs. It will find the gap in the end. Streets can't cut that one off. Barnfather makes chase. It will just be the one after all of that. Your party trick seems quite impressive.
What is my party trick?
Apparently you can move your eyebrows at different times.
Yeah, you know, like there was the advert that Cadbury's did,
Okay.
where those kids were moving their eyebrows really fast. I can actually do that.
Okay. Can you do the Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, the eyebrow lift?
Oh, I don't know.
Short, That one there's going to be wide. Umpire's arms have come out. Good take by Spence. It's the thing here. We've got to keep it tight from a Kent perspective.
Yeah, the required rate now is 3.46.
As Bilal comes charging back in. And that is driven up towards mid-off and it will be cut off.
Yeah.
Just explaining what I meant there to Megan about the eyebrow lift. Oh, she's finally got that one. End of the over, and that is drink. So at the halfway stage, you'd say Glamorgan are in the driving seat, no?
Yeah, I'd say the old win predictor. But I think there's still a long way to go. I think a few more wickets and getting down their order, we could be in for a shout.
Yeah, I think not at all. Don't write off Kent. We saw last week what they can come back and what they can do. But I think right now at drinks, Glamorgan are the happier team going in for it. But again, Kent have a habit of making things happen.
Yeah, and I think it's all a lot of learning, rebuilding the team that we've got. It's a long process for Kent. I think being stripped of some of our players, going to Surrey, Essex, Hampshire, it's very hard to then get these players together and sort of make them gel. It's like getting loads of random players together and saying, right, go and perform on the pitch. Yeah, it's been hard, and trying to find different people's roles and things like that, which you don't really discover until maybe a year or so.
Yeah.
So it's a hard one because obviously you want to win. I've gone into the season wanting to win, and I'm taking it hard upon myself. That's why I'm not playing. But I think next year is a massive rebuilding year, and yeah, I think it's a long-term project. I think Lucy Armand did a great interview, and the project of Kent is really exciting, and the more sponsors we get, the more financially stable our women's team are. It's a lot easier, and we can have more resources and things like that. So it is a case of just being patient, and I think all the members have been great behind us, and even though we haven't been doing how we planned on doing, and as well as we want to do, I think it is a case of just sticking by us and trusting the process in a way, because you've seen how strong our pathway is. It is there. We've got the resources, we've got the coaches to do it, but it is a case of just rebuilding.
I think so. I think it's been a learning year, isn't it, for the players and everyone around to work what's worked and what hasn't worked as well. And I think you can see as every game passes, the team are more gelled together.
Yeah.
I think from an outsider's perspective, especially watching and commentating, you watch a lot of cricket. So it is good to see, and I'm sure next year there'll be some changes. And it's an exciting time for women's cricket. I think we've sort of hammered that home throughout the whole year. So I'd say stick with it, keep watching, keep coming down supporting. If that's at Beckenham or if it is at Canterbury, come up, show your support, because it does mean a lot to the players out there, and that's how we grow the game.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And I don't think people realise that the more support we have, that can actually in the long run make us perform better, because you're bringing in money to the game, which, like I said, is better resources, better coaching. You could hire a specialist sort of fielding coach and things like that if you wanted to. So yeah, it's all really important. And yeah, like I say, I'm so proud to play for Kent. So proud. I've been since I was 9 years old playing for Kent. So for me, I really want to help the county grow, and whether that's in however long it is when I'm long gone retired and not playing, I still want to sort of be a part of it and write the history in a way. Just be a part of Kent, because I'm never leaving.
Nah, commentator Meg could be here.
Yeah, commentator Meg, it could happen. You never know.
Big scenes, and Coach Meg and everything. I think it's important to say there's a career in cricket for women that isn't maybe always just playing.
Yeah, there is, and that's the scary thing when you think about coming to the end of your career. It's scary to think, what do you have? But luckily I've got a really good job to fall back on, and obviously got the opportunity to be involved in Kent as well.
As Sophie Singer continues us after drinks from the Beckenham end, and that's just the dot ball into the leg side. Yeah, I think it's important to mention, there's coaching opportunity, there's media opportunity, so it's a good sport to be involved in. And again, rocks off the back foot as hit straight to cover as Sydney Gorman wears that on the thigh. but stops any run. So yeah, it's important, I think, to keep having that conversation and bringing up opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
As Sophie Singer just makes a couple of changes. Alpha Barnfather comes up to mid-on.
Oh, that
That's
could
up
be
in
out.
the air. Up in
Oh,
the air,
she's
running from
fallen
Megan
short.
Sturge.
Just fallen short, but she's done well to save that going for 4, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's a big effort there. And I think there'll be a change at the end of the over in the commentary box. I think Liam Knight's going to come back in and make way as Megan Bout departs.
Goes on my coaching journey again. Might do a few more laps around the boundary.
As Singer is back in again, try to dab it down to point, but didn't get hold of that one. Which way are you going to walk, the left or right for wicket? We had this debate earlier.
It is the debate. I think you go right. Right for runs.
Rocked back, dabbed it down to point. There's no third, so Ella Darlington has to do chase.
But to be fair, I've just said right for runs. That was when we were batting. So I'm going to have to go left, which I think are for wickets. So
yeah. The coaching staff in front of us were walking left, weren't they?
they had a go at me last time for walking right.
Did they?
So yeah,
So it was your fault.
it was my fault.
As that's been driven back up to Singer. So no run there. It's always a pleasure having you up here in the commentary box.
Thank you so
No,
much.
Megan?
I'm really enjoying it, and yeah, thanks for all you guys are doing as well.
No.
Commentating on our games.
I'm sure I'll
Brilliant.
see you soon with some more thrilling questions. Think about the next one.
Definitely.
Thanks, Megs. See you soon. And that means that end of the over, which then means it'll be Amy Gordon returning, I think. And I'm delighted to say Liam Knight is returning from a long, long break. How are you, Liam?
I'm good, Molly. I had a lovely break. Long old slog for you.
It was. I'm sure Nick Dillon will come and tag me out at some point.
Some stage, yeah. So Amy Gordon then is coming on from the City End, replacing Zina Bilal. Zina knows this ground very well. Plays her football at Bromley FC Women, just down the road. So Gordon's in then and defended well by Burke. There won't be a run. Yeah, I think wickets are needed now for Kent.
Yeah, I would agree.
Gordon comes in again. It's played off the legs. They're going for a run here. Could be a run out. No, if there was direct hit, they was in trouble there, but good running between the Glamorgan pair. And I've seen you shiver a few times, Molly. It's not warm here today, is it?
No, it's very cold today.
Be nice and sunny and warm tomorrow though for Kent Spitfires against Lancashire, and we can officially now say that tickets are selling fast. We've sold a fair few today, so if you're thinking about coming down tomorrow, get your tickets now. Gordon comes in again, defended nicely by Parfit, no run.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow the warmer weather decides to show up and I can lose the jumper.
Yeah, we're both jumpered today. Gordon comes in again with her off spin. And that's popped up a little bit at Parfit. She didn't quite get all of that in her defence, but there's no threat of a wicket there. There's no run.
Oh, it's a bit chillier day for, I think, the fielders.
Yeah, you can hear the wind on our effects mic. As Gordon comes in and Parfit tries to hit that through the covers. Sorry, in the onside, but picks out Cocoa Streets, no run. And that's the end of the over. Glamorgan are 145 for 2. My name is Liam. I'm here with Kent wicket-keeper Molly Davis, who has been on comms for all of this second innings so far. It's been a long slog for Molly. We're here at the County Ground, Beckenham, giving you the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. We apologise for the stream quality in the men's match last week, and as you can probably see by this stream, we've now got both cameras working and we are in full HD as well, so hopefully you're enjoying the commentary. Sophie Singer starts a new over. That's in the air. Oh, and it just goes through Megan Sturge. She made up a lot of ground, and it's unfortunately just gone in front of her and bounced, and she's taken a tuft of grass out of the outfield there. I don't think Josh the groundsman will be very happy, but that's a good effort from Megan Sturge coming in from the boundary. It was up in the air but dipped at the last second. Maybe the wind here just stopped it in its tracks a little bit, and that was a chance for Kent. Sophie Singer comes in again from the Beckenham end. It's an attempted cut shot. Spence takes it. There'll be no run. I must say, Molly, I'm not a fan of the suspect brown helmet that Jemima Spence is wearing today. Singer comes in again. Bowles cuts away, and a very good catch. That's a lovely diving catch. Sydney Gorham, I think it is, in the covers. And there's a breakthrough for Kent. And I think officially we can now say that Megan Bell is banned from commentary.
100%. She's never coming back. That's it. We said this last week, and if Kent now get on to take 4 wickets, I think Megan Bell can stay firmly on the white picket fence of the changing rooms.
So breakthrough for Kent then. Glamorgan are now 147 for 3, and it's the spin from this Beckenham end that we saw do well for Kent last week with Liv Barnes, who unfortunately hasn't been released this week by Somerset, back on loan. It's Sophie Singer, a new player for Kent this year. She comes into the carries on from the Beckenham end and gets a wicket.
Indeed. So Charlotte Scarborough is going to come out to the middle to join the very in Parfit.
Yeah, Parfit, the Glamorgan skip, has been there the whole time, and if they do pick up the victory, it will be in no least down to her.
Yeah, there's still a bit to do here from Glamorgan's perspective, and that wicket does slightly hurt things a bit. So Kent are going to be looking to pounce on this and try and get a couple more in a short succession. And the promising thing here, though, isn't it, from a Kent perspective? You had the one that Megan Sturge didn't quite get hold of as the catch, and obviously the catch next ball. So there's opportunity that's being created.
Yeah, there's a lot of turn at the minute for spinners, and Nick said earlier that the ground staff reckoned batting first was the right idea on this, and hopefully that means there'll be more wickets as Singer continues into the new batter Scarborough with number 22 on her back. She'll get a run here, cut out to the offside. Bilal does the fielding.
Yeah, lots going on. Lots going on today. The 40th birthday is still, balloons are still going strong over in the stands.
They're less buoyant than they were earlier, aren't they? Singer comes in again from the Beckenham end. And potential mix-up with the runners there, but
Wrong end, if anything.
yeah, nothing comes of it. But we can forgive Sydney Gorham for that after taking that lovely diving catch to get the breakthrough. So Kent, Singer comes in again. Loops up that one, and that's high in the air, and that may clear the rope. It does. That's 6 more to the total. That's much needed for Glamorgan. There's no signs of digging in here for the rebuild, and Singer ends her over by being hit for 6, and it brings up Glamorgan's 150 as well. 154 for 3 are Glamorgan now, and it'll be up to Kent to take wickets as we see the run rate graphic come up there, and Glamorgan have been above the rate the entire time. So we're going to be hoping from a Kent perspective that Amy Gordon in her next over will get another breakthrough for the horses.
Yeah, you kind of think there's some big passage of play coming up now, isn't it, for both teams, and how this game goes and which direction it lands in. So yeah, you kind of feel now Kent grouping in wickets could turn it, and if Glamorgan now hit the gas pedal, for want of a better word, this could be swinging in their favour. But it will be Gordon from the City end as she comes in to Scar, and that's just no run as it's just hit into the leg side.
It does look like Gordon's getting it to pop up a little bit off the surface on that end.
I think there's been something in the pitch all day, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean there's no slope here like there is at Canterbury.
As that one there just gets defended into the leg side. No run.
Skills from the Kent bowlers to get the most out of this wicket. Worth saying that this is the same track as they used last week against Northamptonshire that Spin did so well on.
That one again is just pressed up by Scarborough. No run there. Did you enjoy the meal deal conversation that was going on?
I was absolutely glued to it, Molly. I'm not going to lie to you.
Gordon's back in, just defended.
That might be a question we add to the player profiles on the website going forward.
It's a good question to ask.
You can see all of the questions on the Kent website.
Yeah, if you want to get to know your Kent players a bit more, there's a few questions you can check out and know a bit about us. We try and offer as much insight as you possibly can.
Well, that's men's and women's players as well.
We try and sort of take you behind the scenes, not just a player that you see.
So it's a maiden over for Amy Gordon. But Glamorgan stay well above the required rate. I've said that right for the first time in my short commentary career. They're over 5s when they only need over 3s. So Glamorgan are in the driving seat here. Castles in the Sky plays across the PA system. Some very good tunes again today. I'm sure there'll be a lot more music tomorrow for the men's match as we conclude our 2 weekends here at the County Ground Beckenham. And it'll be Sophie Singer then continuing from the Beckenham end. And here she comes then, past the umpire, looped up that one, and that's hit in the air. That might go all the way. It will bounce once, and that's 4 more to the total. Seems that Glamorgan are getting a lot of purchase on Singer back over her head and coming towards us here on our little marquee that's become a bit like a wind tunnel today.
It's definitely cold, isn't it?
So what will Singer and Cocoa Streets do here? There's not been a change to the field. And there's still one slip in Amy Gordon, who you can see on your screen. Singer comes in again. That's played much better to her field almost. There's almost a collision in the field as they look to collect that one. Ella Darlington nearly wiping out Sydney Gorham. There'll only be 1 from it. So if you're Kent here, Molly, would you change the field as much as you can and try and confuse the batters, or bowl to your plans that would have been pre-agreed? Singer comes in again, and that's much better delivery, and Jemima Spence will scamper after that one, and it'll only be 1 run.
I think you want to bowl as many balls to the new batter. In this case, it's Scarborough, isn't it? To try and dot up as much as you can and force a bit of pressure onto the Glamorgan side here. Get a couple of quick wickets, that'd be your ideal situation. But if they can get Lauren Parfitt now, it's a bit of a win, isn't it?
I think the momentum shifts slightly if Parfitt's out in the next few overs as Singer comes in again and Parfitt cuts away, dissects the in-ring fielders, but there is a boundary rider in Zina Bilal who takes the ball, and then only be 1 run from it.
Yeah, something me and Megan were saying on commentary about, you know, they've paced the innings quite well, haven't really given that much opportunity. Obviously, you know, Gammon departed not so long ago, but apart from that, there hasn't been that much that they've done wrong.
Singer slightly shorter, and it's cut away uppishly, but there's no fielder there to take a catch. Bilal again does the fielding.
There's always a lot of fielders moving here, obviously, set batter and new batter, everyone's moving in and out. No one's too stationary for too long.
So Singer continues now to Parfitt, who's on 80 from 89. Comes in, bowls. Oh, comes up a bit at Parfitt, and Spence takes it behind. No edge though, and there'll be no run at the end of that over. So at the end of the 30th over, Glamorgan are 162 for 3.
Yeah, and I imagine now it could be Gordon. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Gordon, doesn't it? To come on and to continue.
We did see in Glamorgan's in with the ball that they went back to pace at a certain point, and that did get him a wicket. So I don't know if Kent will look to mirror that and see if the change in pace. I can hear you shivering up the mic.
I'm so sorry, everyone. It's so cold. I feel like I've been out exposed 30 overs now to the cold weather, so I'm probably needing to go and get warm, as that's been hit up to wanting to cover by Alsabar. Father does the work.
So Scarborough then looking to add to this tally. She's got 3 already.
Gordon comes in, and that's just gone down the leg side, so it will be a wide, but a good take by Spence.
Half of an appeal from Sophie Singer at long off.
The theatrics that we all enjoy.
Yeah, exactly.
As Gordon's back in. Not this time. Didn't fancy it. Run up wrong, maybe. Bit of mind games. Who knows? And she starts her run again. Shorter, but punched into the offside, straight to point. So no run this time.
Yeah, Ella Darlington with the tidying up job there. She's been run around a little bit in the field today, is Ella Darlington.
Yeah, put in a shift as Gordon again. You get the impression, is this run up or is this backing up?
Not too sure, to be honest. It just looks like she's lost the delivery stride slightly. Sorry.
As that's just worked into the leg side. Bailey stops that from running away. Yeah. Try saying that 10 times. Quick.
Yeah.
Delivery stride. Rather you than me. As Gordon is going to continue this time. Again, that's been hit into the vacant area. The boundary rider will make chase all the way round. She's pretty quick. And it'll be picked up in the end by, I think it's Streets out there. Or could be Sydney Gorham, apologies.
I think it is, yeah. I think Sydney's got a slightly different hair colour to last week. It's throwing us off a little bit.
As Gordon's back in. That's defended. No run.
Good backing up from Laura Bailey.
Let's get over here from Kent. You can probably hear the wind again rustling through the sound effect mics, which might tell you how windy it is here. And that is driven on the up.
Oh.
And would have been a worldy catch in there by mid-wicket, but can't get a hand to it. It races away for 4. Diving effort from Coco Streets, but it wasn't to be. And that is the end of the over here. So that is 4 more to the tally for Glamorgan, and that is 4 more to, I believe, Scarborough.
Yeah, Coco Streets there looking a bit like Michael Jordan in Space Jam with the arm stretched out, and if only it was like Space Jam where his arm extends.
I am going to be making way here for Nick Dillon to come in and replace me, and I will see you all shortly.
Yeah, thanks Molly. She's done a hell of a stint for the second innings. 31 overs for Molly Davis, and she departs for a well-earned break as Nick gets ready. So it'll be Sophie Singer continuing from the Beckenham end. Not turned to pace just yet. Singer's in, it's floated up and dabbed down by Parfitt, who's now on 80 from 90 deliveries. And hello Nick.
Hello. Good to be back.
Singer comes in again, another loopy delivery that's up in the air. There's no fielder there though. And it goes all the way for 6. So I did say in Singer's last over that she is getting hit back over her head a little bit, and I think it's time for Kent to address that in the field placements. But for now, that's 6 more to Glamorgan's total. They're now up to 175 for 3 in the 32nd over. Parfitt's on 86 from 92. So she'll be looking to ton up here at least.
Yeah, I think that was the 3rd time she's done massive damage round.
Yeah, Singer comes in again then. What will happen now? Plays it off her legs, there'll be no run.
And that fielder has gone out there now to hopefully eliminate that. But to be fair, 3 times she's tried, it's cleared the rope with no problem, so who knows?
Yeah, it's a bit stick or twist here for Kent at the moment. There's Singer comes in again. Slightly wider, cut away by Parfitt. They'll get 1 for it at least. Yeah, they'll just get the ones in. Bilal throws it back in from the boundary rope. Backed up by Coco Streets. Just evades Jemima Spence slightly. Sydney Gorham had a quick drink. Alice Grant with the drinks today. And she's come back up in the ring. They're bringing everyone up here for Scarborough. So There's an attacking field for this next delivery. Scarborough cuts away, beats the inside, and the one person outside of the rings, Zina Bilal, will do the fielding, and they will get 2 for it. So they're up to 178 for 3 Glamorgan. Sophie Singer looks to end this over on a high note. 1 to come. There's a few little changes in the field. It's now 2 on the boundary rope square either side, and that's dabbed away by Scarborough. There'll be no run, so at the end of the over it's 178 for 3. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam, I'm here with Nick, and we are here at a windy county ground, Beckenham, and it's slightly surreal because the forecast for tomorrow says will be sunny and hardly any wind, and it'll be nice and warm, so we're hoping that this is our penance to have a better day tomorrow.
Yeah, no complaints from me if all the nasty weather happens today. Not that it's particularly bad, it's just cold and windy and...
Yeah, there's not been any rain, so we can't really complain. It's just the forecast for today a few days ago said it'd be sunny, so we've all turned up in shorts and short sleeves, and we've regretted it.
So it'll be Amy Gordon to continue from the far end, from where we are, and that's dabbed away very nicely by Parfit. And will Ella Darlington get there in time? No, that's going to race away to the rope for 4. This is quite the inning so far from the Glamorgan skipper. And now I think the next goal is conversion. Can she turn it into triple figures?
Yeah, she's into the 90s, and without trying to do our Shane Warne and Mark Nicholas impressions,
She's never been out in the 90s.
we don't know if that's true or not.
No, we don't know. That's true. Don't hold.
Gordon's in again. That's just... Is it played away? Yeah, there's bat on that. And there's no run. Gordon is into her 8th over from the city end. It's defended away nicely again. Right behind it is Parfit. We iron up 3 figures.
Apologies for any wind you may hear in the background. It's just picked up a little bit now. So I can tell you that she has a list A best of 109 not out.
So she has reached triple figures before, and she'll get another one here that's played nicely off the legs and for 1.
1050s 100. So
Gordon looks at the field that's been set, comes in, bowls. That's respected away by Scarborough.
yeah, quite a, I say a leisurely start, but 11 off 18 you'll never complain about. There seems to be a lot of just patting back and respecting the good balls from Scarborough, so taking no risks as Gordon bowls. And there's a bit, as I say that one beats everything, I think. And there might have been a slight tickle of an inside edge. Yeah, there was. Slight inside edge. It's done miracles to avoid the stumps, but Glamorgan won't complain. I'm sure Scarborough won't complain either. That's 4 more to the total.
Yeah,
So
Glamorgan are closing in here, aren't they? They only need just over 2 and over now.
yeah, the exact equation is 31, if I can do maths. No, 41. 41 more required. And it will be Sophie Singer to continue.
And I can confirm she has been out in the 90s, so
okay.
we have not cursed anything.
But if it happens again, it's not our fault still.
Yeah, the Glamorgan media team I'm sure will be listening in, so it's not our fault.
Hello Bavia, hope you're well.
So Sophie Singer then will start a new over from the Beckenham end. Comes in slightly wide of that one, looped away, and it will be stopped at mid-wicket for no run.
We do have a laugh, don't we?
Singer comes in then in her 6th over from the Beckenham end. She's got 1 wicket already. That's defended away by Parfit. Good cricket all round. A couple of the Kent coaches quite controversially are going right on their lap round. I
Yeah,
think we
that's not
established
on.
earlier that that was right for runs, as Singer comes in again, cut away by Parfit, but there is a fielder out there on the rope. They'll just get one.
Yeah, that's discussions might need to be had by Lucy Armour, head of women's cricket, there as when they get back round.
They've nodded in approval that they have started going the wrong way, and that's come uppishly a little bit at Scarborough and plays that away into the onside, and there'll be no run. Fielded by Coco Streets, I think it is over there. No, it's Isabella James.
That's what it's going the wrong way. They've nearly just interrupted the bowler there. That's a bad spell there for the coaching staff.
You will see them if they continue on this trajectory on the live stream when they continue going round. Although I say that, we now have both cameras, so it'll change at the end of the over. So because of our uses of technology and our improvements that we've made over the week, you might not see the two coaches. Short stop in play. I'm not sure what it's for, but it looks set to continue now.
I think there was a shoelace needing to be tied at the non-striker then.
Let's see.
It would be a terrible time to trip if you're on 93, wouldn't it?
Sophie Singer reports her run up as well. Is this mind game central from Kent? So in comes Singer again then. 2 Parfit, and that'll be a wide.
Absolutely nothing to do with mind games if that's the ball you're serving up.
That will be a wide, and Glamorgan move on to 189 for 3. And they only need 39 now from 98 deliveries, so time is not of the essence at all for Glamorgan here. As Singer comes in again and comes up a little bit at Scarborough, and she defends it away.
I mean, we saw it last week, 4 quick wickets, and all of a sudden it's game on.
Yeah, say it quietly, but Liv Barnes almost produced the bowling performance of her life last week, and she took 4 wickets in not very many overs from this end as well. As Sophie Singer comes in again, that's looped up here. It'll be a full toss, and it will be given as a no ball, so if it's caught it won't be out, but drops short of Megan Sturge. They'll come through for 1, but it will be a no ball.
Oh, potentially overruled by the square leg umpire?
Yeah, it looks like it.
No direct signal just yet.
The free hit is now given, so it's 1 for
we
the
go.
over. I believe that would be a warning if it happens again.
Certainly will. You'll be off.
She'll be taking out the attack. So this is the free hit. Comes in, darted in, and it does get swatted away. Laura Bailey's there on the boundary. They'll just get 1 from it. So good recovery from Sophie Singer not to get hit for a boundary off the free hit. She's patted on the back by her teammates at the end of the over. And Amy Gordon will continue from the city end, with Glamorgan needing 36 more runs for victory.
Do you think they maybe need to turn back to the seamers at some point soon? Or?
Yeah, we said this. I said this when Molly was on, that Glamorgan got a bit of a breakthrough when they brought Seam back on, but it looks like Kent are going to stay with the spin. Gordon comes in then and slightly dragged a little bit, but no run taken. And it's in again. That's better line on the stumps, and it'll be played off the legs by Parfit, who moves on to 95 from 104 deliveries. Jemima Spence behind the stumps does the fielding, throws it over to Elsa Barnfather, who will throw it back again to Amy Gordon. Amy Gordon's just surveying the field a little bit, trying to bowl to the field a little bit more. Comes in again, started down, and they'll get 1 for this. Played nicely into the leg side by Scarborough. So 1 more to the total. Glamorgan on 194 for 3.
And Parfit is 1 hit away.
1 hit away.
Potentially.
Nick's trying his best here to give the commentator's curse.
Keep saying it'll happen at some point.
Gordon comes in again. That's played nicely into the leg side. They'll get one at least for this.
Ooh.
Shy at the stumps. Well backed up by Ella Darlington.
Yeah, good running from Glamorgan there.
Yeah, good running. So Parfit moves on to 96. But she's now at the non-strikers end wearing number 7 on her shirt. As Scarborough, number 22, takes strike for Gordon's next delivery. 33 to win for Glamorgan. 7 wickets to win for Kent, if you want to see it that way. As Gordon comes in again, defended very nicely by Scarborough. There'll be no run.
And this partnership's just about to reach 50 as well, 48 from 45, so they've gone at a good pace as well. It's been aided by Parfit's 6s down the ground, as we mentioned earlier.
Comes Gordon, and that's pulled away nicely by Scarborough, and they get at least one. They're going to go back for 2. There's a mix-up, and it could be a run-out, and it is. Breakthrough for Kent. Amy Gordon, I think she's hurt her finger trying to take that ball in, but Scarborough goes for 17, and there's another wicket for Kent, and a little glimmer of hope, Nick.
They couldn't, could they? 2 weeks in a row. No, it's great work on the rope from Zina Bilal. Covered a lot of ground to get there in the first place, which is probably what tempted Scarborough into turning and going. But the throw was spot on. It was as close as you can get without hitting the stumps, and it didn't leave Gordon much work to do at all. Yeah,
Zina Bilal, who plays her football for Bromley FC down the road, it's almost like she ran down the wing there and picked the ball up and threw it in. It was a good, accurate throw. Amy Gordon did the rest of the job, took the bows off, and Kent have got the wicket that they were after. But is it too late? We're not sure. Of course, we will find out here on the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. And the new batter coming in, I think, is Gemma Porter. Yeah, confirmation over the PA system that Gemma Porter is the next bat in. She will join Parfit, who is on 96 from 105 deliveries. And I think from a Glamorgan point of view, a Parfit century and a nice 6-wicket win would go down very well in Wales. As Kent's fielders have a little bit of a chat. Amy Gordon speaking to skipper Coco Streets. Now Saban father. And we may get seam here now, like we asked for.
Whoa.
So Nick asked, and we will receive. I think it's Sydney Gorham about to come back on from the Beckenham end, with Crystal Palace's training ground to the back of her. The hedges here are quite high, so you can't quite see in the training ground, but blimey, you can hear them when they're training.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're probably going through final run-throughs ahead of tomorrow. Big game, I think. Chelsea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, big game.
So Sydney Gorham then does a few warm-up throws over to Laura Bailey. And it'll be Nubat Porter on strike for the start of this 36th over from the county ground. There's a lot of encouragement in the field as Gorham just directs traffic a little bit. So here she comes then. This is be her 3rd over. She comes in past the bowler. It's full delivery. Played into the leg side nicely by Porter, and she'll get off the mark here with 2. Oh, no, she won't.
That was a very strong shout from Parfit.
That was a very big no.
Absolutely not wanting a second run out in as many balls there.
She just sort of checks herself a little bit there. I don't know if Parfit's getting slightly tired after being out there for so long.
I suppose she is still only 1 shot away from 100.
I'm sure Matt from Sports Radar will tell us how long she's been out there. As Gorham comes in again. Bowls. Another turn down, another single does Parfit. 122 minutes, so just over 2 hours. Parfit's been out there. She's played extremely well, fully deserving of a century if she gets there.
Yep, and that's incredible bit of mental resilience to bat for 2 hours.
Absolutely.
I struggled to bat for 7 minutes without getting bored.
Gorham comes in again, past the umpire bowls. That's good length. And it will be defended away by Parfit. There'll be no run. So down in front of us comes Sophie Singer at long on. Number 4 on her back.
I wonder what the reasoning behind that is.
I'm not sure. I'm sure Molly knows.
Let's go back to previous conversation.
So number 15 then, Sydney Gorham, comes in from the Beckenham end. That's a loopier, fuller delivery, but Parfitt will strike that down the ground for one, just the one. Laura Bailey does the fielding.
No chances for that throw there, making sure it got straight to the bowler that was easy enough to pick up.
And the Kent coaches are now going left for wickets.
They're not. Still going right.
Oh yeah, no, they're coming from the left. Let's spin it that way.
Yeah. But they're getting to the 40th birthday. That has a dog now. That dog wasn't there earlier.
Gorham comes in again then from the Beckenham end. That's a nice full delivery, and it's given as a wide. There's a stifled appeal for caught behind, but umpire gives it as a wide, and Porter is there on one. Parfitt 97 at non-striker's end. In the shadows of the academy building here at Beckenham, with two adverts for our partners at the University of Greenwich on them. More on them in a second. As Sydney Gorham comes in from the Beckenham end again, bowls. That's full again. Sort of played off the hips, but there won't be a run. Yeah, tomorrow Kent Spitfires against Lancashire is our University of Greenwich partnership day. So the guys from University of Greenwich will be heading down to the county ground. Not far away. Of course, Greenwich is still in Kent, and I won't have anyone say anything otherwise. The O2 is Kent, etc., etc. So they'll be here. Sure, they have some freebies. They gave away some lovely water bottles last year, partnership day, so I'll be eyeing up one of them again. Gorham comes in, bowls are slightly wider this time and cut away, but there won't be a run. Amy Gordon does well with the fielding there. 199 for 4 at the end of the over.
Love a good freebie.
Oh, they are very. They're those metallic chili bottles.
All of a sudden, I might need to sign up for a Masters at the University of Greenwich.
So if you are listening in, you've not got your tickets for tomorrow, and you're in the metropolitan Kent area, you can head to tickets.kentcricket.co.uk and come down for the University of Greenwich Partnership Day. Kent Spitfires against Lancashire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
The best thing about it all, under 14s are £1.
Exactly.
Bring the family.
Bring the family. It's lovely. There's lots of activities for kids, face painting, free cricket activities in the indoor school throughout the day. Lots to do for all the family, even if your little ones aren't really into cricket yet. As Gordon gets hit, starting another over from the city end. It's played straight back to her from Parfitt along the ground. There wasn't any danger, but there'll be no run. She's on 97.
She's never been out on 97, that's for sure.
As Gorham comes in again. Nearly commentator's curse from Nick Dillon. Came up at Parfitt a little bit, and Spence did well with the gloves to keep that. No appeal though, so it can't have been that close. I think from where we are, we're not right behind the bowler's arm, so some of them look closer than they are. As Gordon comes in again then, and that's played into the leg side by Parfitt. This is going to be the 98th run. Fielded well by Coco Streets. And it's Glamorgan's 200 up, so the first milestone that Glamorgan will have been targeted has been reached. As we head into close to the 6th hour of this stream today, I hope you've all enjoyed it. My name's Liam, I'm here with Nick. As Amy Gordon comes in again, driven back to her by Porter, and there's no run. Gordon back to her mark quickly, off spinner. Comes in again. Oh, just misses the edge there. And there is a few R's in the field now. A lot of encouragement coming in from Singer at long off.
I think last week's performance will make there still feel like some belief out there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. It was this sort of equation last week, actually. And then 3 more wickets fell, and we all got a little bit excited in this media marquee.
Northamptonshire needed 16 when they lost their 7th, which was sort of 4 within, I think it was 10 runs.
Yeah. Gordon comes in again. That's looped up, and it's almost a Yorker length delivery, but it's dug out well by Porter. And that's the end of the over. So 200 for 4 after 37. Morgan need 28 from 78, and it'll now be Parfitt on strike, who's on 98 from 111 balls. Now, wow. Nelson, I'm going to say it.
Yeah. And she's never been out on 98.
And We would like to point out that both of us are employed by Kent Cricket, so we apologise to any Glamorgan listeners here that commentator's curse is being
Perhaps this is the reverse commentator's
enacted.
curse.
Yeah, exactly.
That
and
has happened a couple of times today.
exactly, and if she does reach 100, we will have seen a very good innings here at Beckenham. So,
And as you did say earlier, it would be a very deserved 100. She batted very well. And
absolutely.
given Kent nothing really, to be honest. So it would be a very deserved triple figure visit, if you will.
So Gorham starts a new over from the Beckenham end. Comes in and bowls. That's a sort of loopier, wider delivery, and Parfitt will get one for this. He moves on to 99 from 112. As Nick readies his camera, I'm sure our media friends at Glamorgan will need some photos. So Nick's poised and ready, and we will always like to help out our media counterparts from other counties.
Of course.
Gorham comes into Porter. Bowls, that's full again, almost chopped on there by Porter, but there'll be no run from it. As Isabella James does the fielding at backward square. So Sydney Gorham then into her fourth over. Comes in past the umpire, bowls. Full again. It could be off the pads, that one, but they will get a run. Darted back in by Isabella James. Yeah, leg by signalled.
Here we go.
So Parfitt's on strike. 99 not out from 112. She's played very well so far, fully deserving of 100.
Oh, Sophie Singer's in my way. Uh-oh. Oh, here
They've
we go.
heard you.
Here we go.
They've heard you. So I will turn your microphone down Nick, in case there's any clicks. And Gorham comes in to Parfitt. Bowls. It's defended into the offside. There'll be no run. And Kent look to reset the field with Gorham into a fourth over here. They've gone back to seam after a few overs of spin, a fair few overs of spin. Gorham begins her run up again then. Comes in past the umpire, and that's a wider delivery, and Parfitt will cut that away into the field. There'll be no run again. Good pressure here from Gorham on a looking ahead to a milestone for one of the opposition batters. It's good bowling. Gets the ball back from Laura Bailey, number 23. And Gorham comes in again. To Parfitt on 99. And that's defended. They're going to go for a quick run here. Is she going to get there for the century? She is. And Lauren Parfitt has got 100 here at the County Ground Beckenham from 115 deliveries. She's played extremely well. Salutes the sky with her bat. The helmet's off. She gets congratulated. Nice big hug from Gemma Porter. And Lauren Parfitt has her second Women's List Day 100. And she's played very well.
Yeah, really deserved that. I think would have been incredibly harsh if she didn't get. Oh, there we go. We're back. Yeah, no, batted very well. Would have been pretty harsh if she didn't get it. I think she's not given up any chances. And what was that, 100 off 115? So
Yeah.
that's stood as it gets from your one-day opener, isn't it?
Yeah, 13 fours and 3 sixes. So she's played extremely well. Coming in as opener as well. Opener, skipper, and centurion now.
So now the pressure is, can you carry the bat?
Wow.
Can you carry the bat?
Oh, it's looked like a change of bowling here from the City end. Yeah, Megan Sturge is going to come back on with her leg spin. We've had off spin from that end with Amy Gordon. It's now leg spin from the City end. So Sturge comes in. Oh, it goes through everything, I think. I think it's going to be signalled as leg buys. So it missed the bat. It hit the pad. And they've scrambled through for a single. We now need 24 to win. Sturge gets to the top of our mark again. Bowls. Looked a bit high there. There was an LBW shout, but looked high from where we were.
bit of a half appeal, I think, more than anything. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's tough to stay positive when the game's 24 off 17. You still need to take 6 wickets. But they've got to try their best.
Sturge comes in again. Attempted lap there. Misses it though. Spence does well. It's given us a wide. That's not gone down well in the field.
No, and we spoke to Matt Parkinson not too long ago, and he voiced his opinion on those being given as wides and not wides, and yeah, it just seems a bit harsh.
Sturge again then. Bit of turn there. And they will turn down the single. Comes in again then. Oh, there's another attempted lap.
That one was wide.
And that is rightly given as a wide. So I think Sturge knows this is going to happen now, so just trying to alter that line and length to try and get the edge or potentially hit the stumps. Comes in again, bowls. And that again, that's gone extremely wide down the leg side. Perhaps trying to get that edge from a potential scoop.
I think that caught Jemima Spence behind the stumps on the arm or the wrist, perhaps. And
Yeah, she's rubbing it.
Forearm.
She's showing it.
Actually,
Bit elbowy.
Yeah. Just stimmed it on the way past, I think. They're always sore.
So Sturge bowled a few wides in this over. How can she come back from it? That's much better. Bowling at the stumps, and she will get a dot ball out of it as the non-striker and Sturge touch hands after a small collision at the non-striker's end, trying to collect the ball. Sturge again comes in, bowls, hit on the pads, no appeal.
There was a shout from someone on the leg side. I feel like it was quite square, so they wouldn't have had a clue.
Yeah, more out of hope, I think. Sturge comes in again. That's a full toss, but not taken advantage of by Porter. Sophie Singer does the field end of the over. And Glamorgan are 209 for 4. Oh, Blondie plays over the PA. So Glamorgan need 19 runs. Just trying to work it out. 19 runs at 1.73 and over. So there is no real scoreboard pressure here. That wicket column needs to change for Kent if they're going to get a positive result. So we'll see what happens as Gorham starts a new over from the Beckenham end. Here she comes then.
Ooh, a very slower ball.
Yeah, that's a nice slower ball there. And doesn't beat the fielder, but Barnfather's worn that slightly.
It looked like that might have hurt.
Yeah.
It's been we've seen a few just go across the other wickets today that have just sort of popped at the last minute.
Yeah, it's a notoriously quick outfield here at Beckenham, so a few slight misjudges. Not saying that we wouldn't misjudge it either if we were out there. Just a few unlucky fielding, I wouldn't say errors, but misfields. Cron comes in again. That's hit back to her. That small half chance of a caught and bowled. She sticks out her arm, and Sophie Singer will do the fielding.
Well, we've seen them taken.
Absolutely.
Just like last week.
Yeah.
Not any chance to mention it, isn't it?
Yeah. Beth Ascot from Northamptonshire, one of the best catches a few of us in here have ever seen live. So Gorham will want to get a wicket in this over to give Kent a smidgen of hope. She comes in. Past the umpire, bowls another slower ball. That's well bowled actually. And
Good Yorker length.
yeah, Porter can't do anything with that Yorker. There'll be no run. 63 more of those and we'll be happy.
Yeah, that would be handy, wouldn't it?
So Gorham takes her mark. Begins her run up again. She does get quicker as she reaches the wicket, and that's shorter delivery that time, and it will be played out into the offside. There'll be no run. That's also Barnfather at cover doing the fielding. Yeah, Sydney Gorham's run up. She starts off slower and gets quicker and quicker and quicker as she gets closer to the wicket. It's slightly opposite of the Mark Wood, where he'd sort of rock backwards and then go full pelt straight away.
It really drives through the crease, doesn't she? When she bowls.
So here she is again, another looping slower ball. It could be a catch. Oh, it just goes over Laura Bailey. That's unlucky. Glamorgan will get 4 more for it, but that was a chance for Kent, and Laura Bailey's got her hands on her knees, almost ruining that missed opportunity, but it would have been a great catch if she got it. She'd put both hands above her head, and it just went over the top.
Might have jumped a touch too early, but I think it was always going over her head, but covered good ground to make it half a chance at least. But it's those fine margins, isn't it, that sometimes decide a game. If she managed to get a hand to that and, you know, keep a hold of it, it's game changer.
Yeah, that's 4 more to the total at the end of all that. And Porter will play that one off her legs, and she'll get a single for it. Amy Gordon does fielding with a cannon arm, throws it back into Jemima Spence. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 215 for 4. They need 13 more runs to win here at the County Ground, Beckenham. This is the second of our Beckenham weekends. Last week we had Kent Women against Northamptonshire Steelbacks Women and Kent Spitfires against Durham. This weekend you are watching Kent Women against Glamorgan Women in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup, and tomorrow in the Men's Metrobank One Day Cup. I will stop to take a breath. Kent Spitfires against Lancashire, and tickets are selling fast. If you are looking to come down as a family tomorrow, the prices for adults do rise at midnight, but under 14s will be £1, whether you buy them in advance or at the gate. Sturge starts a new over. It's gone into the midriff of Porter, and there'll be no run.
Are you feeling the Metrobank fever?
Yeah, we said in our office, didn't we, before the start of the tournament, that it's an opportunity to be a little bit sillier.
Yeah.
And appeal to that younger audience to try and get the future generation of Kent fans through, looking at some engaging content that may go over the heads of a few adults. But we've seen so far in the tournament that on the field as well, both the men's and women's sides have played some of the younger players and using it as a developmental, I'll say it properly in a minute, opportunity for them. We've seen Ben Dawkins and Akant Singh and Jaden Denley become more and more involved in the men's first team after a few championship appearances this season. And in the women's side, we've had players that have moved on to professional sides in Tier 1 come back to use this competition as an opportunity to develop, as Sturge almost gets an edge there.
That just bounced too much, or it wasn't a short delivery at all, but it still managed to go over the stumps.
Yeah, Megan Sturge, one of such players who has come through the Kent system and earned her professional deal at Hampshire, and she is down as a wicket-keeper batter, but obviously she's developing her leg spin here in the One Day Cup as she bowls.
And the short one nearly takes the top of the stumps.
Yeah. Jemima Spence behind the stumps, former Kent academy player and pathway player, and moved on to Surrey, and she's come back to play for Kent and opportunity to practice her wicket keeping.
England under-19s captain on the way as well.
Yeah, so
Sturge bowls that one. It's cut to point and an optimistic shy at the stumps.
Yeah, Jemima Spence, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she made her first team debut when she was 15 a couple of years ago. I remember doing a piece about her for the Kent website.
It's very possible.
It's cut off the back foot. That'll be a quick single. Sorry, Nick, I'm not giving you an over. Do you want the next over?
No, I'm easy. I don't really mind.
Fair enough. I'll be looking to you then for all the stats and figures before the end of the game.
That's what I'm here for.
Absolutely. Let's do it that way then.
So stat number 1. I can see a seagull.
Heron goal, I think you mean. Seagulls don't exist. So that's the first.
Well, that's just a bit picky, isn't it, mate? Come on.
So I think Gorham is going to continue here, but not after a chat to Kent women captain for the day, Coco Streets, Megan Belt, taking a couple of weeks off to look after her mental health, and she's been on commentary today. She's been helping out with the coaches, been doing the slings in the warm-ups, as our co-commentator Molly Davies has a chat with Alice Grant, who's 12ers today, running out the drinks. So Streets has given Sydney Gorham another over.
I haven't really got a stat for you about Sydney Gorham. This website's not up to date. Apparently she's only bowled 12 balls in her List A career, which is wrong.
So here she is then, into her 6th over of the day. Comes in past the umpire. Slightly short of that one, and that's played very nicely, and that will get 4 for Parfitt. Shades of Joe Root there, I think, with the reverse scoop.
Ooh. I'm told again. What could I tell you now?
So 6 to win. Do you think Parfitt will fancy it with one hit?
You have to. Surely.
She's played so well. You're in 2 minds here of trying to get that red inker or trying to win it with a 6.
Well, the one stat I can confirm is correct is that her high score, as mentioned earlier, is 109 not out. So
there you go.
She needs at least 4 of these 6 runs.
So here comes Gorham then. To Parfitt, who takes a step away, hits it straight in the air. Singer's underneath it, and he goes through her hands and 4.
There's that 4.
It's gone through Sophie Singer's hands, deflected off, I think, her thumb on the way down, and it's gone over the boundary rope. That is unfortunate for Kent.
Yeah, that went a long way up, didn't it?
It did. The white ball went into the white cloud, so...
And the crazy thing is that's the first chance Parfitt has given Kent
she's
to
played
actually
extremely
dismiss
well.
her. And it took 106 runs and 123 balls, so impressive.
Yeah, Sophie Singer will kick herself a bit for that one, as she gets another chance here, but it drops just in short. And scores are level now. So Glamorgan need 1 run to win. Parfitt may finish not out on Nelson.
I think this is good news for our colleague from Sports Radar, who is shivering next to me here. You're struggling a bit, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, Matt was on commentary a little bit earlier on. So Gorham comes in then to Porter, and that'll be a wide and the end of the game. So Glamorgan win here by 6 wickets. And the players will now shake hands. And Glamorgan pick up a well-deserved victory, thanks in no least to Lauren Parfitt's magnificent 111 runs from 125 deliveries. And that completes the 3rd match here at Beckenham of our 2 weekenders at the county ground. So Kent women last weekend missed out to Northamptonshire Steelbacks. They've missed out here again today against Glamorgan women, whose players now leave the bench outside the pavilion and will come and shake the hands of their Kent adversaries. So there's 1 more match here at Beckenham. From a Kent perspective, there's been a few representative international matches, and there are a couple more. England men under 19s against Bangladesh men under 19s in September. But Kent women's time at Beckenham this summer is over. They have been defeated by Glamorgan, and their next Women's Metrobank One Day Cup match is against Yorkshire on Saturday the 30th of August at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, so back to Canterbury. And here at Beckenham tomorrow we have Kent Spitfires against Lancashire, which is a prelude, shall we say, to the Vitality Blast quarter-final.
Great word.
So the 2 sides that will meet in the Vitality Blast quarter-finals on 6th of September at Old Trafford will play here at the county ground Beckenham tomorrow. That's Sunday the 17th of August. And you can get your tickets now at tickets.kentcricket.co.uk. Like we say, the prices for adults rise at midnight tonight, but under 14s tickets are £1 whether you buy them now or at the gate. So if you're thinking about it, get your adult tickets today. Save a little bit of money on the gate price. But tickets will be available at the gate tomorrow. There'll be tickets available at the Copers Cope Road entrance and at the main entrance on Worsley Bridge Road. And I think the only thing remains is to say thank you very much for listening to this live stream today. proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Thank you to Cluberly for all their support. We hope you enjoyed the slightly improved service. We've had 2 cameras on today, and we are in full HD, and I think the audio sounded a little bit better today as well. But
Thanks, Fluidity.
yes, Fluidity. Thank you very much for all of your hard work throughout the week. So from myself, Liam, from Nick, from Molly, from Matt, from Megan Belt as well, thank you very much for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow at the County Ground Beckenham for Kent Spitfires against Lancashire.